affirm that the right to vote is our most priceless possession. Don't throw it away.
This nation has placed its destiny in the hands of its millions of free men and women.
And as someone who stayed up late on many election nights waiting to hear how the American people have decided, whether elections are close or not, every vote is important.
We vote for our beliefs. We vote for our freedom. We vote to protect our rights. And today, we have the privilege to vote again for our future.
All right, here we go. Welcome to News Nation. After months of campaigning, really felt like years of campaigning, it's time for us all to make our collective decision. Welcome to News Nation viewers and friends at the CW. It's election night on News Nation. I'm Chris Cuomo. Elizabeth Vargas, Leland Vittert is here. We are all together to witness history. I just want to say it's great to be with both of you.
It's great to be with all of you as well.
And it's going to be a long night.
Yeah, it's great to be with folks at home. And what a privilege it is to live in a country where we don't know the result, where we have to wait for it, because not everybody gets that.
We were having a meeting just moments before we came on the air, and we all said, who do you think is going to win? And the best answer was yours, Leland, because your answer was America. And that is true. We are seeing record turnout. It is an incredible honor that we all get to enjoy as registered voters in this United States of America, and that so many people are exercising that right today is fantastic.
We saw your selfie.
Did you?
Yeah, at the voting booth.
Oh, yeah. Well, I actually didn't take that, but I can't tell you who it was because I'm pretty sure it's a crime. So I can't tell you who took the picture. But absolutely voted. It's a beautiful demonstration of our democracy that we get to exercise the franchise. It's great. This is going to be a long night by all accounts, and that's okay. The only thing that we'll police in real time here, the numbers come as they come. There are certain legal deadlines that will help us facilitate the night in terms of understanding it. The developing narrative of what's going on in the country, not just in terms of outcome, but why. You got who, but the how and the why become very important. And we have some of the best minds in the business. We have DDHQ, first of all, which is a great outfit to help us measure what's happening at the polls. Then in terms of the why, political editor Chris Stirewalt. He's in Washington, D.C. Connell McShane at the big board here in New York. Tough job for him tonight. I hope that he's Red Bulled up. Helping us tell the story of tonight, we also have a complete complement of correspondents all over in all of the important places.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night. We don't know quite yet how long it will be. And as we said, we've got not only our News Nation correspondents, but we also have, they're spread out over the important battleground states, reporting on turnout, on vote counting. They are stationed at campaign headquarters. They'll be giving us what the latest that they're hearing from the campaign sources behind the scenes. As
they've all been briefed to give the knowing nods.
Exactly.
They're all giving knowing nods. I like the knowing nod.
We also have the power of Nexstar, 110 newsrooms all across America, living and working in these communities. These are reporters that are there. They live there. They work there. They're from local news. I spent some time in local news. It's really, really important, and they will all be part of our conversation tonight as well.
Collective knowing nods. I like the knowing nods.
There we go. All night, we're going to be focused on the data and the facts. That's what will drive our coverage from our partners at Decision Desk HQ. They are making the calls, and by that, they are projecting when they feel as though there is enough data in that they can project a winner. You're not going to see this picture on any other network. This is the Decision Desk. These are the data guys, the Decision Desk HQ war room, and we are going to be checking in with DDHQ throughout the night, understanding why they are making the calls they are making and why they are not making the calls they are not making.
That's important, by the way. That is an important point. One of the things that we want to do, it's good to be veterans in this business because we've done this a lot. And the one thing you don't want to be is you don't want to be early and you don't want to be wrong. So with that, let's get started. For me, as I said off at the top, for me, obviously everybody's obsessed with the who. For me, it's an obsession with the how. And what I'm watching in real time in terms of what I have to tell people tonight, and with your guys' help, is not so much what's happening at the polls, what isn't happening at the polls.
Meaning?
There's already too much talk about things being wrong, and I heard this and I heard that, even coming from one of the candidates. I'll let you guess which one it is, and if you guessed Harris, you're wrong. But we have to police that in real time. Because that's the only threat tonight, is people thinking it's not legitimate. So we take the job very seriously.
And so far, it has gone smoothly. We did have a couple of bomb threats called into some polling stations in Georgia. It's been determined they came from Russia. One of the polling sites had to be evacuated for a little more than an hour. Voting will be extended at that polling site a little longer tonight to make time for everybody to get their chance to vote. We are seeing some posts on social media about voter irregularities in Pennsylvania. Those have been strongly denied by Pennsylvania authorities, who say it is all going very, very smoothly, that they've had no reports of any sorts of undue influence, bad behavior, threatening behavior, and obviously no fraud. They're taking very, very great care. And there's been a lot that's been done since 2020 to secure. New laws have been passed, new procedures have been put in place to make sure that all the vote counts go according to procedure.
Yeah, we're going to see one of the great successes in Georgia from this. We were told that it was Jim Crow 2.0, and the post-2020 reforms in Georgia were going to be a disaster. It turns out there has been record turnout in the early vote, likely going to be record turnout overall, and 80% of the vote counted by 8 p.m.
That's amazing.
Which is a really impressive model. And I think you're right. It's important to think about, hey, we want to get it right. We want to take time. There's a difference between us and elected officials. There is something about when it goes into days and days and days and how long it will take to know House races in California, that the more time that's out there, you know this better than anybody who looks at social media, that the more time that goes by, the more time there is for bad actors, whether it be overseas or domestically, to sow that distrust.
Yeah, time and trust are inverse curves. There's no question about it. I do think, though, we should give ourselves a pat on the back in America. I am very surprised. Turnout tends to get bigger. Sometimes you'll have a trough year where people just aren't feeling it. The race is completely unexciting or whatever it is, or it's not really a contest. The idea that the pandemic era, with all of the expansive voting rules that we had, right, because we were trying to encourage people and all the different policies that were
more difficult to vote, so we made it somehow easier and expanded, yes.
If we're even near, let alone exceeding that, that is really impressive.
Well, it says a lot, I think, about this race. I want to bring in Chris Starwalt in a second, but very quickly, what are each of you watching for? And then I'll say what I'm watching for. Leland, tonight, what are you watching?
The turnout story is important because high turnout used to help Democrats. Now it seems to help Republicans and Donald Trump, because Donald Trump does better in registered voter polls than he does in likely voter polls. That's going to be something to watch. And second of all, the realignment of American politics that started in 1992 is just increasing in speed. And if you think about why Kamala Harris might win, it's because of Republican suburban women. Right. And that is a stunning statement to make.
Yeah, the last one of the descriptors matters to me. This is the first time in my life that we've had to process a class losing a right. And it happens to be the biggest part of the population and the biggest part of the electorate. And
the ones most likely to vote.
That's right. And what you and I were trying to figure out earlier, that we kept seeing these exit polls where democracy was a high interest for people leaving the polls.
Number one issue in two different exit polls.
To me, that issue can fall under democracy.
Yep.
Because I hear a lot of women articulate it that way, that they feel they've been disenfranchised within the democracy.
You both touched on what I'm going to be watching most tonight, which is the female vote. White women in this country went for Donald Trump in 2016 and 2020. Even though the women vote overall went against him, white women went for him. We've seen in early polling that they are not supporting him in this election so far. I'll be curious to see if that bears out. If we see at the end of this night, if it is women who are really deciding the issue of who's going to be president of the next 4 years.
Women break both ways.
They do.
And we have.
And they vote on more than one issue.
Brother Steyerwalt may have some insight into this. You know, we always talk, Chris, about the black vote or the Latino vote or the women vote. And maybe now more than ever, which probably is a good thing, none of these groups are monolithic.
Well, it's certainly true that none of them are monolithic. That's a fact, but we can expect that Democrats are going to get 8 and 10 black voters in America, and that'd be a mediocre showing at 8 and 10. The electorate is more female than male always, and one of the things that we're going to look for tonight is it a little bit more female than male, or is it a lot more female than male? Are we talking about an electorate that's 54% female? Some very high number. If we start getting into very high percentages of women, that will tell us that there's something cooking underneath. Now, one point about the way that, to your point about against monocausality, against monolithic blocks, there are going to be a lot of pro-life women who wrestle tonight, who wrestled today with the question of whether or not they can vote for Nikki Haley. And Democrats need them. They need them in the suburbs of Pittsburgh. They need them in the suburbs of Philly and Milwaukee. They need them, need them, need them. And because Roe v. Wade has fallen, in a weird way, it makes it more morally acceptable for them to vote for a Democrat because the Supreme Court's not on the line. Roe v. Wade has already gone down. So I think we have to be careful not to smooth out female voters as voting about reproductive rights or voting about abortion.
Why'd you say
There's
Nikki
a lot
Haley?
more churning under there.
Chris,
what's that?
Why'd you say Nikki Haley?
Because that's who they're thinking about in the back of their minds. That was my Freudian slip, because that's who those voters voted for in the primaries.
I get it.
Remember how we saw...
20% of Republicans,
Remember how we saw 1 in 5 Republicans consistently voting for Nikki Haley even after the primaries were over? Who were those voters? They were college educated, they were female, they were conservative, but just couldn't get on board with Donald Trump. So if there's been any late movement for Nikki Haley, a place to look for it is with those kind of women who don't want to vote for a Democrat, maybe have never voted for a Democrat before, but say, I can't with Donald Trump, it's too much, and this time I'm going to do it. And we're going to get to find out how many of those ladies there are.
We're looking at the live pictures of voters lining up, and we've seen all over these sort of massive lines, which speak to anecdotally this idea of massive turnout, Chris. But there's so much intense focus on women voting on the issue of reproductive rights, abortion, however we want to call it. But then there's women voting on they don't want their little girls on sports teams with boys. Then there's women who are worried about crime by illegal immigrants. Then there are women who are worried about just crime in general. Where do we see the issue set breaking down?
Well, I expect the Republican nominee to, again, as they must, if the Republican Party is going to continue to exist, they will have to continue to win a majority of white women. There's no coalition for Republicans if they fall beneath a majority there, right? They should be getting 60% or something, 55% of white women. There's no Republican Party that doesn't get at least half, basically, of white women. And what are the reasons that those women will vote Republican? They'll vote Republican because they're Republican. Partisanship is a hell of a drug, and people vote their party, and they vote the way their families vote. They vote like the people where they live vote. That's one of the things that we tend to forget is the herding mentality. People stick with their home team. This year, what we're going to look for is not whether or not Democrat wins white women. What we're going to look for is, do they shave down the number of the largest single demographic subgroup in American politics? White women are the largest single demographic subgroup, controlled for 2 variables, of anybody in the United States. You move them 2 points, you have turned the whole battleship of the electorate, and that's what we're going to find out.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
So this is something where I don't have feel for this. I can tell you what the data tells you.
Right.
I'm just saying in my own life, I can't imagine telling any of the women in my life, well, here's how we're voting. This is how it is. You know?
Yeah, no.
The head of my family is my mother, right? Because my father's gone. So forget about that. She's the queen bee.
And you've got a strong mom.
And I have my wife, my daughters. I am afraid to talk politics with my sisters or my daughters or my wife. I'm certainly not telling them what to do. There is a presumption it's coming down. You have more single women in America than we used to have as a ratio versus married. But married women, the idea that, well, most of them will vote the way their husbands tell them to.
Well, you saw ads to the effect of, you know, trying to knock the Julia Roberts voiceover ad, urging women, your vote is your own business, and you don't have to tell your husband how you voted, and even if he expects you to vote a certain way.
It was explicit, right? The Julia Roberts ad said the only place women still have a choice is in the ballot box. And it was explicit of sort of saying, you can defy your husbands, it's okay. I know a lot of women who were not happy about that.
Right.
And it was the idea that somehow they wouldn't tell their husbands, and they didn't have agency enough to tell their husbands, and they had to defy their husbands versus their husbands respecting them enough to be able to vote however they wanted. Look, victory solves all ills and all problems, right? Everything looks brilliant in retrospect. If Kamala Harris loses, there's going to be a big question about how she treated the abortion issue and how she didn't reach out to pro-life women and how she didn't reach out to even, not necessarily sort of, if we think about abortion as a continuum, maybe not people who are all in on the Democratic view of abortion, but in the middle of it. And there's going to be a lot of questions about that.
I think, listen, it was interesting at the beginning, Chris was talking and you were asking about the Hispanic vote. I'm Hispanic. That is definitely not monolithic. Puerto Ricans have far different interests. My family was from Puerto Rico than Mexicans. People who are...
Think about Cubans in Miami.
Cuban Americans.
New Jersey.
Very, very, very different. Women have a common denominator, our bodies. And it doesn't matter whether you're Republican or Democrat, young or old, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, whatever you are, we all have the capacity to get pregnant, give birth, have complications in that process, have difficulty achieving a healthy outcome in that process. And I think I've been, you know, saying this since we all sat here at this desk during the primaries and during the caucuses. I think this is a big issue for women. And I am not remotely surprised to see these early polls showing massive gender gaps with young women going to the polls, even with women over 65 in Iowa, women who very well remember what it was like in this country before we had Roe versus Wade, and then lived for decades with Roe versus Wade and have no skin in the game. They're not getting pregnant. They're not going through IVF. They don't need
from my mother. I hear you. I'll give you a different way of looking at this.
I don't think you can underestimate the importance.
I'll tell you what, though. We'll keep talking about it all night long because the numbers are going to start validating narratives. Right? So we'll start seeing it in the numbers which way it goes. And to Leland's point, the counter of that is, did Trump play it right by saying women want to be protected and I'll protect you, and even if you don't want me to protect you, I'll protect you? He made a play late. That was the Megyn Kelly stunt, having her say, I'm a strong woman, be like me, vote for Trump. I don't know how strong she came off. Let's bring in Congressman Dean Phillips, Democrat from Minnesota, former presidential candidate. Really was the man who exposed the problems on the Democratic side. He wanted a primary. He said it should have been done. He was right. Dean Phillips, good to have you. Let me get your take as a Democrat. Illegal immigrants committing crime, okay? Guys my size playing on high school female volleyball teams. How concerned are you that these issues are going to hurt you where it matters?
Well, they will, Chris. First of all, I don't know about all your households, but in mine, I don't tell anybody how to vote. My daughters tell me how to vote. So you chalk that up for an anecdote.
Isn't that why you ran for Congress?
Exactly, Leland. You know the story. I woke up the morning after the 2016 election, which is a little bit strange, feeling the same way tonight. And my daughter, one of my daughters was in tears, and I promised both of them at breakfast that morning that I would do something. So believe me, they run the ship in my household. But nonetheless, to your question, Chris, those are big issues. First of all, it is a crock of you-know-what that we have this horde of illegal immigrants who are wreaking havoc in our streets. Our crime problem in the United States of America, which it is because of American citizens, not because of those coming across the border. But we do have a border crisis, and I wish my party had recognized it sooner. I've been there twice. Felt it, saw it, was horrified and embarrassed by it. And it's been a failure of Democrats and Republicans for generations. But clearly, Donald Trump is much stronger on that issue. On men, biological boys playing on girls' teams, I understand. I represent a suburban district. Many of my Democratic friends, women and men, parents, are really struggling with this issue. So I do understand. But as Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, I think so beautifully said, you know, when in doubt, lead with love. And I know it challenges some people. I know it's a problem in some communities, but boy, the incidence is so low. And I think compassion should rule the day. But to your question, yes, these are two issues that I think are defining Democrats and defining Republicans, but I think misdefining. And that's the war of words and media and angertainment that I talk about so often. And what people perceive is reality.
Angertainment, that's good. I use enragement versus engagement. I think I like yours better. I will take it and make it mine. Let me ask you this. Dean, you said this reminds you of 2016.
10%, that's all.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said it on national TV, but now they'll know where I got it. You said you feel like 2016. Does that mean you feel like Trump wins tonight?
I'll tell you, Chris, I mean, this has been a roller coaster for all of us. I knew Biden would lose. I think we all did. When he finally stepped aside and Kamala Harris took the mantle, it seemed pretty clear that she was rising fast, and she would win. Of course, things have changed since then. But I'm feeling right now, my heart is saying Harris. I'm feeling pretty good, but I got to tell you all, I felt the same way, exactly the same way in 2016. And my fears are the same, too. And this could go either way. We all know that. But as you were just talking about moments ago, I think women are going to turn out en masse. And I also believe, really sincerely, there are going to be a lot of people who are telling their families around this country how they're voting at the kitchen table that might be doing it a little bit differently when they go to their polling station. I think many more women in Trump counties around this country might be voting for Harris. I also think there are some Biden voters that are going to be voting for the other guy, but far fewer. So polling might be a little bit strange once we see the final results.
That's sort of the point, though, right? Which is that if the polling is wrong the way it was in 2016, one of the closest elections in the polls that we've seen since 1976, if the polling is wrong in the way it was in 2016, Donald Trump wins in a landslide. If the polling is wrong in the way it is in 2022, and Congressman, that you're correct that there is this group of young women, and Elizabeth, to your point, then Kamala Harris wins. It's a pretty simple dynamic, especially when you think about this is an election on paper that Donald Trump should win.
Oh, the issues are all the leading issues, although I don't know. These two exit polls are a little surprising, honestly, to me, because up until now, the leading issues have been the economy and the border, and then reproductive rights. And those two issues, the economy and the border, Trump was leading on. The economy, narrow lead, but the border, huge lead.
Yeah, I mean, to Leland's point, every election you wind up having these autopsies, right? And the smart people do it when they win. Everybody does it when they lose because they got to figure it out. The inability, if Dean Phillips had been, and not just because your head's still up there, if he had been the candidate, he would have had a story to tell about the recovery of the U.S. economy. And how absurd it is for Trump to say that everything is expensive now, like he had nothing to do with it, and here's how it started, and here's why it is. Kamala Harris did not tell that story. Joe Biden can't even read that story. That is going to be a problem for Democrats on the economy. Seeing numbers where she's even close to Trump. I saw one exit that had it like him +4 over her. I'm very surprised by that number because she hasn't delivered a counter narrative.
Let me ask you, Congressman Phillips, a question. Minnesota is not exactly identical to Wisconsin, but there's a lot of similarities. Your governor, I know somebody you know well, Tim Walz, was selected to help with white working class men. That was Kamala Harris's problem. He was selected to help in Wisconsin, in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania. Is it fair to say at this point that he's been a real disappointment to a lot of Democrats to deliver on that?
You know, Leland, I don't know if that's fair to say yet. Tim, I think, does speak to that group quite well. That's who he is. He doesn't have to fake it. And we all know how there's such a lack of authenticity in American politics right now. But Tim Walz is Tim Walz. And we will see if all those thousands of miles that he put on the road here in the last couple months will pay off. So I think it's a little too early to assess that. But at the end of the day, there's no question that neither campaign did a very effective job using invitation rather using confrontation. And I think that's why Americans are just so sick of this nonsense. That was the bigger issue, is whether one side or the other was willing to really extend arms and hugs and handshakes and high fives and invitations to people who are waiting for them. I don't think either side did a really good job of that. And that's why this race is so unbelievably close.
Congressman Phillips, Chris is sitting over here stealing all of your lines.
This night is already been a net
You're like
positive.
a basket of fantastic one-liners.
Invitation, not confrontation.
Invitation.
I only say I'll invite you to a confrontation.
Congressman, what do you said you're hopeful, but a little worried. Does that mean you still are? You're just hopeful that Harris? What are you projecting? What do you think we're going to see tonight, and when do you think we'll see it?
Well, look, I don't know any more than you or probably anybody watching right now, and that's just the truth. There's no inside information. That's the beautiful thing, as you were saying earlier, about American democracy. And by the way, I'm much more focused on that. How lucky we are.
The what numbers?
To be able to go vote for the person we want, not be
I
subject
don't have
to prison.
Will you send them to me?
Feel differently than our neighbors. With all that said, strangely enough, I woke up not feeling so confident, but as the day went on, I'm feeling a little bit more so, in no small part, because anecdotally, and I will say anecdotally, the turnout amongst women seems to be really significant, and I think higher than expected. And based on the numbers I saw earlier, where the margins, I think up 20 points amongst boomer women and maybe 40 points, Gen Z women. Harris leading by 40 points. If young people get out and vote, which it seems like they might be doing right now, we should be feeling pretty good. But it's going to be down to the wire. And at the end of the day, I also should say, Elizabeth, whatever happens, it's not going to be up to Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. It's going to be up to all of us to wake up and show a little bit of grace, humility, and reconciliation, because there are going to be a lot of disappointed Americans tomorrow. We know that. That's why I think it's our turn to finally show what America is all about, rather than relying on one or two people to carry that torch.
All right, from your lips to God's ears, Congressman. Thank you so much.
So
really appreciate
anytime.
it.
Two interesting data points. Throughout the night, I will be on the phone, because people who are working in the field on both sides are going to be telling me what they're seeing in their internals.
And you just got a call.
Because, so I just got a call. Here's what we know, all right? And we were talking about this earlier also. I have never seen experts be this divided on election day about what's going to happen on a race. I have both sides, so they spin you on election day. That happens. Why? Media narrative creates momentum. A lot of the polls don't close until later. So you got to be on guard doing this job. But 5 of the swing states that they're monitoring the first batch are within a point either way. Ohio is the only place.
This call was from a Democrat or Republican?
This one was from a Republican, but for they're looking at their internals. I'm hearing the same thing from Democrats, that nobody's given me a number except in Ohio that's more than 2 points.
Really?
And we're only in that first batch, right? So 9. I want you to stay with us the whole time. But 9, 10 o'clock. It starts to get real in terms of understanding the buckets of numbers that they're dealing with. But for them to have internal numbers that have it that close is unusual at this point. The other call I got was from my daughter, because she had heard that I was saying that, so she heard something about women in the vote, and she was basically calling me just to tell me to shut up and let you talk.
Yeah. Thank you.
Always good advice.
Thank you.
Always good advice. All right, we're going to take a break here. When we come back, look, we've got all the minds at work. DDHQ is a great tool, but we have lots of other tools in the box. We got Robert Sherman, who's at Trump headquarters. What are they putting out as a narrative? We have Kelly Meyer at Harris HQ. Same question for them. So we'll give you what we're learning in real time. You got a bunch of mechanics working for you here at News Nation. A lot of people who know people who are living this moment. So stay with us. We'll be right back. All right. You can see it there. 27 minutes until the next set of polls closing. It's going to be a long night. We know right now by every early indication, very, very close.
Yeah, but as they say, just because the polls say it's close, doesn't mean the election will be close. I mean,
you know something that you're trying to tell me?
I don't know anything more than the fact that
I don't like when you hold out on me.
With every single swing state showing such very tight polling, who knows about the polling, that, you know, they could, somebody might win tonight, as you've been predicting.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Because if all the polls, you know, if all the results,
if all the polls move in the same direction,
precisely,
I mean, all of the subset groups, women, older women, single women, Latinos, blacks, whatever, move in the same way, across white working class men, move in the same way that's unpredicted in the polls, then we know how the election's going to go. If the polling's wrong, like it was in 2016, undercounted white working class men breaking for Trump, then Trump wins in a landslide, which I think we'd be careful to use that word tonight. The flip side is that if all of a sudden the polls are wrong the way they were in 2022, when young single women energized by the abortion issue, singularly by the abortion issue, into the Supreme Court, show up in droves, then Kamala Harris wins pretty easily. And we just don't know how these groups are moving, because there is this realignment in American politics we haven't really seen in 4 years how it's worked out.
Yeah, the only thing I would add on to it is not just young women, because you have a lot of women, regardless of age, a lot of them now, the older you get, they see the younger generation not having a right that they had.
That's what that stunning Iowa Des Moines Register poll showed. It has nothing to do with age.
Poll.
Yeah, the Seltzer poll. It was women of all ages, 18 to 70.
If Iowa is in play, right? If the Seltzer poll was...
I think it's more an interesting data point on women in particular, of all age groups feeling a certain way. By the way, in a ruby red state of Iowa.
It would make sense if the majority of the population determines the outcome of the election also.
Of course. The majority of the population who votes more often than your gender.
Yes.
Okay, the campaigns are obviously watching every single high and low throughout the night. Kelly Meyer is at the Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. Robert Sherman is at the Trump headquarters in Palm Beach, Florida. Let's check in. First, Robert, tell us what's going on down in Florida. What's the mood like? What's the energy like? And when do you expect to hear something from the staff there?
Hey there, Elizabeth. If you've ever been to Palm Beach before, you'll know that mornings here in this city begin rather slow and quiet. That was not the case today. Since early this morning, people have been out and about. The red hats are everywhere. Flags have been waving, horns honking. There's been an energy on the ground in this city, which has effectively become the heartland of the former president's movement that has really been building throughout the day here. Now the doors are open at the headquarters. Some of the former president's supporters are starting to arrive. This is the third election night for the Trump campaign, and the message that they have is that they believe they are statistically in a stronger position heading into Election Day tonight than they were in 2020 and they were in 2016. But that being said, they've also left the door open for this election night to be a long one. They are prepared for the returns to be coming in late, for some states to not be called until potentially the early morning hours. So they're prepared to hold out and see exactly how all of this is set to play out. But a lot of optimism here in South Florida.
All right,
Elizabeth?
Hey, Robert, we know that Trump is at Mar-a-Lago with his family, watching returns come in with his staff, along with Elon Musk, other people who've helped out with his campaign. When do you expect him to make his way down to where you are, where he will hopefully not speak until the votes are counted, but address the crowd there?
It's all a mystery at this point. I mean, again, the door is open, and as you said, all of those returns are right now being watched at Mar-a-Lago. But there is no formal guidance as to exactly if or when he would be showing up here. But there is an expectation that could happen at some point, Elizabeth.
All right, Robert Sherman reporting from Trump headquarters in Palm Beach, Florida. Let's go now to Washington, D.C., where Kelly Myers is at the Harris campaign headquarters. Kelly, what's the action like there?
Yeah, so we're just starting to see folks filtering in, supporters. There's students from Howard University. The campus is actually closed today, so students could go home and staff could go home and vote. But some students are here along with campaign staff, just starting to fill in on this, the grounds behind me and the stage behind me, where you see we do expect Vice President Harris to come out later tonight. We know right now that she is having dinner with her family. They say that is a tradition. And we are starting to get some details back from the Harris campaign about what they're feeling right now in this hour. They're saying that they are seeing a high turnout in Philadelphia among the Puerto Rican community. So that comes after she just visited a Puerto Rican restaurant in Reading, just in the Philadelphia suburbs yesterday. It comes after those remarks from the comedian at former President Trump's rally last week, calling the island a floating island of garbage. We know that Puerto Rico, the island itself, the U.S. territory, cannot vote in the general election, but Puerto Ricans living on the mainland, nearly 6 million of them, can. They're also seeing high enthusiasm among college students, and then in North Carolina, rural turnout is lower. They say that's something that is good for them. Elizabeth?
All right, Kelly Meyer from Howard University, which is Vice President Kamala Harris's alma mater, an historically black college in this country. She's going to be watching the results come in, and she's hoping she'll be celebrating there with her staff. It's interesting, Kelly said that they were saying that they're seeing a high turnout among Puerto Rican voters. That's been a play when the Madison Square Garden rally happened. She just happened at that precise time to be at a Puerto Rican restaurant in Pennsylvania. So she's obviously trying to capitalize on that. We'll talk about that more in just a moment. We're also going to talk with Corey Lewandowski from the Trump campaign in just a moment, right after this quick break.
All right, 18 minutes until the next set of poll closings. Now remember, we know it is close right now. We have no reason to believe it will not stay that way, so you go through it with all deliberate speed. Those are the states. The one that obviously you're going to have your eyes on in that grouping is Georgia. So let's get some perspective on the state of play. Corey Lewandowski, 2024 senior advisor for the Trump campaign, live at Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida. It is good to have you, sir. What is on your internal watch clock? What are you looking for and when?
You know, Chris, there's a couple big things that are going to happen as you look at the East Coast states. Some that the public opinion polling has said is much closer than it should be if you're the vice president's team. You look at the state of Virginia. You look at the state of New Jersey. You look at my home state of New Hampshire. Places where in the last week those states have tightened and gotten closer, really at the surprise of probably the vice president's team because she hasn't been there. If any of those states fall for Donald Trump early in the evening, it's going to make for a very long night for the vice president.
Let me ask you something. What's your theory of why right now? What do you believe the story of the election is in terms of what is determining who votes for whom?
I think the big issue, Chris, is the right track, wrong track. Do you believe the country's going in the right track or the wrong track when you're the incumbent, of which the vice president really is? When 70% of the electorate says that it's going in the wrong direction, you are saddled with that baggage. And now you look at the second issue. It's just the issue of the economy, the age-old question. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? By every discernible metric, the answer is no. And the last thing that a lot of the voters are looking to make their decision on is the issue of homeland security or safety and security, and specifically illegal immigration. Those three issues have all benefited Donald Trump in this election cycle. If Vice President Harris makes this election about a personality and not a policy, she might have an opportunity to do well, but that's her only chance tonight.
Is that Donald Trump is the head of the movement, but also its biggest vulnerability. Someone explained it to me this way. The winner is going to be the person who has less of their own peel off to go to the other side. Do you believe that this is a war of attrition?
Well, it may be, but Chris, you also have to remember in a state like Georgia, there are 6 people on the ballot down there. 5 people, basically, Vice President Harris and a series of progressives. So if those candidates down there peel off any of those votes, they're all coming from the vice president. There's no one on the ballot in Georgia or in other states, really, to run to Donald Trump's right. Now, you could argue that Bobby Kennedy Jr. is going to get some of those votes, but anybody who hasn't been living under a rock for the last 3 months has seen that RFK Jr. is supporting and voting for Donald Trump and has asked his supporters to do that. So when you look at Michigan, Jill Stein is on the ballot there. Again, a progressive running to Vice President Harris's left. That's problematic for her in a state that has historically been very, very close.
Corey Lewandowski, I appreciate you. I will be blowing up your phone throughout the night to try to see where your guys' heads are and what you know that I don't. I wish you well. Thank you for checking in with us.
Thank you.
All right. Look, it's interesting. He's a smart guy, by the way. You know, he's been doing this for a while. But he mentioned the main calibrator. The movement of grievance is real. The mistake for the Democrats is to dismiss the people who are upset enough to look at Trump as if they are like Trump. That's the mistake for the Democrats. That's the garbage. That's the deplorables. That's that mistake. The flip of it is the movement may have people who are really upset but don't want to stomach Trump. And that's the
I've never heard him so clearly articulate that.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. He's sort of in, look, this is,
if you're going to let,
this is election night.
He'll say a personality.
He's gonna,
she can make it about a personality. That's him.
Right. And Democrats have done very little, in fact, nothing, to reach out to Donald Trump's voters who have the grievances and to legitimize their grievances and say, look, we understand why you're upset, and here's how we're going to compromise. And again, if
Kamala Harris keeps saying you'll have a seat at the table.
She does, but she hasn't defined what that is. She hasn't defined what policies she's willing to compromise on and how. The issue of women, I think, is interesting. It didn't come up with Corey Lewandowski, but that close that you talked about for Donald Trump. Last night, when we were on the air, Danica Patrick, Sage Steele, Tulsi Gabbard, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Megyn Kelly were the ones introducing Donald Trump and making the closing argument for him. And I think that was, speaking to your point, to give women the permission or to inspire them or to help them hold their nose and say, you may not like who Donald Trump is as a man, but there are issues that he is going to tackle that are important and important to you.
I would have phrased that differently. They don't need the permission to vote for Trump. But I get what I get your point.
But that is part of the theory on that side.
Well, it's a theory. I don't know. Maybe there are women who feel like they have to be told who to vote for, or that they have to be.
Well, people have to feel as though that they are legitimized in their feelings.
That's
and having,
a better way to put it.
Having very successful, say whatever you want of those women. A very successful group of women get up and say, here's why I'm voting I'm vouching for him, and here's why I'm inspired for him.
With the pink signs behind him. It was a very clear outreach to the female vote, because they know they have trouble. They know they're in trouble with women.
Right.
For sure.
The only problem is that all of those women weren't on the correct side of the national feeling about having a right taken away from women. So it's like, well, if you don't want to vote, if you don't want to vote on the issue that affects you most as a female, then here's my argument.
The key question, how many women agree with Trump's politics but are so upset with this fundamental personal right being taken away from them that they are going to say, I'm going to vote for the other person, even though I don't like her or agree with her, because I'm so angry about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
That will be what to watch.
I don't know that it's a country of Megyn Kelly's, but we'll find out tonight. All right, DDHQ, all right, Decision Desk HQ, inside the war room. We're going to go in there and help you understand how we are able to understand what happens tonight. Stay with us.
The hour is upon us. 7 minutes and 15 seconds from the first major poll closings of the night. Here at News Nations, we are focused on bringing the most transparent and accurate data to you on election night. A major part of accomplishing that mission is our partners at Decision Desk HQ. You probably know them best for their work in aggregating polls. We've been introducing you to the DDHQ average of polls, but there's a lot of work behind the scenes that you do not see. Scott Tranter is head of data science, Decision Desk HQ, and joins us from their war room in Washington, D.C. Good to see you, my friend. Everyone keeps saying it's so close, it's so close, it's so close. Is the polling close? Yes. Will the election be close? Do we know?
Yeah, the election may not be close. The polling's close, but I wouldn't be surprised if either candidate could get 300+ electoral votes. That's just the downside of the quality of polling we have now. Is there's large margins of error, and some of these states are correlated, so all of them could go to one candidate or the other. Unfortunately, I just don't know which one.
Right. It may not be close, but we don't know how it will break one way or the other. That's where you come in, Decision Desk HQ. We have a picture of the data nerds there that you will be caffeinating and providing copious amounts of sugar to throughout the evening. Explain to us what it means when you say we're going to make a call.
Got it. So that's a good question. Basically, what we're doing here is we're doing some simple algebra. We're figuring out how many votes one candidate has, how many votes another candidate has, how many votes are left to count, and if the votes left to count aren't enough for the second place candidate to pass the first place candidate, then we make a race projection. So we've got to know three things: how many votes, say, Donald Trump has, how many votes Kamala Harris has, and how many votes are remaining. That's what we're doing tonight. That last variable is probably the hardest one, and the reason why some race projections are made early in the night and some race projections are made, as several days, if not weeks later.
All right, so we have something to debut for our viewers. This is the DDHQ election pulse. This is the probability to win based on all the data. It is on the bottom of the screen right now. Kamala Harris 40.8, Donald Trump 59.1. What does this take into account? What's it mean?
So what it's taking into account is all the votes that we're getting initially in Indiana, Kentucky, New Hampshire in about 5-10 minutes here. I can't see the clock. We're going to get a whole bunch more states online and throughout the night. And as we get those votes, the model's internalizing it and then creating a probability projection, not unlike what you see on sports when they do it with basketball and soccer and some of the other ones out there.
Hey, Scott, I've got one more question before we let you go get back to work. The question everybody wants to know is, when do I start seeing results? And you have told us that we need to watch Georgia and North Carolina for at least some good results in the early part of the evening.
Yeah, absolutely. We're about to see Georgia here shortly, North Carolina shortly after that. And I'd like to say we're going to get first votes just as we cross 7 o'clock. But again, these county officials are working real hard. They have to tabulate all these votes and they have to put them out. So I imagine Georgia and North Carolina, we will see a critical mass of votes probably late in the 7 o'clock hour, early 8 o'clock hour. And then for the rest of the night, they're going to be counting. I'm not sure when a projection will be made, but we've got to let them do their job. And they're pretty good at it. So I would hope that we're going to be able to make a projection of those two states tonight.
So those are two states that do a great job in counting the votes quickly. Two states, if Donald Trump wins both those states, he's on his way to a good evening. If Kamala Harris manages to pick off one of those states, it's going to be a nail-biter. Break up the Maylocks, in other words.
Correct. If Donald Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, we think he's got about an 85% chance, 85% chance of being the next president. And if Harris is able to win one of them, then we're probably in for a long night, if not a long couple of days.
Okay, Scott, get back to work. We'll check back in with you shortly. Thank you so much.
He's going to need the Maylocks. I don't think.
Maylocks.
I think a lot of people.
When's the last time?
Oh, come on!
Anyone said Maylocks?
Wasn't it a Maylocks moment? Was that
you just dated us.
So
because you said it and I laughed at it.
I know.
And
okay,
he was
so
like,
we're
what?
old, and Leland's like,
I did not have Maylocks on my 6 p.m. bingo card. How about that? But what I think we're missing, and Scott Traynor is one of the humblest guys. He's also one of the smartest. You can tell that because he can break these incredibly complex concepts down to these really simple ideas, which is really important and shows you how well he understands it. One of the things we're going to be able to extrapolate from Georgia and North Carolina is the counties, right? Fayette County, Georgia, Baldwin County, Georgia, Cabarrus County, North Carolina, Nash County, North Carolina. These counties that are very representative not only of their state in one way or another, but they're broken down in ways of population, women, men, black, white, Latino, Puerto Rican, on, that working class, college educated, that are going to help us understand how the night is going.
Right.
And that's
harbingers
really,
of what we might see in
and
other
that's what they're going to be drilling really deeply in. And that's why they're sitting there with those spreadsheets going through. And then we got Connell McShane here to do it for us on the big board.
Now, I don't know if, another trick or insider thing for you guys to know. I don't know that the campaigns start saying what they're hearing from people like us or vice versa. It really depends on who you're talking to in that moment. But the narrative in Georgia, the campaigns are matching the media, which is, well, Georgia is an economics story. Now, I know that NBC and CNN, a couple others, put out exits from Georgia that are late breaking. They all have the economy at the top. That's not unusual. It's unusual when it isn't the top. All the margins I've seen are at least 35 to 45% of voters saying the economy judged it. That's a pretty good index that state wound up being about perceptions about the economy. And we'll see when the numbers come out.
But just in Georgia?
Just in Georgia.
Yeah. So it different from the other states where exit polls are showing.
It's the only info I have.
The one thing I will say, having done this a lot and talked to voters a lot in this way, What people say is the economy is the most important, or when we heard from voters in Virginia that education is the most important issue, it can often be a very broad stroke for some other issue, that somehow education took over parents' rights and wokeness and DEI. And in the same way, I think to your point, democracy can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people when you say what's the most important issue to you.
Yeah.
The economy is going to loom large. Where and how, we'll see. They're starting to get the results here. 14, 13, 12 seconds. So after this break, we're going to have some results for you.
Can't wait.
Stay with us. Told you we were going to have results any second. It's 7 p.m. on the East Coast. Welcome to our News Nation viewers and those of you joining us on the CW. Polls just closed in 5 states, okay? One of them is going to be a big ticket, all right? Georgia, all right? Now, what do we know? There has been extension in different counties for up to an hour. Why? Long lines. Why are there long lines? This point in the election, what we see is today it was about participation, not glitches. I'm not getting any reports that I can pass along to you about the why that these counties. Other states will have more to talk about. So right now, DDHQ can project the winner of several states. So Leland, please do that for us.
All right, here we go. 60 electoral college votes up for grabs with polls closing at 7 p.m. In the state of Vermont, 3 electoral college votes. Decision Desk HQ now projecting Vice President Kamala Harris will win the state of Vermont, home state of Bernie Sanders. In Kentucky, 8 electoral college votes up for grabs. No surprise that Donald Trump has won Kentucky. There are a few counties in Kentucky, especially around Louisville, that we are going to be looking at to give us an idea about Ohio, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Connor will have those in a minute. In the state of South Carolina, home to Nikki Haley, 9 electoral college votes up for grabs. DDHQ now projecting Trump wins the state of South Carolina. In the state of Indiana, 11 electoral college votes up for grabs. DDHQ projecting Donald Trump will win the state. Again, some counties there that we will be looking at. And in the Commonwealth of Virginia, remember, this was a state that went for Joe Biden and then elected a Republican governor. 13 electoral college votes up for grabs. Donald Trump visited there this weekend. And as of right now, DDHQ is not ready to make a call because it is still too early. It is going to be a really interesting moment over the next couple of hours, guys, Chris and Elizabeth, to look at Virginia. And if there are counties, especially up around Washington, D.C., that are breaking for Kamala Harris, but not at the same margins they did for Joe Biden. We look down to Newport News, where there's a huge military sort of footprint, if you will. If that starts to break towards Donald Trump, that tells you, and we can extrapolate that through Pennsylvania and probably through Michigan, Donald Trump's having a good night.
In that batch of states, though, no surprises.
No, and there never is. Those are the states that we know from polling, from history. We see a couple of votes in the very beginning, and you can project that that's where they're going to go. The question's going to be, and the biggie in this is Georgia. We were told by Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, we'd have 80% of the votes somewhere between 8:30 and 9 o'clock.
80% of total votes?
80% of total votes.
Yeah.
That means all the early votes, absentee ballots, and today voting.
Yeah, and you
Boy,
think
they're efficient.
Well, they are efficient, and they've had record turnout. So the whole, remember the narrative when the All-Star game got taken away from Georgia, it was Jim Crow 2.0. I think we can disprove that with tonight's election.
And some of them, like South Carolina, I remember a little bit of talk with Obama that maybe he would have a chance there, but I don't think a Democrat has won there since, like Carter or something like that is probably the last time they got anybody. And remember, Carter was the governor of Georgia, so he was a little bit of a hometown boy. All right, so we're going to watch the numbers, but remember, as important as the results is going to be why they're coming in. All right, because you got to get your understanding of what this election was processed as by Americans in different parts of the country. So let's get perspective on exactly that. Bill O'Reilly, host of the No Spin News. Good to have you, my friend. Corey Lewandowski was just on. He said something that was interesting I want your take on. He said, there are several issues here that have been working well for Donald Trump. However, if the election comes down to a personality contest, he could lose. Harris could do well, he said. What's your interpretation of what that means?
I think it's gibberish. It all has to do with who turns out. So I got a call earlier today from somebody inside the Trump campaign. And I don't do the propaganda thing. We leave that to the network news. And I said, all right, what do you got that's new? What do you got that I don't know? And he said, initially, our exit polling, because the two parties do exit polling themselves, all right, shows that urban turnout is much lower than it was 4 years ago, while rural turnout is higher. Now, that's a harbinger for Trump. If the big cities like Atlanta and Charlotte, North Carolina, if they're not going Democrat the way they did 4 years ago, Trump will win the states. I think Trump will win both states. And your election guy, forgive me, I'm
Scott
old,
Tranter,
so I don't remember his name,
DDHQ.
but he's good. He was absolutely right that if Trump carries Georgia and North Carolina, he has a better than 80% chance of being reelected, no matter what happens, because the election is so predictable. Karl Rove on Fox News, and by the way, this is a message to Fox News, please stop your commentators and anchors from saying the words canary in a coal mine. There are no canaries on the ballot. You can't vote in a coal mine. I don't know why they're saying that over and over, but they are at Fox News. Please stop. Rove says that New Hampshire, because of the strong showing of Kelly Ayotte for governor, is going to be very close. He wouldn't hedge on a prediction, but if that's the case, then it's going to be a long night for Kamala Harris.
But listen, you know what they're doing. I mean, you can argue with their style, but this race is close, and people are looking for indications of outcome. And they're looking at New Hampshire as some kind of laboratory that if Trump can make it close there, then who knows where else it is close. I heard the same thing about urban turnout. I then heard 3-4 hours later that it wasn't so, that at least in Pennsylvania, around Philadelphia and Detroit in Michigan, that the turnout had then become robust. And they're happy with the numbers there now.
Okay, and I could absolutely, listen, I don't depend on political campaigns to tell the truth.
Yeah, they're in spin mode.
I'm not disparaging them, but they're in the business to throw out stuff. And this was early in the day. But what's interesting to me is that I haven't heard one word, and I tried today, Cuomo, to get something out of the Kamala Harris campaign. Nothing. Crickets. You guys get anything?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I got that I think is interesting. Trump outsourced the ground game, right, which was really interesting, and there are a lot of interesting private outfits that are involved for him. The Democrats were much more confident about what they were doing, which I thought was surprising to me because Harris had to inherit the Biden apparatus, right? There was a lot of talk today that they had found the secret sauce in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in as much as they were able to get good penetration into communities where they were seeing changes of votes. Now, you know from covering it forever, and I know from going out there and knocking on the doors in campaigns, it is rare that someone answers the door and just doesn't tell you what they need to do to get you out of there. You know, they don't have a lot of conversations. The Democrats said the way they had done the apparatus with what they call local community validators, people who come from communities that the people you're knocking on the doors know, that they had had good success with that in key places in Pennsylvania and Michigan. We'll see what it means to the result.
It doesn't mean anything, Cuomo. Don't worry about it. What means something is exit polling. Chris Wallace, our ex-colleague at Fox, works for CNN now.
Yep.
He cited an exit poll done by CNN that said 43% of people who have cast ballots. Remember, you can only ask people after they vote in an exit poll. 43% said They are dissatisfied with the country as it is now. And Wallace extrapolated that number to say that is doom. He didn't use the word doom. I think he used the word canary. No, he didn't,
he didn't say that.
He extrapolated the numbers, and that was bad news for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, listen, you and I have discussed this a lot. A grievance election is tough for the incumbent to win. You know, you're the historian. People usually get a second term, but when they don't, it is often because of an overwhelming, let's look at 1976, experience of grievance. That would be suggestive of a Trump victory unless he as a person overrides the grievance calculus. And I think that's what Corey Lewandowski was getting
nobody can. And nobody can. Look, the first campaign I covered was Grover, Cleveland, first time around. I think I was there. So Cleveland is the only guy who accomplished what Trump wants to accomplish.
Right.
So he was there. He loses to Benjamin Harrison, who was almost as dim as Joe Biden. And then the Americans said, we actually elected this guy, Benjamin Harrison. So they put Grover back because they had nobody else, and Grover comes back. All right? That's what Trump is trying to duplicate.
Did you get what
they
just told us?
do?
Hold on, Bill. You're going to want to hear this. So why is Trump calling into radio shows right now? Here's why. We're getting reports out of Pennsylvania that they have had ballot scanning software issues in 2 Pennsylvania counties that Trump had won by double digits. They're having to wait. People are leaving the lines.
Yeah, he's calling to tell people
they don't
to
want
stay
to
in
wait.
line.
He is calling to say stay in line.
Hey, Bill, I want to give you credit because you were the guy, and I think it was I who asked you on my show back in December of 2023, will it be Trump-Biden? And you said, no, Biden's going to drop out. That was December 2023. It is stunning to me that in an hour and now 10 minutes of coverage, Joe Biden's name, the president of the United States, who is, I think, at the White House watching returns, his name has not come up until Bill O'Reilly said it. Bill, you have been extraordinarily critical of President Biden. If Kamala Harris is elected, is that not vindication for him?
No, he's still going to go down as the second worst president in history. It's just a vilification of Donald Trump if Harris wins. It's the same vote that it was 4 years ago, either pro-Trump or against Trump. All right, Kamala Harris made no inroads anywhere with anybody because she couldn't answer a question. She has no well-defined policies. We don't know what she'll do in Ukraine. We don't know what she'll do in Gaza, how to bring down inflation. She's going to stop price gouging, but she doesn't explain how. She doesn't care about the border, in my opinion. So anybody voting for her and thinks that she's a policy genius is a moron. So it's, again, whether they want, the American people, we, the American people, to entrust power to Donald Trump. And that's what the election is all about.
Big Bill, please come back if you want at any time tonight. We're going to jump right now, but I appreciate your perspective as always. Thank you, sir. BillO'Reilly.com for the latest BillO'Reilly.com offerings. Amisha Cross, Democratic strategist, joins us now. How do you process, my friend, first of all, the ground game for the Harris campaign? You may have heard me talking to Bill O'Reilly that I had heard from several people that it was showing, I don't know the right way to describe it, I'll let you describe it, but that better than expected. What are they talking about and why? Wait. I can't hear Amisha. Amisha, are you muted?
My fault, sorry.
Gotta cause scandal. You gotta cause scandal, Cross. Cuomo mutes Cross. Thank you.
But at the end of the day, what we recognize is that this ground game has worked. You have somebody who was able to raise multi-millions of dollars in a very short amount of time, and Kamala Harris utilized that money very strategically in making sure that the ground game, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of foot soldiers across the battleground states. We're talking about canvassers knocking on doors, making those touches 4 to 5 times. We recognize that before somebody makes a decision of who they're going to vote for the most part, it is 4 to 5 times of touches that they have to have before they actually will go to that ballot box and make that choice. She was very strategic in understanding the places that have the highest propensity as well as the low propensity voters, extending into the the rural suburbs, extending into urban areas as well, and reaching multiple demographics with those. And I think you laughed a little bit before, but it's not actually funny. Community validators. Those validators matter. That is actually a strategic plan out of the Obama playbook, where you take people who are already trusted folks in the community. They act as surrogates. They're folks who can bring their people out, whether this is folks talking to those in the barbershops, people in the clergy and church community, members of the Divine Nine, Black fraternities and sororities, HBCUs, the Latino population, the Latino demographics. All of these people matter. So she's been able to expand the Democratic tent, but also to really reach into these demographics that may have previously wanted to sit this election out entirely.
Yeah. Hey, Misha, I'm curious. Kamala Harris clearly made a decision in the last 2 days, last 48 hours, 72 hours of her campaign, not to even mention Donald Trump by name. This is at a time when there's been a lot of people, even Trump's allies, saying he seemed to be going pretty far off message in some of his closing rallies. What do you make of that strategy by Harris not to even say his name?
Extremely smart. When you see somebody shooting themselves in both feet, there is no need to pile on. Donald Trump made a lot of consequential missteps, the Madison Square Garden rally being one of them. But in addition to that, making an unveiled threat to Liz Cheney. In addition to that, going out and almost calling the former First Lady the B word. Like, this is a guy who has done everything possible to basically disrupt his own campaign and to push women even further away than they already were, in addition to upsetting a aggrieved minority population that probably wasn't that politically motivated before, but sure as hell are right now. And we're seeing them organize across communities as well. And what right now are you hearing about turnout among especially minorities and among women? I mean, we've seen early polls. Are you seeing today any data, any sort of insight into what those votes are telling us as we wait and see them come in tonight? Well, we know that particularly in battleground states like Michigan, like Wisconsin, that the college vote is showing up loudly and proudly. There are lines around multiple blocks, making sure that they get their votes counted. But in addition to that, I think that we have to pay attention to, and I think that it was something that Chris mentioned earlier. In some of the urban centers, particularly around Atlanta and some of the surrounding suburbs, the voting totals today are a little bit lower, but that's because millions of people already voted. They had record turnout when it came to early voting. So I don't think we can discount urban centers because a lot of folks already cast those ballots.
All right, we will see if that bears out. Amisha Cross, thank you so much for joining us to give us the Democratic perspective. Let's go now to Chris Starwald. There are 7 counties in particular that we are going to be watching tonight, Chris, as these results come in, not because of the results in those counties per se, but of what they tell us about what might be happening in the rest of the country. What are they?
I've never been more in love with Forsyth County, Georgia in my whole life.
I've been there many times.
Well, you're good people. You're good people. Forsyth County, Georgia, which is not quite suburban Atlanta, kind of ex-urban Atlanta. It's up to the north. It's up to the northeast of Atlanta. Now, you don't care about whether or not Donald Trump's going to win this because he's going to win it bigly, right? You see that. But you see that the margin of victory dropped from 2016 to 2020. We're paying attention to this county because this is the beating heart of Trump's success with more affluent, more educated voters. You see that number, that 55.1% of residents of that county have a college degree. Now, we don't have any vote in yet, but pretty soon they're going to dump a bunch of vote in Forsyth County, Georgia. And that's going to tell us, right? We're looking here over in Indiana. We're looking at Boone County in Indiana, which is a similar county in Indiana. We've got a 9-point swing in Boone County, Indiana. It's a county very much like Forsyth County that went from this many points for Donald Trump in 2020, and it slid. He's still going to win it, but it slid 9 points toward the Democrats. If we can find evidence of that in Forsyth County, Georgia, that's good news for Democrats. If we can't, that's good news for Republicans.
Because that means that, what does that mean? Expand that out. Like, what is that a harbinger of?
There's a lot of Forsyth counties in these United States of ours. There's a lot of Boone counties in these United States, and they're in all these different states. There are voters like these. Again, more than half of these folks are college educated. They're pretty affluent. This is the old base of the Republican Party. These are the George W. Bush kind of Republicans. They softened in their support for Donald Trump from 2016 to 2020. Are they back? Are they coming back, or are they not? And then in 11 minutes, when the polls close in North Carolina, we're going to talk about Nash County. Yeah. I'm almost as into Nash County right now as I am into Forsyth County. I really like you, Nash County. And I like Nash County so much because this is the battle of the two bases. This is the battle of the two low propensity voters. This is a county that you can see there. It's not Metro Raleigh. This is a substantially rural, substantially working class county. Look at that college going rate, 21.9. This is the opposite of what you saw in Forsyth. These are, and you see that it's almost evenly divided between black and white voters. So this is the battle of the bases. Are black voters turning out for Kamala Harris, white voters turning out for Donald Trump? We see huge turnout, or indications of huge turnout in a lot of places. Are we going to see that there? And you see the narrow margins. 2016, Trump wins it by a little. 2020, Biden barely wins it. And remember, this is a state that Joe Biden lost only by about 75,000 votes. So that is the place where, after we look at Forsyth County, we see the college people. Here we see the working class voters. Okay. Now let's just real quick, come with me north. Let's go to Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania. Why not? Because it's cool. This is MAGA, 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 MAGA. If you want to see how MAGA America is doing, this is it, right? This is the county next to Butler County where the assassination attempt occurred. This is it. This is where Donald Trump, if he's going to win Pennsylvania, he's going to blow the doors off of it here. It's 92.6% white. This should be one of the most Republican counties in the state. And you see that even a small tick down from 2016 to 2020 was part of how he lost Pennsylvania. We'll watch that very closely. And then just file it for your notes for later on, cheeseheads. Ozaukee County, Wisconsin. These are the WOW counties north. These are the affluent suburbs north of Milwaukee. Up here, beautiful place, lovely people. Cheese is delicious. Rich, college educated. They're rich, they're college educated, they're overwhelmingly white, and they soured on Donald Trump from 2016 to 2020. Is Donald Trump hitting 2016-like numbers there or hitting 2020-like numbers there? And then, just because we'll tell you where they are, because we're going to come back and talk about these counties throughout the night, just to put them on your radar. Out west, you all make it very easy for us because there are very few counties, relatively speaking, but you can look at Washoe County, Nevada, home of Reno, biggest little city in the world. Reno is a Democratic county, but how Democratic? So this is the thing. If they're going to hold on there, you can see Washoe County there, up on the California border. And then, and you know it well, you know all about Reno.
I do. My family lives there.
And then we'll check the box and say the last one, Maricopa County, Arizona. That's 2/3 of the vote in Arizona is in Maricopa County, Arizona. They've got it all, right?
Yeah.
They've got Hispanic, they've got white. It's a big
border
city,
issues,
and they're all there.
Yeah, they've got
border issues. They got it all.
I worked in local news in Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah, all right. I've got the West covered for you, Maricopa and Washoe County.
You take the West. Yeah. I'm going to keep sweating these East Coast people.
Yeah, all right. Sorry. Thank you so much, Chris. We're going to go to a quick break. We've got the polls about to close in North Carolina. More races and results we're going to share with you in just a moment. Don't go away.
All right, 2 minutes and 50 seconds until polls close in the state of North Carolina. West Virginia will go for Donald Trump. North Carolina and Georgia are the two they are watching. And as we speak, there is sort of a tale of two counties for Donald Trump. In some ways, he is doing very well, better than expected. Some ways he is doing less well. Connell McShane, data first. Let's go to Osceola County
in Florida, sure.
Just south of Orlando.
Sure, it's always tough to extrapolate out early in the night on something like this, but we can take Osceola and do our best to do that, because some of these results, here it is, and what I like to do is historical comparisons, so you can look back to the last election in 2020. So this was a 56-43 Biden. So Harris, to your point, tracking below 51-48. So you look at that as one. The other place I've been looking at, it's a red state, so not a lot of attention, is Indiana. But in particular there, in Indiana, the one that's getting a lot of attention is Hamilton County, well-educated suburban area. So there's Hamilton highlighted just above Indianapolis, and then we come out here, and again, historical comparison, and Trump there's been tracking below, right? So he won by 7. This county moved 27 points to the left from 2012 to 2020. It was still +7 Trump, guys, but now you see it, it's Trump's up by less than a point. So that's the kind of thing early that you come out to, and we'll see where we go from here, but just 2 counties of all. One extrapolates one way and one does the other way, and it tracks with a close race, right?
It tracks with a close race. What's interesting is it also tracks with this realignment we've been talking about, and this is the first real data we have to support this idea of a realignment. Osceola County, working class, but has a high Puerto Rican population. That we were told Donald Trump was going to do terrible with Puerto Ricans because of the garbage comment at Madison Square Gardens. Turns out he's doing better than he did in that county, which is 25% Puerto Rican. Then you go to suburban, educated, wealthy, you'd think just north of Indianapolis. This is as Republican country club elite as you get.
As you get.
And Donald Trump is doing worse.
But it's what we're seeing, whereas it's a tale of two countries in many ways, divided by education levels, college degree versus non-college degree. And you're seeing that breakdown more and more.
It's breaking down less on, it used to always be, you could define everything by race and a little bit by sex. Now it's being defined much more by education, and you'd say sort of working class and sort of how people work and how people make their living. Not so much how much money they make, but how they make their living.
It's not an economic thing,
right.
It's an actual
It's the difference between
thing.
Plumbers and teachers. The plumbers may be making more money.
Right.
But the teachers are voting. The teachers are voting for Kamala Harris, and the plumbers are voting for Donald Trump.
One of the weird parts of the populist movement that has made Donald Trump its leader, spirit animal, whatever metaphor you want, is that a lot of the policies don't work for the people in the populist movement. They work for people echelons above in terms of socioeconomics. That's unusual. Bernie Sanders is more of the traditional populist. We want all those people to get taxed in a way that makes it give us a chance to catch up.
In 2016, we used to talk out on the trail about finding a Bernie Sanders voter, remember he was running against Hillary Clinton, who, if he wasn't going to vote for Bernie Sanders, or she wasn't going to, she was going to vote for Donald Trump. And that was like the unicorn, and it turns out they were everywhere.
Everywhere. Because grievance candidate, the question is, does versus Clinton and Harris, how much of a set-off of personality do you have? We all theorize that if it hadn't been Clinton,
Hillary Clinton.
Yes, if it hadn't been Hillary Clinton, Trump would have lost. The question is now, if it hadn't been Trump, would Harris lose if she winds up winning?
Very valid question.
We'll see.
All right, we're a minute and a half behind.
We're a minute and a half behind what?
Your script that says 7:30 Eastern.
Oh, then I should probably start reading it. If I read it really fast, do we catch up?
Maybe.
No, it's not how
we'll
time
try.
works. All right, 7:30 p.m. on the East Coast.
7:31.
Plus, all right? Polls just closed in 3 states, including North Carolina, which is important to watch. It's going to be early to call, but our partners at Decision Desk HQ say that's still close, but they are ready to make another round of projections, and that means back to Leland, always on time.
37 Electoral College votes up for grabs. None of these are surprises as the polls close. The state of West Virginia, the Mountaineer State, 4 Electoral College votes up for grabs. Decision Desk HQ now projecting former President Trump will win West Virginia. As you can see, 0% of the vote in. This was the Trumpiest state of all in 2020 and continues to go Trumpier. Also in West Virginia, Decision Desk HQ projecting that Republican Governor Jim Justice defeats Democrat Glenn Elliott to replace Joe Manchin in the U.S. Senate. That is a pickup for Republicans. We haven't even mentioned control of the Senate on this show, and that is going to play an enormous role in how America looks over the next 4 years. We'll keep a look on that. In the adjacent state of Ohio, it's too early to project a winner. Whether Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown will fend off a challenge by Republican Bernie Moreno. And that is going to be a key race to watch early in terms of whether or not we can call the Senate. As for the presidential contest in Ohio, 17 electoral votes up for grabs. DDHQ says it is too early to project a winner. So now we look at the race to 270, and that is what it goes. Whoever gets to 270 electoral college votes first, there you go. 32 for Donald Trump, 3 for Kamala Harris. And if you think about just in terms of time, as everyone is playing along at home, the fastest way that Donald Trump gets to 270 is Georgia and North Carolina, which have both closed, and then he wins either Pennsylvania or he wins Michigan and Wisconsin, and that's the night. That is his fastest route. Kamala Harris's route is a little more complicated. She's got to take the whole Rust Belt and then take Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, and she gets to 270.
Nebraska's 2nd congressional district? Is that
Nebraska and Maine.
Why?
Because Nebraska and Maine assign their electoral college votes.
There's that single district.
By congressional district. Whoever takes the state gets the 2 Senate votes, and then congressional district.
Okay, so Kamala Harris's easiest path to victory is the blue wall, which are the Rust Belt states, plus Nebraska.
Plus Nebraska.
That's
none of those have closed yet.
None of
So the fact that we've got Georgia, votes starting to come in, we should get a huge number of votes in the 8 o'clock hour from Georgia. North Carolina,
those are the 2 to watch
counts
right now.
pretty quick. If those states look good for Donald Trump, if he takes those states, then Kamala Harris to have a perfect run, and Donald Trump can win 9 different ways.
He can't, right. Then he's got to pick off one of the blue wall states or one of the other Sun Belt states, Nevada or Arizona, or both.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, look, what we're watching for is to see what happens, not so much in Georgia. It would be very surprising if that didn't go for Trump, but to see Pennsylvania and Michigan. If Harris doesn't win both of those,
well, those haven't
it becomes
split
very
since
tricky.
1992.
Yes,
they have
but
voted
it's very
in tandem,
tricky.
gone
That's
in
when it
tandem.
gets. That's when Connell's going to, you know,
and Connell
put on
brings
his
up
sneakers.
into us. But a lot of these counties, and the reason we talk about Osceola County in Florida, Hamilton County, Indiana, is they're harbingers of other counties, right? Because the sort of suburban, wealthy suburbs of Atlanta aren't that much different than the suburban, wealthy suburbs of Philadelphia or Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think you could argue Florida is a different state than it was. A post-COVID Florida is probably a different state than it was years ago, and then looks like it's going really red tonight so far, by the way. But look, we have some votes. I can go to some vote totals. It's interesting in both Florida and Georgia if we go to the wall. By the way, I should explain this throughout the night when we look at raw totals at 4.5 million to 3.6 million. We have this thing called win probability that you've probably seen on the screen. It'll be up on our big board as well. Basically 60-40 Trump, but that's the odds of one winning versus the other. So the Florida vote is going to go, and the Senate race where Rick Scott is running is tracking in a similar fashion. The results have been positive for Trump. We can go historical comparison on this if we want. Statewide in Florida compares 2020 numbers, 2024 numbers, with almost 60% of the vote in. He's tracking ahead of that. Again, red numbers that the Republicans will like in Florida. We got the first batch of votes in Georgia. I was just looking at the analysis. We'll come out for a second here from DDHQ on this and bring up the state of Georgia, the first real swing state that we're watching, and they were positive for Trump. Again, this early, go historical comparison. Keep in mind it's only 8% of the vote in, but why are they positive for Trump? Some of these, just looked at this before I ran up here, real red counties down in the southeastern part of the state. Trump's running up the score. Yep. So this one, Camden County, they already have 78. See down here at the bottom, they have 78% of the vote in. And Trump was at 64, now it's at 67.5. And right next to it, you see the same thing in a place like Brantley County, again, where they have a decent amount of their vote in, guys. Trump's tracking a little bit ahead. So that looks like, Chris is right, it wouldn't be a surprise if Georgia, of the two, North Carolina, Georgia, if you're Harris, you probably think maybe I got a better shot in North Carolina. I heard you guys talking about the split earlier, but the early numbers, and it's early, are good for Trump in Georgia.
So I want to bring in Frank Luntz, who is a pollster legend, understands the country very well and this dynamic. Frank, it's good to have you. I want you to hear this reporting because I know you care about this stuff as well. My producer, Ben Norbitz, is tracking allegations that come up of funky stuff at the polls and what the realities are. So there's stuff that's running around on social media that we can correct very quickly. In Nevada, there has been a significant level of rejected ballots due to matching signature issues in a county that is a Democrat stronghold. Now, I went through this today when I was voting. This is a thing, signature matching. I know it harkens to the issue of voter ID, but that's not my point, not tonight. So they are going through that process. Voters can take steps to cure the rejected ballot through November 12. So the idea that there is nothing you can do, that's not true. In Milwaukee, Wisconsin, there was an issue with ballot tabulators. All right, the doors weren't being properly closed. What does that mean? They have to retabulate 30,000 votes. The suggestion it won't be able to happen, untrue. They're going to be able to get it done. They're still on time. Polling locations in Georgia, the ones that got the bomb threats, and you can believe they came from wherever you want. I don't really care what you think about that, but they are extending in those counties to deal with the delay. So Fulton, DeKalb, and Cobb counties, all very important counties. They're big populations. They will all, 12 polling places in all, will be extended because of those threats. So far, Frank, is this race what you expected at this point on Election Day?
It's almost exactly what I expected, and it's what the polls showed. The fact is, there has been no last-minute surge for Trump, no last-minute surge for Harris. In fact, all 7 states, I believe, by the time the counting is done, will be, all 7 of them will be within 3%. Some of them are going to be within 1%. That's how close this is. So we're not going to get a result tonight or tomorrow night. I don't want people turning the channel, so I apologize for that. But everything says that this is going to take a while to do, and we better do it right, because Americans won't forgive us if we don't. That's number one. Number two is that we still are looking at Harris doing even better among older women than we had expected maybe 30 days ago. Donald Trump continuing to poll well among union members, particularly in those industrial Midwestern states. And that, when you look at it, probably the key vote that will determine this is going to be Hispanics and Latinos and what they do in Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada. In the end, they may make a small percentage of the population, but they are essential in whoever getting a majority of the vote. And one last group, Dearborn, Michigan, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans. There could be up to 100,000 voters considering whether or not to participate. We do not know what the turnout is among those people right now and whether or not they skipped the presidential ballot. But make no mistake, they in Michigan and union members in the industrial states and Latinos in Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, those are the key votes, and that's going to determine who wins and who loses.
Frank, you brought up Arab population. As a member of the Mishpucha, what about the 300,000 or so Jewish voters around Philadelphia who may have hard feelings about the hard left?
And in fact, let me put some statistics behind it. I've seen polling within the Jewish community that shows only 60% going for Harris. And that's historically very, very low. Traditionally, Democratic, Jewish voters vote Democrat 75-25. So if it really is 60-40 in Pennsylvania, that's going to make a big difference. And that's why we are, even now with the polls closing, we are still wondering what's going to happen when this is all over.
What is your biggest thing to watch? You said the Latino vote. Specifically, are you looking at a number of counties? Is this going to be another one of those races where it comes down to a dozen or 15 counties in the country that determines the race?
Exactly. It's specific groups in specific regions in specific states, because in the end, the other states really don't matter. And I'll be watching that, but I'm more concerned about what you just described in the opening of this segment. The fact that we're already seeing some irregularities, at least accusations of them. And I'm most concerned that the American people trust the electoral process and have faith and confidence that every vote from every legal voter is counted and every count is verified. To me, that's the most important lesson of the next 24 or 48 hours. Do we trust the outcome? And it's so essential to the future of our democracy.
Yeah, I got to tell you, one thing we got going for us, two things. One is, as you know this very well, Frank, especially where you're teaching right now, there's a lot more that holds us together than what people are using to drive us apart. And if you voted in person, you get a beautiful demonstration of democracy in action, and all these people volunteering, everybody being on their best, everybody taking it so seriously. There's a boost in there, too, that the politicians can't take away from us because we've got our lying eyes and ears. Frank Luntz, thank you very much. Appreciate you. I'll check in with you throughout the night. It's good to have you here. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be watching as our poll clock tells us that we're going to get new data. Now, we're starting to get into the thick of the game here, okay? Once you get into 8 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, now these next couple hours, you're going to start to have a lot of math to do. We'll be doing it with you, but this is when it starts to get real. The polls are going to start closing in the places that matter, county by county, region by region, and we'll be with you. So stay with News Nation.
All right, polls are closing in some parts of the country. Results are starting to come in some parts of the country. Donald Trump is out to an early electoral college lead, but it is very, very early, and there is a lot of counting and tallying yet to come. And we just have you were just having a really interesting conversation with Frank Luntz about the polls, and he was talking about how close he thinks this is going to be and that we're going to be here for a long time. Interesting, we have this from our embedded reporter with the Harris campaign. They are feeling good, according to the Harris sources. As of 4:30 p.m., they say there are huge lines in Appalachia State, at UNLV in Nevada, Las Vegas, Lehigh, Lafayette, Temple universities in Pennsylvania. 8 college campuses in Wisconsin have 1 to 2 hour long waits, lines of kids, and the Harris campaign is now using surrogates to call these students and encourage them to not leave, to stay in line and wait it out for their chance to vote.
And they're sending pizzas. If you stay, you can go home with a pizza.
Yeah, and they're having Jennifer Garner, an actress, Josh Gad, Mark Cuban, Demi Lovato, are all FaceTiming with these students who are waiting in line to vote to get them to vote.
There's something here, right? And we saw it last night in the split screen. I anchored late, and we took both Kamala Harris's rally, closing argument rally,
I was watching
in Philadelphia. Thank you for staying up. And Donald Trump's in Grand Rapids. And the split screen was telling. Philadelphia with Kamala Harris was Lady Gaga and all the stars and rap groups that I didn't know the name of. And then, it was Donald Trump in an arena in Grand Rapids with a bunch of guys wearing hard hats.
Yeah.
And union voters who are now moving, working class voters, a lot of Hispanics, and that's who they want you to see behind them, right? You know, those are very manufactured moments, you know, from politics for so long. And this is what we're seeing right now in terms of who the two campaigns are dealing with.
And to that turnout, the Harris campaign is reporting Philadelphia turnout looks strong. They say as of 5:30, they've exceeded the 2016 raw turnout. As of 5 p.m. in 3 Philadelphia wards with high densities of Puerto Rican voters, crowdsourced turnout numbers indicate turnout has reached 100%.
I'm not, of all the spin I have gotten from various campaigns, crowdsourced turnout numbers are not exactly.
Huge disclaimer on that one. We'll see. We'll see how the numbers are.
Good for the Boricuans, though. You know? I mean, it's not the way you want to become relevant that somebody says something, but it's nice that they're having a moment.
I just listen. It's a very proud community.
Oh, yeah.
I will tell you that.
Look, it's a very proud community, but I think, you know, when you think about the change we have seen towards Donald Trump in the you know, what do you call it, the Latino community, Latin American immigrants, whatever. I'll go back to Osceola County in Florida, that Donald Trump is doing 5 or 6 points better than he did in 2020.
Yeah.
And that is the largest Puerto Rican population in Florida, in that county.
But some of it was the cultural adaptation and understanding of...
Those are big words. I don't understand. All I'm saying is that when we're talking about turnout of this group versus this group to this group, you got to be careful. Both campaigns should be careful in terms of we don't know where these blocks of voters, especially these sub-blocks, are moving because politics is shifting.
All right.
That's true, but it's not that politics are shifting. The awareness that not everybody with a Z at the end of their name is from Mexico is a big part of it also. To people who grew up within the culture, they've already known that Cubans are different than Puerto Ricans.
And Puerto Ricans, from Dominicans.
Right, and that the family, I mean, you and I are not surprised to hear that Latino families are conservative. I mean, these are heavy religious, they are heavy family,
Catholic,
they are heavy conservative values people. So the idea that they would gravitate is not surprising. It's not surprising.
All right, let's check in with our News Nation correspondent team. Elizabeth Pran is live for us in Georgia at a GOP watch party in Atlanta. Elizabeth, what's the energy like there? Are you hearing anything about turnout? I know that the polls there have closed. Now they're just waiting for the results.
Yes, you're right. So we are at a GOP event here in Buckhead. I will say that every time a possible projection comes across the screen, you hear cheering. A lot of positive voters here. I will say that the polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern. There was some delay. We heard from Secretary Raffensperger a little bit earlier today, and he said just about 15 precincts did have either a 20 to a 58-minute delay. They had text or emailed bomb threats. He said they were Russian sources. His statement and said that Russia was messing with the wrong Georgia on the wrong side of the Dead Sea. And so he said, do not mess with Georgians. If you look at some of the demographics of those early voters, that 4 million early voters, we look at the demographics there, and we see that there's a higher rural turnout. We see that there's a high turnout between the ages of 60 and 64, and 55% female. So, Elizabeth, do as you will with some of those statistics. But as I mentioned, those 4 million was appalling for some of that early voting turnout.
All right. We will be keeping an eye on Georgia, one of the earlier states to report its results tonight. The other state we're watching in the early tally category is, of course, North Carolina, because if Donald Trump wins both Georgia and North Carolina, he is almost assured of a victory tonight. Brian Enton is live at the North Carolina GOP watch party. Brian, how's it going there?
It's going well, Elizabeth. I think people are pretty optimistic. You know, the polls closed here about 20 minutes ago or so. We know that they've started counting the absentee votes. That started at 7:30. They'll get through those, we're told, in about an hour and a half. Then will come the early votes, and then they will start counting the votes from today. So we should get solid numbers in a couple of hours here coming out of North Carolina, hopefully, they say. I was just wandering around the room here at the GOP party in Wake County, which is Raleigh. People feeling optimistic, as I said, what concerns you, though? What are you worried about tonight? And it all goes back to the independents. There's a lot of them here in North Carolina. There's a lot of people who have moved into North Carolina over the last couple of years. I mean, Raleigh alone has doubled in size over the last 20 years, and a lot of those people are independents, and that's sort of the unknown factor here. And I think that's what's got people here at the GOP, and Democrats, too, to be frank, also a little bit concerned, a little bit of an unknown. Elizabeth?
All right, Brian Enton at the GOP watch party in North Carolina. Those two states, you know, Georgia and North Carolina, so they're really good at what they do, thank goodness, because if it was like the rest of the country where we're going to be sitting around waiting for results, perhaps days on end, we would have absolutely no idea. But we will at least have a gut instinct for how it is looking for each of the campaigns in a couple of hours when we get results from Georgia and North Carolina.
Yeah, you need it. You need the data because, as we were saying earlier, time and confidence are inverse curves.
I need a graph to do inverse curves. I'm now having like nightmares.
All right, here.
High school geometry.
As time goes like this, confidence goes like this. Okay, so the longer it takes, the less confidence people have.
Okay.
So
and
you want to get things done.
The more space there is for high
Let's talk about why North Carolina and Georgia are so important. And if we put up the map, 270 to win. That's the number to keep in mind. 270 electoral college votes gets you the presidency. And it's very simple when we put it up. Right now, it's 3 to 32. If Donald Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina, those two states, he must win either or can win Pennsylvania or a combination of Michigan and Wisconsin, and the night is over. So that is the fastest, and Donald Trump has a lot more pass to an electoral college victory than Kamala Harris does. And if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, it cuts off an enormous amount of Kamala Harris's pass. We look at Washington, D.C., that's the Decision Desk HQ war room. They're the ones who are crunching the numbers that are coming in from Georgia. North Carolina, Georgia, we should get a huge dump, as they call it, a data dump of ballots there. North Carolina, they're looking at counties around Raleigh, not far from where Brian Nenton was, to give us a sense of how these two states are going.
And if you said if Donald Trump wins both those states, 86% chance of winning?
Yeah, 85% chance of winning.
When they almost always win them. North Carolina, you had, what, Bill Clinton won it. Georgia in 2020, obviously it swung, but before that it hadn't gone since like Obama. But why?
Right. You look at the DDHQ election pulse right now, it's giving Donald Trump 2/3 chance of winning the presidency. I've been watching a couple of things. I've been watching the betting markets that are now moving with this data heavily.
The betting markets mean nothing.
Well, the Vegas
they mean people are putting
some of the other metrics, though, you can juice them.
Oh, yeah, like Polymarket with the one guy in France who put $30 million down.
People are betting how they're feeling. Kind of a wild metric is Donald Trump's stock that owns Truth Social, right, that trades. It had crashed over the past couple of days. It skyrocketed in the past couple of hours.
At what time did it start to skyrocket?
After the polls started closing.
Huh.
And also Bitcoin, because J.D. Vance is seen as very friendly towards Bitcoin.
Because he used to invest in it.
Oh, Peter Thiel.
Yeah.
And, well, he's
and he's invested in it.
I mean, again, a populist movement where your vice president is a crypto guy. You know, that is not for the working man.
Who has been helped and aided and shaped and promoted by a mega billionaire.
It's an interesting dynamic that Leland is outlining for us. And that's why it's so confusing for so many folks in this country. But I understand what you're saying, but I do think you got to put meat on the bones for the people watching. If Republicans almost always win those two states, why are they such a bellwether for whether or not Harris has a chance?
It's a great question. The issue is how many different paths does Kamala Harris have? How many different combinations does she have to put together in her probabilities of winning all those other states, right? So if Trump takes Georgia and North Carolina, Kamala Harris effectively has to sweep the Rust Belt. The blue wall. She has to hold the blue wall. And the probabilities in each of those, last thing I'll give you, we pretend that each of these states are individual, and they are. But the polling models that are used are pretty similar to each state. Therefore, the thought is, if the polls were wrong and Donald Trump's going to win and do well in Georgia and North Carolina, that tends to mean he's going to do better, right? Because in Michigan, because suburban Atlanta and suburban Grand Rapids have some similarities.
But the polls have showed him doing well or winning or within the margin. I mean, that's the thing. The polls this year are within the margin of error for everyone, everywhere.
If the polls are wrong like they were in 2016, Donald Trump's going to have a great night. If they were wrong like they were in 2022, Kamala Harris does.
Okay.
But look, 35 seconds, and the voters have to get to speak, and we don't have to talk about the polls. Talk about real data, especially in Florida, which is going to be very interesting.
Got a bunch of states coming up that are going to make a difference in shaping what's happening in this election. But here's the good news, okay? As far as I can tell to this point at almost 8 o'clock Eastern, we're all still in it together and watching what's happening. The drama index is low, and that's the way we got to keep it. All right, it is now 8 p.m. on the East Coast. Welcome to our News Nation viewers and our brothers and sisters on the CW. It's good to have you here at News Nation. Polls just closed in 15 states and the District of Columbia, as well as most of Pennsylvania. Got to put an asterisk on Pennsylvania, though. We'll discuss. Some of the counties in that state have had to extend voting hours until as late as 10 p.m. because of technical difficulties. So it's good. Let's go to Leland and get some projections.
All right, busiest hour of the night, 171 electoral college votes up for grabs in the presidential race, plus a few key races that will decide the balance of power in the House and the Senate. The Senate will be key to see how America looks. In the state of Florida, 30 electoral college votes. Decision Desk HQ can now project former President Trump will win. The margin here is significant, and the counties that he won in will be very significant throughout the night. State of Alabama, 9 Electoral College votes up for grabs. DDHQ now projecting Donald Trump will win there. Mississippi, also 6 Electoral College votes up for grabs. DDHQ projecting Trump wins the state of Mississippi. In the volunteer state of Tennessee, 11 Electoral College votes on the table. DDHQ now projecting Trump wins the state of Tennessee. The Show Me State, my home state of Missouri, 10 Electoral College votes up for grabs. DDHQ now projecting Trump wins Missouri. Oklahoma, 7 Electoral College votes up for grabs. DDHQ projecting Trump wins there. Massachusetts, 11 Electoral College votes up for grabs in Massachusetts. DDHQ projecting Vice President Kamala Harris wins Massachusetts. In Rhode Island, 4 Electoral College votes up for grabs. DDHQ projecting Harris wins Rhode Island. Maryland, 10 Electoral College votes up for grabs. DDHQ now projecting Harris wins Maryland. In the District of Columbia, 3 Electoral College votes up for grabs. No surprise. DDHQ projecting Harris wins D.C. So now we take a look at the race to 270. Trump, the Republicans always out to an early lead. The early map favors Republicans. Kamala Harris at 31. None of the key states, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, isn't even close. None of the key states we've been able to make a projection. Turning to the Senate, DDHQ now projecting Republican Florida Senator Rick Scott wins a second term by defeating the Democratic challenger there. It's too early to call a couple of other Senate races, and this is where it's going to get interesting. Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, a Democrat's been challenged by Republican David McCormick. If Donald Trump is having a very good night, McCormick might win there. That would be huge for Republicans. Maryland, Republican Larry Hogan is vying to take on Democrat Angela Brooks to replace a sitting retiring Senator Ben Cardin. He's a Democrat. That's a long shot for Republicans in Maryland, but it's possible. Too early there. Also too early to project a winner in the closely watched gubernatorial election in New Hampshire. Democrat Joyce Craig is competing with Republican Kelly Ayotte to succeed outgoing Republican governor and oftentimes guest on Chris Cuomo's show, Chris Sununu.
I wonder what he does next. Sununu, by the way, he's got a lot of career in front of him. You know, we raced through something. That was a great recitation of the facts as we.
I'm going to have some water now.
By the way, Leland, go ahead. You should. That was a nice job. So we were talking before about one of the races to watch. Florida, supposed to go red in the current environment. Margin, as Leland suggested, maybe a little bit more surprising, as looked at through the lens of Senator Scott. He has won with small margins in each of his, I guess, 3 races. Not tonight. Not on the basis of those numbers that we just saw. Some 700 votes right now, 700,000 votes separate them.
All right, we've also been reporting on, there's been a lot going on in Georgia, which is one of the first states we expect to hear from. Let's bring in right now Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, who is on the phone with us. Tell us, first of all, what happened with these bomb threats that were called in today, and how much disruption are you experiencing, and how many different poll locations?
It was 12. Good evening. In Georgia, we had 12 precincts that stayed open 20 to 30 minutes later just because of the bomb threats, but it's now past 8 o'clock, and all the precincts are closed throughout the entire state of Georgia. And we had a total of 5,222,397 votes cast so far, which would be the votes from today, which was a record, the early voting, which was a record, and then also the absentee votes. So out of that so far, 1.7 million ballots are up on the board listed, which is about 32%, 33%. So we're continuing on. And next hour, we should have probably double that number posted on our leaderboard.
Were you given great meaning to the keep calm and carry on, because that had to rattle people, and I know you had bomb-sniffing dogs looking through the locations. They were bogus threats from Russia, we think?
That's what the FBI said, and so we got that notice out to people that it was a hoax, was from Russia, and many of the law enforcement agencies said just continue on voting. Most of the precincts did. A few just wanted to make sure that it was safe, and so they did check, and that was those 12 precincts. But all things, we just had 3 other precincts that had that normal election morning stuff that just caused a few delays, so 15 total. But they're all finished up, and now they're buttoning it up and reporting results. And we got 33% in, and that's out there posted on our website. and heading towards 5.22 million votes to get reported to you before the end of the night.
5.22 million total votes cast in Georgia?
That's a new record. Yes, it is.
Wow. That is fantastic.
200,000 more than we had in 2020.
200,000 more. And is everything going smoothly with the counting? At what point do you think we will have all those votes counted?
Before the end of the night.
Meaning 11 p.m., midnight?
No, I checked when sunrise is, so that's giving me kind of some leeway. But they're working hard, and we did put in state law that all the early voting that we had, which was a record, and that was 3.9 million, 4 million, and 33,000, including the absentee votes. That all has to be reported 1 hour after the polls closed, and some of the polls just finally closed, and they were some of the larger counties. But that'll get uploaded, and you'll see that in the next hour.
And just because I want you to give you the ability and the chance to reassure everybody, everything is going smoothly. There are no hiccups. I mean, the bomb threats were Russia bad acts. The count is all going smoothly with your record turnout.
Yeah, we worked through the bomb threats. We just put our head down and realized it was a hoax. And so it wasn't a major disruption. It's just an annoyance that people would be pestering us on Election Day. But we're at 1.7 million, and we're now just up to 1.8 million since we've been talking. So we're continuing to upload that, and you can see it at sos.ga.gov.
All right.
Mr. Secretary, just before you go, sir, I have to ask, because record turnout counted before the sun comes up. I'm old enough to remember when Georgia was accused of Jim Crow 2.0 with your changes to election law. Is in a way tonight vindication for you?
Well, at the end of the day, I've led on making sure that people understand that Georgia leads the nation and making sure we have fast, secure, and accurate elections, and that's what we're proving. We're working on getting that well before, sunrise, but we don't want to put a time on it because it's up to the counties, but they're working feverishly. They want to be done 10:30, 11 o'clock. Larger counties take a little longer. But that's the kind of results we want to get the people of Georgia, but also the entire nation, because we know we're one of the 7 states that are key to whoever will be the next president of the United States of America.
Well, and it's a responsibility you take seriously, sir, and have done so with aplomb and a great sense of honor and integrity over the past 8 years. And I think everybody in America, no matter what their political persuasions are, should be grateful to you, sir. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Just next door to Georgia, DDHQ, Decision Desk HQ, now projecting that the North Carolina governor will be Democrat Josh Stein, winning right now with a pretty heavy margin over Mark Robinson. Mark Robinson, the lieutenant governor with, shall we say, some unusual worldviews.
That is about
an understatement.
Yeah, massive.
But also, he was the guy who Donald Trump called Martin Luther King version on steroids. And this speaks to a problem that Donald Trump had in 2020, Republicans had in 2022, of hand-picked candidates by Donald Trump who ended up hurting Republicans across the board. George Wills, NewsNation's senior political contributor, is with us from Washington. Boy, in terms of having Mark Robinson on the ticket in North Carolina, if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina, a big part of it, I think, will be the pick of Mark Robinson.
That's so if, and this is a big if people in North Carolina are going to split their tickets. One of the things that interests me, Leland, about tonight is whether or not we're going to have to extend the Endangered Species Act to a category of voters, those who actually do split their tickets, who vote for a president of one party and a senator, a congressman, or a governor of the other party. In the last 2 election cycles, 2020 and 2022, there have been 69 Senate elections. Only one was won by a candidate from the party that did not carry that state in the previous presidential election. That was Susan Collins in Maine. So there's a great sense here that our parties have become intellectually and ideologically monochrome and homogenous. Political scientists used to say, wouldn't it be wonderful if we had 2 monochrome parties, liberal and conservative, and then we'd duke it out? We've got that now, and is everyone happy? I don't think so.
No, 60% or more of Americans say they wish they had a different choice. So there you go. Bring in Chris Steyerwalt also in Washington with us. Chris, there's that combination I think that George brought up that I guess the data guys call correlation, right, of how correlated all these races are going to be. If Donald Trump starts doing well, or if Kamala Harris starts doing well in Pennsylvania and in Michigan and in Wisconsin, what does that mean for control of the U.S. Senate and those 3 Senate seats?
Well, I reckon we're getting ready to find out. Here's what I'm observing right now. Right now, I am observing that red places are getting redder, blue places are getting bluer. Rural precincts are getting more Republican. Suburban precincts are getting more Democratic. Now, we've got some outliers on that. We've got Loudoun County, Virginia, a suburban county in Metro Washington, one of the wealthiest counties in the country. Donald Trump's still going to win it, or Kamala Harris is still going to win it, but the margin has been cut substantially. I told you that we would know early in the evening what of the 3 scenarios we were looking at. Are we looking at the breezes blowing in one direction or another direction? Right now, the breeze is blowing that the polls were pretty good and that we are tracking for a race where I hope everybody is up on their Pennsylvania geographic history. I hope everybody is vibing on PA, because what it looks like right now, and it's very early in the evening, but Donald Trump's doing everything that he needs to do to win the states that he has to win in the South. Now we will soon, in moments, be turning our attention to the North and seeing whether Kamala Harris is getting it done there. If that's the story tonight, then we are in for a goat rodeo in Pennsylvania in what could be an extraordinarily close race.
I didn't know there were a lot of goats in Pennsylvania. I think it was more cows, but either way, whatever, pick your farm animal. Connell McShane with us here. Connell, in terms of Donald Trump doing well in the counties he needs to do well in Georgia and in North Carolina, take us through those, take us through the margins.
Well, I think Chris is 100% right that he's doing exactly what he needs to do, especially in rural areas of Georgia. It's an open question in North Carolina. We can go to the board for a moment, and we have the North Carolina governor's race. So I think this is interesting. We called it, as you said, for Stein. So it's 60-36, right, give or take, for Stein. And what you want to look at right now, and we're only 8% in as we make the calls, but just throughout the night, is how does this track? I'm going to go to the presidential race with what Kamala Harris is doing in the same state in North Carolina. So here we go. All right, 9% of the vote is in. There you see the overall total. So she's at 52 to 46.7. And then, we'll start digging into certain counties in North Carolina and see, if she's making her numbers around Raleigh, where Brian Enton was reporting from earlier, starting to get some numbers in there. I don't think it's indicative yet with only 6% of the vote in, but again, needs to add to our margins there. And I think what I would say, guys, big picture on this, we'll back it out here for a moment to the overall race, is that when we look, we had Trump up at about 70% win probability. Now it's 62-38 overall. Remember earlier we were talking about this road to 270. North Carolina is the question mark, right? Because when we look at our map over here right now, let's just say for argument's sake that we do call Georgia and make it red. So it would get Trump up to 235. And remember the stats we gave earlier for those who weren't with us? If North Carolina goes blue, like if Harris wins there, obviously still a shot, it's early. See what happens? Trump's has a much more difficult path, where if it's red, if North Carolina is red, DDHQ's done the analysis, Trump's odds of victory go up over 85%. So I would say right now, North Carolina is our question mark before we get on to what Chris was talking about, Pennsylvania. So yeah, we'll have Pennsylvania later, but North Carolina is still an open question.
North Carolina, it's interesting. Chris said, Steyerwalt, the red's getting redder, the blue's getting bluer. But North Carolina is an actual interesting look at the true change in the American electorate, which is the largest population is unaffiliated, also known as independent. They're almost 40%.
You have competing things happening in North Carolina. I'll bring back George and Steyerwalt just for another round of questions. But Steyerwalt, you think about North Carolina, it has all of the things, right? It has the military with Fort Bragg, now Fort Liberty. You've got Charlotte with tech and banking. You've got still sort of the rural South that exists. And you have the X factor that we still don't know about in another presidential election, which is all the people who move south because of COVID.
Well, sure. North Carolina has, if we can just indulge my obsession with Nash County, North Carolina. If we can, if you will indulge me once again with Nash County.
This is Mr. McShane pulling up Nash County as we speak.
I don't know if we have. Yeah, we do have some results. Here we go. Yep. Here you go. Go ahead.
Tell me, Brother McShane, what are you cooking up over there in Nash County?
With all of 2% of the vote in, well, I'm cooking up.
Well, there.
A 60,
how come
40,
we haven't called it yet? We've already got 2% of the vote in Nash. It's clear we're done. No, if you, to your point, Leland, we focus on Charlotte. We focus on Mecklenburg County. We also talk about Wake County, of course. But as you say, so much of North Carolina is rural. And the way, if Donald Trump's going to win the presidency, he's going to do it with rural voters, right? He's going to do it with rural voters because they're going to run up the score in the country and then offset any losses in the suburbs. If the suburbs have moved left, half of the electorate is suburban in the United States. If Kamala Harris can nudge the suburbs just a point, just 2 points, right, then that's all over. But if Donald Trump can drive up his vote share in rural places and win there, turn out huge numbers in those places, right, he can offset that, and that fits that narrative about deadlock.
But Wake County's right next door, Chris, so that's the other way around. These affluent areas, highly educated areas, that Kamala Harris can run it up, and we might see that, you know, when the other states start coming in, then you kind of a face-off, and we're back to square one, and maybe that's why the race is so close, if they're both making their numbers where they need to make their numbers.
Yes, these voters are driving me crazy right now because they're all. I was ready for anything except for the polls to be right because the polls are always wrong. The polls are always wrong. We just don't know by how much, and we don't know in which direction. And what we're getting right now is that the polls were correct so far in predicting what looks like a very close race in the Electoral College, and the states basically behaving, and the red states being red and the blue states being blue.
I just want to ask George Will one more question before we get to the panel. George, part of the problem that both Steyerwalt, Connell, and every other data guy, Scott Traynor, who's running the decision desk, has been talking about is this realignment of American politics based, as Elizabeth said, on education and not by race or by gender or even by where they live, but education, rural versus urban, traditional versus progressive values. When was the last time we saw this realignment? How long did it take? Is it over? Is 2024 the end, or does this divide continue?
I don't think we've ever before seen anything like today's diploma divide, because until the last couple generations, so few Americans went to college. It still is the case, Leland, that 2/3 of Americans do not have college degrees. That cohort, however, is not growing. We're going to send more and more people to college. There's been, rightly or wrongly, and I think wrongly, a public exhortation of college for all. But clearly the college cohort is going to grow, and the non-college is going to shrink as a portion of the electorate. This is good news for the Democrats, but not good news very fast.
All right. George, Chris, stay with us. Obviously, Connell's here at the big board. Chris?
Yeah, also, I don't know about that. I mean, you know, we know as parents, yeah, you want your kids to go to college, but there are a lot of kids who are looking at the artisan class again in terms of the economic realities for
And
the
the
five
trades.
members of the trades. That's what I mean.
Yeah. Well, by
every
the way,
five members of the trades.
I have tons of parents who sent their kids to college, only to have their kids move back home.
Yeah, it's not for everybody.
So.
It's not a great investment.
Yeah.
Return on investment isn't great. Where I live out in Suffolk County, you know, their kids there, they get into the trades either as apprentices or through their families, and they're running businesses. And so the idea that college for all, I don't know. We may be on the other side of that.
The only way.
Right, as a pragmatic consideration. All right, so let's talk about how people are seeing the theory of the case tonight and which way this election goes. Amisha Cross, Democratic strategist. Mick Mulvaney, former acting White House chief of staff under President Donald Trump. Good to have you both. Amisha, when you look at North Carolina, is that a state that you believe Harris-Walz seriously consider taking?
I believe so, especially, and I'm hearing from the campaign, they're seeing several of the college-age demographic, college students who have lined up across the state to come out and vote for Harris. We're seeing movement amongst women from various demographics who've also come out in support. North Carolina is a tough state. It was always going to be a tough state for Kamala Harris and any Democrat that was running. But I do think that she remains largely competitive there. And over the next few hours, time will tell.
And time will tell, but how aware are you guys of the scenarios if Georgia and North Carolina go to Trump? Amisha.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know who you were talking to. If Georgia and North Carolina go to Trump, I think that it was said previously, and I agree with that. At the end of the day, Kamala Harris will have to take all the blue wall states. I think that there's a pretty good shot for Kamala Harris in Georgia. We've seen a lot of those early voting totals. We know that she invested majorly. That's probably one of the states that she also personally visited the most this election cycle. I think that Georgia still remains in play. If the early voting totals show us anything, it is that her voters were heavily engaged and continue to be so.
Hey, Mick, you know, I listen to O'Reilly and other guys say, you know, Harris hasn't wowed anybody on policy. Neither is Trump. Trump is a purveyor of grievance. Why wouldn't Harris and the Democrats make the race about him? Isn't this going to come down to, are there more Democrats who want to leave their side and go to Trump, or are there more Republicans who are willing to leave Trump to go to anybody else?
You know, if your question is the election a referendum on Trump, the answer is yeah. Look, I don't think that many people voted for Joe Biden back in 2020. They either voted for Donald Trump or against Donald Trump. He's a turnout machine for Republicans, and he's a turnout machine for Democrats. The question is, did she do enough to educate voters to get them to the point where they're comfortable that she's a reasonable alternative to him? Does she get Republicans to go all the way over to vote for a Democrat, or does she just get them to not vote for Trump? Keep in mind, if I'm a Republican and I always vote Republican and I don't vote for Trump, that counts for one vote for Kamala Harris. But if I go all the way over and vote for a Democrat, that actually counts for 2 votes, and that's going to be what we're watching tonight.
But when you look at the turnout numbers, Mick, it's not like people have been staying home based on what we're seeing, that the ground games have been very robust and effective. So what does that mean to you?
That Trump is a turnout machine. There's no question about it. He motivates Republicans and Democrats alike. The question is, do those Republicans who show up actually vote for a Democrat? Because, look, people know how they feel about Donald Trump. They might know how they feel about Kamala Harris. They might not know how they feel about Kamala Harris, but they know how they feel about Donald Trump. The election is a referendum on him, which is one of the reasons it's going to be as close as it is.
Amisha, are you comfortable with that suggestion that it comes down to what people think of him?
Absolutely. I love Mick, a little bit of bipartisanship here. I think that is spot on. At the end of the day, much like what we saw in 2020, I think that people can acknowledge who Trump is, and he's shot himself in the foot more than a few times over the past couple of weeks. And for many people who are possibly thinking about voting third party or sitting this election out, it has pushed them to want to get out and support Kamala Harris. Now, I don't know how many Republicans are about to switch over and vote for Kamala during this election cycle. I think that's if you were to ask me personally, I don't necessarily think that that's going to be a big number at all. But I do think that the outreach that she has done to try to get disaffected Republicans from just not voting at all has been interesting. We will see in the next few hours whether or not those individuals actually showed up and, at least in this election, decided to vote Democrat. But I think the bigger issue here is that she's been able to galvanize and get the base out in record time, specifically because there was a change at the top of the ticket in the shortest election cycle for a Democratic candidate that America has ever known.
Mick, last word. You feeling like this night goes Trump's way?
I do. I'm watching some really interesting stuff. In Virginia, I'm seeing that Kamala Harris is trailing Tim Kaine by 2 percentage points. That's a big deal. Donald Trump is not going to win Virginia. But if Kamala Harris is trailing the other Democrats at the top of the ticket by 2%, that could make a difference in Pennsylvania. That could make a difference in Wisconsin. So we're watching that very closely. Keep in mind, Joe Biden won Virginia by about 10%. I think that the last time I checked, I haven't checked since we've started talking, she was winning by 2 or 3 points. So you got to look deep in the data to find stuff.
Interrupt you, Mick, for just 1 second. That's now down to less than 2 points. It's now Kamala Harris is now ahead. Actually, and it just tightened even more. She's now ahead in Virginia by less than a point.
How much voted?
We are now at 40% of the vote and that includes, if you just go, we're going to be real geeks here, but Fairfax County, these are the suburban D.C. counties where there's a huge population and also huge Kamala Harris support. 47% of the vote in Fairfax and 100% of the vote in Loudoun County. And again, that tightened to Mick's point in Virginia.
All right. The numbers we just showed you there, they've changed, so we changed the graphic as well. Mick, thank you very much. Amisha, appreciate you. All right, so let's go macro here with a mentor of mine and Elizabeth's, Sam Donaldson of ABC News fame, of course. Brother, my brother, there you are. How are you, and what do you make of the state of play in America tonight?
I think it's very interesting. I think it's very important. And you're right. You and Elizabeth worked with me, and I worked with you at ABC. And here's George Will, my old sparring partner on the Sunday show. If I were a little younger, I'd apply for a job with NewsNation. All right, serious question. This, and your panel just told what little thunder I came proposing to dispense tonight, but I'll repeat it. This issue is, yes, it's about the economy, and it's about, well, not foreign policy, it's about abortion, it's about lots of things. The issue is Donald J. Trump, his fate. That's what's on the line today, and that's what's motivating people on both sides of this great divide, unfortunately, a divide we have in this country. You either love him, you hate him, for the same reasons. People who love him know exactly who he is. People who hate him think they know exactly who he is. And he doesn't try to hide all his life. He's as a businessman, as an entrepreneur. He wants to be somebody that everybody pays attention to. He succeeds. But his fate is what's on the line tonight in this election. And he'll either emerge a winner at White House once again and put into play, I guess, the things he's promised. Some of them, maybe he didn't mean that he'd solve the Ukraine problem in one day. Tariffs 100% on Mexico. Of course, the consumer here pays for them, not Mexico. But or on the other hand, he's through. Oh, his people will still be around, but without a leader, people dispense. So I think it's Trump. Trump's what I'm going to watch tonight. And the thing that really is so fascinating is the sliver of undecided people who may make the difference in some of these key states and therefore, in effect, elect the presidency.
What do you believe the State of the Union to be, and what happens after this election?
Well, it depends on who wins. No matter who wins, after all the votes have been counted, certified, we'll go through a period once again, I believe, if President Trump should come out short, he'll say it's been stolen again. There'll be court suits again. There were, 60 judges that didn't find any evidence in 2020, yet so many of his people still believe it was a stolen election. We'll have that. But if he wins, he'll put into effect, I take it, he will politicize the Justice Department. He said he would. I mean, I'm not making this up. He'll have the Justice Department go after his enemies. He will take vengeance where he can find it. He will try to put into effect some of his policies that he talks about. And his fans will be overjoyed. And the rest of the country that didn't vote for him will be horrified and frustrated. And some of them say they'll leave the country. Look, breathe there, the man with soul so dead who has never to himself has said, this is my native land. I'm going to leave the country no matter what happens.
What a poet you are, Sam Donaldson. I appreciate you.
That was not me.
We just had a DDHQ update. Arkansas is expected to go to Donald Trump. No big surprise there. Sam Donaldson, while I have you, the media. What do you think the job is for the media with this next administration, and what do you think of the state of the media?
Well, the state of the media is like the state of the country in disarray. You know, when I was there at ABC for so many years, there were 3 networks, and you watched the networks if you were interested in news, and you were, because maybe the Soviets would launch a missile strike. And you kind of believe Walter Cronkite, and you should, because We all tried to check it out. Elizabeth checked it out. If she found facts that she could say, here's the evidence for the facts, she presented them. Now, everybody is a news person. Everybody dispenses on the internet. Everybody. And the kids, where do they get their, from TikTok? Where do they, Facebook? Where do they get their news from? Well, you can find that there's no Holocaust after all, and that John Kennedy was assassinated by Lyndon Johnson's cabal. You'll find that on the internet. And if they don't have the proper background, and there's no family dinner, I mean, mom's, in so many unfortunate cases, is ODing on drugs. No one knows who the father is by 9. The kid is on the street with other kids. All of this has contributed to the fact that the country is sort of in disarray. I think we'll come through. I really have. Lincoln once said, and I'm no Lincoln, that he has abiding faith in the good sense of the American people. Now, he said that when he was finally winning the Civil War. So maybe you have to take it with a grain of salt, but I do too. I think people in this country may deviate one way or the other, go off on a half-cocked situation, come back with a screwy theory. Finally, though, I think so far we've been able to come together in something that is something that makes it work. And I think it'll continue to work no matter who's elected president.
Sam Donaldson, you once told me that Winston Churchill once said, always don't count out the United States. You can count on them to do the right thing after they've tried everything else first. Sam Donaldson.
That's right. That's what Churchill said.
Appreciate you very much. It's great to see you. It's great to hear from you. Please come more often. And it's great to have you tonight.
Well, send me an application. No,
Done.
I'm just kidding.
Done. There's an open job at 8 o'clock. You'll be a huge step up.
Okay.
Take care, Sam.
That's one of my favorite Churchill quotes. America always does the right thing after they've
America can always be counted on to do the right thing when they've exhausted all the...
After they've tried everything else first. All right, Governor Chris Sununu of New Hampshire joins us now with his take on the race. Governor, you have said you would be shocked if we knew who the winner was tonight. Do you still stand by that?
No, I got to tell you, Trump is doing very well. There's no question about it. I mean, I still think that when you hire 5,000 lawyers, they're not going to go away quietly. They go on and contest things if they're close in Michigan and Pennsylvania. There'll be some recounts. So I just would not be surprised if this goes a few days, a week before someone will declare victory. But whether someone actually concedes is a whole different story.
All right. So what are you seeing tonight that makes you so optimistic?
Well, you know, I think you guys have hit on a couple key points there. Some of those suburban areas that are coming in around Virginia, as well as Virginia is likely going to go for Harris. But that's a really important point, the fact that it's so close when a lot of the Democrat voters counted. So that race alone is going to be closer. And in many ways, that's still a bellwether, however other things will go. The probabilities you guys are showing on your screen now on Georgia and North Carolina very strongly look like they could potentially go for Trump. I still think, as everyone has said for 4 months now, it comes down to Pennsylvania. That's going to be a close one. But whether you're looking at when you look at the non-polling metrics, such as early voting, such as the lead that Democrats thought they would have, going in, it's definitely not as big as they thought it would be going into today. All these other aspects come into play that just say that the momentum is still much on Trump's side. And high voter turnout. That usually means people want to change, right? They're not going to stick with the same administration. High voter turnout across the country usually means people are energized for something new.
And what are the voter turnout numbers in your state, your home state of New Hampshire?
Huge as usual. We always have one of the highest voter turnouts in the country, so we could break a record. It's not easy to break a record here because we usually have numbers that well north of 80% in terms of turnout. Right now, a lot of folks are watching not just the Trump race here. That's a steep hill for him to climb. I think it's going to be close, but it's going to be tough for him to win here. The Ayotte race, that governor's race, is very pivotal. She's doing really, really well, substantially better than Trump is in most of the towns. Towns she'd typically lose, a Republican would lose big. She's losing by smaller margins. So a lot of money went into that race, a lot of national attention, but she was just a phenomenal candidate, and all the signs are pointing very favorably that, that I can go into the sunset with a smile on my face.
All right. Well, you can also celebrate your birthday. Happy birthday. I know it's election day, and it's Governor Sununu's birthday. So thanks so much for spending part of it with us. Really appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
Ski New Hampshire. Fleece he always wears. It's about ski season in New Hampshire.
You bet.
Advantage
Good
of it.
skiing there.
Yeah, race alert now. This is something that you guys were talking about. Decision Desk HQ now projecting Amendment 4 in Florida fails. Now, there's a few things to look at this. It provides a constitutional right to abortion. It failed because it did not get 60% yes. So you needed 60%. You didn't get there. That fails, providing a constitutional right to abortion before you asked the question, before fetal viability in Florida. I am still fascinated by what's happening in Virginia with 40, almost 50% of the vote coming in, that it is this close, and we are including much of the vote in the bedroom communities around Washington, D.C. We'll see if we can't put the data up there. But the New York Times probability meter has now moved into Donald Trump's favor with this. Our DDHQ election pulse is now significantly in Donald Trump's favor. We'll see if we have, guys, do we have any of the Virginia numbers to be able to go through? All right, so right now, we'll put it up. Kamala Harris, 50.3, Donald Trump, 40.8. It's going back and forth through this. But this is a state Joe Biden won by 12 points. And it is now this close. And you think about the suburban...
And I'm sorry, I missed how much? 41% of the vote in?
This is 41% in Virginia. What's happening, though, is Donald Trump going to win Virginia? Probably not. But suburban Washington, D.C. looks an awful lot like suburban Philadelphia. And the areas around Richmond look an awful lot like the areas around Pittsburgh.
So you think there are warning signs for the Harris campaign
if these numbers hold?
If these numbers hold.
This is a warning sign. And remember, Donald Trump went to Southern Virginia on Saturday, and that was a huge question about why he went there. And we're still waiting for the vote from Newport News, Hampton Roads, the area of all the naval bases down there. So is Donald Trump going to win Virginia? Most likely not. But a good night for him in Virginia, a good night early, says something pretty significant. And the fact that Governor Sununu, I think, said to you in New Hampshire, it's a steep hill and didn't rule it out, that's something significant, too.
One thing to adjust for, though, in apples to apples, is the Walz-Harris campaign did not put the assets on the ground in some of these states as they did in others. They are very blue wall sensitive. So
do they have what assets did they have in Virginia?
They have assets in Virginia, but not like what they have in Pennsylvania and in Michigan and Wisconsin. So you don't know that the turnout's the same.
I guess the other thing that's interesting, right, in the flip side of this, tell both sides of this story. North Carolina is way closer than the Trump campaign would like right now. And, was it a steep climb? Sure. But it's clear that the change in the electorate that we have been talking about is happening in ways that no one really predicted because we couldn't.
Right. And North Carolina got 300,000 people since the pandemic. They're a population of 10 million people. And you have that big unaffiliated chunk. So we're starting to learn who that state is. They're going Democrat and governor 2 cycles in a row here with Cooper and now the guy they just hired. But as a state, they're a little bit of a question mark. We'll live it out together.
Fascinating. All right, let's go to break. We'll be right back with more analysis, more data, more election results.
Leland.
More Leland.
More cowbell.
More cowbell. Oh, my God. Right back.
How do the Democrats in office feel about the election tonight? Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, Democrat from Illinois, member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, star in that party, joins us now. Representative, how are you?
Doing great. Thanks, Chris. How are you doing?
Well, you tell me. How do you feel it's going to go for your party tonight? Top of the ticket first, President.
I feel good. I think that we still have a lot of counting to do. And as your analysts mentioned, some states are tending to trend slightly differently than expected at this point, and others are doing the opposite. But we have a lot of counting, and I'm seeking a contract extension myself, Chris, and I'm very hopeful, too.
How's the polls for you tonight?
So far, I've got about 60% of the vote, but we have
60% of the vote. What are you running against? A tomato can? How'd you get 60% of the vote? What was the big issue in your race?
I think it mirrors a lot of the issues that you guys are talking about, including, everything from reproductive rights to cost of living issues and making sure that everyone has a chance at a decent job that gets them into the middle class. I've been championing career technical and vocational education in my time in Congress, talking a lot about that, and it seems to resonate with my constituents.
Do you believe, let's look at Congress for a second, because we're all watching the presidential race unfold. Illinois hasn't really become part of the story yet. When we get the numbers in, we'll start talking about it. But on the congressional level, do you anticipate the Democrats being in control of the House this cycle, or do you think you may win the presidency, but you will not win the House?
I think we're going to flip the House. I think that Hakeem Jeffries is going to become the speaker. And I think that, people have seen what it's like to have a Republican Congress, and it's been a little bit of chaos. I mean, we had 13 to 16 ballots just to select the speaker at the start of the last Congress, or this Congress, I should say. And they want to see a change. They want to see normalcy back in the House.
How much of that was you guys messing with their process?
I don't think it was much of us. I think if you speak to Kevin McCarthy, I think that he would tell you that there's a lot of, let's just say, dissenting voices within his own caucus. I think it boils down to governance, Chris. You and I have talked about this before, which is, I think that there's a lot of good people on both sides of the aisle who want to come together and get things done. But when you have a faction who decides they are kind of the vote no, hope yes caucus, if you will. They cynically approach issues, hope that other Republicans and Democrats do the heavy lifting while they can make speeches and rail against things. It doesn't go well.
Well, Congressman, I wish you good luck tonight. I believe you are a fair broker. You are always have an open invitation as long as I'm here at News Nation. Thank you for joining us tonight.
I approve that message. Thank you.
All right. Take care, Congressman. To be continued. Leland, race alert.
All right, race alert. Georgia, 16 Electoral College votes. Still too close to call. And there you see Donald Trump leading by about 11 points. In a minute, we're going to figure out where exactly the vote is still out. You can see 55% in. We should be, by 9:30, 10 o'clock, Elizabeth, you had that interview with Brad Raffensperger, be getting a lot more out of Georgia. North Carolina, 16 Electoral College votes. North Carolina, Donald Trump has pulled ahead, although Mecklenburg County, suburban Charlotte, is not in yet. There you go. Virginia, and this is a new race call. Yes, Virginia has now been called for Kamala Harris, with 45% of the vote in. Donald Trump trailing by about 1.9%.
40,000 votes.
40,000. That is very close. That may be one we want to check in with Tranter or Steyerwalt on and go through their implications, the thoughts of that, and considering how much closer the margin is, at least right now, for Donald Trump. Connell McShane with us on the big board. And let's start, Connell, with the two swing states that keep saying over and over and over again, Georgia, North Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina. Take us through where the vote's still out in both of those.
Sure. All right. Start with Georgia there. And as you said, we don't have enough to call it yet, but win probability at the top's at 86% for Trump. So he's obviously tracking very well there. Votes remaining. You take a look here in Georgia, and you see in suburban Atlanta, Gwinnett, Atlanta itself, Fulton County. It's a matter of whether Harris has enough to make up those margins. And by our win probability meter there, the likelihood of that obviously remains very low. It's a similar case now developing in North Carolina. So let's go into North Carolina here and take a look here at the numbers that we have. Now, fat fingers.
Connell, what's the recount?
At one point here.
Connell, tell us what the recount is also. What do you got to get within 1%?
Usually 0.5% in most states. I'd have to look up specifically. Some are 1, some are 0.5%. So if you look at North Carolina now and go back, this actually changed over the last few minutes as more votes came in. We were going like 60-40, maybe 70-30 to Trump. Now it's 80-20. So you see he's taking the overall lead, and to votes remaining there, you got to look out and see Wake County. These are big Democratic areas. Wake County in Raleigh, Mecklenburg County, which is Charlotte. So whether or not she has enough, we'll see. That's why we haven't called it yet, but the odds are looking good for Trump. The last point, guys, that I would make on this is that if all of this holds, and we still have it 70-30 for Trump at the top on win probability, you're looking possibly, we're not there yet, but you're looking at this blue wall or bust strategy, right, for Harris, which isn't out of the question by any means. That's what we thought it would be going in when we were looking at our 270 to win map. So let's just say it this way. So if you go back to the map here for a moment and just look at it. So we're 80-20 in Georgia and North Carolina. We haven't made the calls, but if we do, I just made both of those red. That really improves Trump's odds at 251 to 226, but it doesn't make him president because if all three of these states, we've done this a lot, go blue, Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes, Michigan, 15 electoral votes, and Wisconsin with 10 electoral votes, provided, as Leland pointed out earlier, she wins Nebraska too, then it's Kamala Harris. Sounds like a race call, guys.
Yeah, projection that Donald Trump wins New Hampshire. This was where J.D. Vance was. Sorry, Kamala Harris wins.
I was going to say,
New Hampshire.
what?
Kamala Harris wins New Hampshire, dashing Donald Trump's hopes of winning New Hampshire. That was the other state. J.D. Vance was there. As well. So
that's the other thing that could have gotten away, right, for Harris. If she didn't get the 4 in New Hampshire, forget the 2, the blue wall strategy wouldn't have been in place. So she gets that.
She gets that. And look, and that they didn't, the Democrats didn't seem very worried about that. That was a stretch.
They worried about it for a second there.
Another one.
And Harris winning Illinois, no surprise. There, of course.
Krishnamurthy said he was up 20 points in his House race there, so that, a sign of strength for them. I don't know that he's right about them turning the House. But, you made a very good point early on, Leland, that we have to keep repeating here. And, Connell, I know you know this. The map plays red early on.
Sure.
So, I get it. I'm seeing you guys on social media. Oh, this is a bad night. We don't know yet. I'll tell you what we do know. It's been a fabulous night for democracy. I expected way more drama, way more reports, real or manufactured. And so far, so good. Everybody is out there in force. The numbers are breaking records all over the place. So far, we're having a great night, but it's not even close to over.
It's not. And just that interview that I just did with Brad Raffensperger really sort of sets the tone for that. They set a record, yet another record this year in this year's election.
Which is surprising, given how it's not like it was during the pandemic.
Exactly. And he said it's going extremely smoothly, despite it. They're the one state with the most little tiny hiccups with Russian interference. Despite all that, everything going smoothly, no hiccups in counting. They are churning through those ballots right now and getting those results out very quickly.
It's a little bit of a concern because, you left before. Leland and I were talking.
Guys, I was so hungry, I had to go.
You got up, you looked at him, you looked at me. She looked at Leland, she looked at me, she kind of made a face like sour milk or something like that,
and
she walked off.
This sounds like something you guys need to figure out between the two of you.
I'm just happy you're back.
Steyerwalt can give us some definite hints, not only about what these numbers mean, but also about food to make it through.
Yeah.
And Chris, I'm thinking back, I know some of us have PTSD from 2020, but about this time in the night, right? Trump's numbers surged in the betting markets. All of a sudden, we started hearing from Republicans how excited they were, on and on and on. And then the red mirage, I guess it was, disappeared because the map early favors Trump, and then it disappeared. Are we starting in the disappearing phase yet, or where are we?
Another question, though.
So far, no surprises. So far, everything that is supposed to happen for these parties has happened, right? Donald Trump is supposed to win in North Carolina. He's supposed to win in Georgia, and he's supposed to win in Arizona. And in the Southeast, so far, that's what he's doing. Let's look at Virginia, and let's look at why DDHQ was able to call Virginia now, even though in the raw vote totals, Trump is still ahead. And this is, Leland, speaks to what you're talking about that takes place over the course of the evening. Where is the vote still out in Virginia, right? So it's in the close-in Washington, D.C. suburbs. We talked about Loudoun County, which is suburban, but it's kind of exurban. It's farther out in the suburbs, and it's more Republican. And Kamala Harris underperformed there. 61% for Joe Biden in 2020, down to 57% for her. That's what happened there. But we don't have much vote in from Fairfax County, which is the next one in. We don't have much vote in from Henrico County, which is the close-in Richmond suburb. We don't have much vote in from more densely populated, more diverse, more African-American parts of the Commonwealth of Virginia. What you see in one state, one Commonwealth, is indicative of what happens in the country as a whole. The less populous parts of the country count faster because the precincts aren't as crowded. There aren't as many ballots to count in individual places. The lines aren't as long in all of these places. So if you think about it this way, an election goes outside in. You start counting, you get a lot of rural vote, and then you start to grind in on the suburbs. You start to count those suburban votes, and you get closer and closer. And then the last nuts to crack are the ones that are in the densely populated urban areas. What people think is a shift in the vote or it went this way or that way, I would just remind everybody, it doesn't matter which piece you put in first or last in a puzzle. It doesn't change the picture. The image remains the same. And it feels like it's happening in real time for us right now, like this is really going on. These are all votes that have already been cast, some of them weeks ago. So this is why it's hard to count, and this is why we have to remember we're going to watch the needle, we're going to watch probability shifts, we're going to do all that stuff. But the thing to remember now is political geography. Where are the votes left? And to use Virginia as indicative, the place where the votes are left in Virginia are places where Democrats win overwhelmingly.
All good points. I appreciate the puzzle reference because if you had used food imagery, as you often do, we would all get hungry.
I just ate a bag of steak. Elizabeth Vargas
about the cowbell.
There's some cowbell reference going on here on the desk.
More?
Leland didn't know. Yeah, more cowbell. Leland says Blue Oyster Cult.
I thought he was saying I needed a cowbell.
Yeah, he didn't know what I was talking about. He says it's not a thing.
I got one question for Steyerwalt, though. And you make, look, I'm looking here at Fairfax County. There's still a lot of vote out, fine. But the fact that Trump is doing better than Biden did in Loudoun County, right? How similar is Loudoun County to the suburbs of Philadelphia? How similar is the counties outside of Richmond to outside of Pittsburgh, say?
This is what I want to stress to you, which is if everybody keeps winning where they're supposed to win and performing well with the voters they need to perform. So you could say that Kamala Harris is underperforming Joe Biden in Loudoun County, or you could say that Loudoun County is returning to its basic nature, that 2020 was the aberration, not the other way around. So it was surprising to Republicans that they lost the southern states in 2020. They were surprised to lose Arizona. They were surprised to lose Georgia. They were surprised to lose North Carolina. That's right. They should have been surprised because those are Republican states. And something that we've talked about throughout this election year. Donald Trump is like a normal Republican now, which is to say he's changed the Republican Party. The Republican Party has changed him, and his coalition looks like a more typical Republican Party. Yeah, it's got more working class voters. Yeah, he's doing better than he did in 2016 and 2020 with non-white voters, but it looks like a more typical map. And I guess what I would say is this really is coming down to, we wondered the whole time, whose low propensity voters would turn out. So far, both sides' low propensity voters are turning out. And that means we're going to have big turnout and maybe a long week.
No resounding rejection, though. I mean, yes, we have to wait for the blue wall. It's still early on that side. But there was a theory of the case that there would be an outsized, right, an overperforming rejection. And we haven't seen it yet, Brother Steyerwalt.
No, here's the, I regret to inform you that so far it seems like the polls were right. And we'll see. I was betting on the fact that there would be substantial polling error, and it would blow one direction or the other.
Well, you got
now,
5 hours.
We may end up 3 hours from now and say, oh, there it was. Now we see it. The wind blew and it did it. But so far what we're talking about is blue getting bluer, red getting redder, and people really turning out. And that means that we need to be very careful, very cautious, and very earnest about making forecasts and predictions about what may happen next, because so far we can't find the interlocking trend that tells the story about the country moving one way or the other.
Well put and appreciated, and to be continued.
You bet.
That term, interlocking trend, that we are not yet seeing a clear story coming out in the evening, coming up on 9 o'clock Eastern, is important.
Yeah, it is. It's also interesting that it's not a clear rejection or repudiation of any one thing he said. I guess the question would be, is it a very clear endorsement of?
Right. I mean, look,
anything
if you want a story of the election to this point, the Democrats have not made things easy for themselves to this point. They have
neither party
have not but Trump is doing what he needs to do. We don't know yet if Harris is going to do what she needs to do.
We'll see.
So they have not made it easy for themselves to this point. We're 14 seconds and counting away from the next batch. So here we go at News Nation. It's great to have you with us here with Decision Desk 24. It's now 9 p.m. on the East Coast, and we are just getting warmed up here at News Nation. The polls just closed in 15 states, including 3 swing states. Oh, great. So that you have all the data? Nope. But we have to start watching very closely. This is the time that matters. Leland Vittert has the data that we have.
All right, this hour is the second biggest prize of the night, 163 Electoral College votes up for grabs. Our partners at Decision Desk HQ say it is still too early to call the presidential races in a trio of states. However, Decision Desk HQ in Ohio now projecting that Donald Trump wins the 17 Electoral College votes in Ohio. In Arizona, Decision Desk HQ saying it is still too early to call the state of Arizona. In Michigan, part of the blue wall, Decision Desk HQ saying it is still too early to call. In Wisconsin, Decision Desk HQ saying it is still too early to call the state of Wisconsin. In the state of New York, where 28 Electoral College votes are up for grabs, Decision Desk HQ now projecting that Vice President Kamala Harris will beat former President Donald Trump. No surprise there. Kansas, 6 Electoral College votes up for grabs. DDHQ now projecting Donald Trump will win. Louisiana, 8 Electoral College votes. DDHQ projecting Trump wins Louisiana. North Dakota, home of Doug Burgum, 3 Electoral College votes on the table. DDHQ now projecting Trump wins North Dakota. South Dakota, home of Kristi Noem, 3 Electoral College votes up for grabs. DDHQ now projecting Trump wins that state. In Wyoming, Liz Cheney, 3 Electoral College votes up for grabs. Evidently, Liz Cheney's endorsement of Kamala Harris did not help. DDHQ now projecting Trump wins Wyoming. Nebraska, Trump will win at least 3 of the 5 electoral votes up for grabs in the Cornhusker state. Nebraska is one of the 2 states, the other's Maine, that does not use the winner-take-all method of allocating electoral votes. So it's possible we see a split decision in Nebraska, probably not necessarily even possible, but likely. And Donald Trump, Decision Desk HQ, now projecting Donald Trump wins the 30 electoral votes in Texas. We were talking about earlier, Donald Trump winning Texas, not a surprise. The Ted Cruz, Colin Allred, the Senate race in Texas will be a very interesting one to watch. So now we go to the race to 270 Electoral College votes. And as always happens, the Republican, doesn't matter who it is out to a very early and substantial lead, 194 to 95 on the race to 270. Georgia and North Carolina are the 2 states that we will get before we get the blue wall.
Right.
This is where 9 o'clock is the witching hour.
Right.
We start seeing how late this is going to go.
We start seeing, as you said, the smaller counties, the more rural counties, the less dense counties count faster.
But
and report faster
yes.
and are usually trending Republican. So these early results trend Republican.
Yes.
Now it's 9 o'clock. We're going to start seeing some results perhaps from some of the more densely populated states, and where Democrats traditionally, if they're going to have a good night, start racking up some.
The map goes red
numbers,
early,
so
breaks blue late. To what degree? We'll see. We bring good news, though, in terms of process. Pennsylvania, Michigan have both reported that they are ahead of schedule with their counting. So, too soon to tell, because they have to count, right? But the idea that there are delays, there are ideas that this is unnatural or unsupported, that's not true. Paige, what are you saying? Bill O'Reilly. He always comes with an announcement so I can prepare myself. Bill O'Reilly is here again. What are your current feelings about the state of play?
All right, so the latest propaganda out of the Trump campaign, and I use propaganda in a facetious way, but they told me just moments ago They're going to win. Trump will win North Carolina by 3%, and they'll win Georgia. They don't know what the tally will be, but they believe that the vice president is underperforming in Fulton County. What I found interesting about the early returns was the landslide in Florida. So Trump outperforming his performance 4 years ago in the Sunshine State by more than 1 million votes, including Miami-Dade. That's pretty interesting because it's a very diverse state. Everybody knows that. Not a particularly ideological state. There are a lot of elderly voters there, of course. And that was a real eye-opener, I think. And the last piece of information I have, it comes from a guy named Mark Halpern, who is very well respected. He used to work for ABC. And he says there's a lot of trouble in Wisconsin. And he believes that Wisconsin, last I heard, Trump will take it. I don't know about Wisconsin, though. That's just a real unsteady situation, particularly in Milwaukee. Big storms there tonight. That's held back some turnout. But the question that everybody watching News Nation has to answer now, if you were Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, okay, which would you rather be? And I think Trump is in the lead there. I think Trump's got a better shot at it.
In the context of whether or not you think you're going to win, if you just ask it as a blanket proposition, who would you rather be as a person, I think you might get a different indexing of answers. I'm looking at the radar right now. The weather moved through in Wisconsin, so we'll see what it meant overall. But, of course, if she loses Wisconsin,
that's a big deal.
You know,
if she loses Wisconsin, it is a very difficult map for her. Bill, though, what's interesting, and I think you're right to point out, I have enormous respect for Halpern and his sourcing and his analysis as well. You've had him on your show. I've had him on mine. But the one thing I think is interesting about Wisconsin is it's quite close to Iowa. And that is where we got that poll a couple of days ago with women breaking heavily for Kamala Harris. And as we watched through this night, and Steyerwalt was talking about finding connective tissue, isn't there an argument to be made that if Donald Trump ends up losing, the connective tissue is women? The theme of the evening is that Donald Trump alienated an awful lot of women because of how he talks, and that this was his race to lose and was unable to bring it home.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, but I don't know why you want to waste time on that now. At the same time, the
what should we be
Register
talking
poll
about?
came out in Iowa.
Bill.
Well,
that's always
I'm just going to tell you right now. At the same time, the Des Moines Register poll came out in Iowa. An Emerson College poll came out at the same time, and had Trump up by 10. But the media didn't report the Emerson College poll. So Iowa's going to go for Trump. Doesn't really matter. There's not a lot of electoral votes there. But my point is, at this juncture, and I think that your guys back me up, Trump has a bigger percentage chance to win.
Yeah. No, right now, without seeing the vote in Wisconsin, very little in Pennsylvania and Michigan, Bill's right. I mean, the path to victory for Donald Trump, as we sit here at 9:08 Eastern, there's a lot more path for him than there is for Kamala Harris.
Right.
Yeah, especially in the vacuum
Harris has got to run the table.
Right.
Harris has got to run the table. And, you know, it's pretty hard to do these days with such a divided country. But if Trump does lose, it will be women who put Kamala Harris in the White House. There's no doubt about that.
Independent Republican women.
Look, again, the Democrats to this point tonight have not overperformed in places that they weren't expected to win, right? But they may have overperformed. We've been saying that more to this point in the tabulation process about Trump. Right. Whether it's in Virginia or North Carolina, Georgia, we don't know yet. They said they set a record. We don't know proportionately who that benefited in terms of turnout. But to this point, the margins have favored Trump in terms of areas that he loses, but it's close. New Hampshire, for example, he loses New Hampshire, but the margin was better than they would have expected. We haven't seen that yet for the Democrats, but we're going to get within the next hour or so a wave of data from the blue wall areas, and then we're going to know a lot more, Bill, in terms of the narrative about grievance and what went out today.
Yeah, but it's almost exactly like it was 4 years ago, except Trump is performing better. It's always, in the last two elections, it's been, we love him, we hate him.
Yeah, except this.
And apparently the economy, the bad economy as far as price rises are concerned,
right,
has mitigated a little of the we hate him.
Yeah, I get you.
That's why I think Trump will prevail.
People care more about themselves than they do about Trump, and Trump was coming off a poor pandemic early on performance, and so the grievance was against him. Now the grievance is with him. The question is, does he overwhelm that grievance with his personality? We'll see. So far, he's doing what he needs to do to win. Bill O'Reilly, if you hear anything, give me a shout. You're always welcome here at News Nation. Talk to you soon. All right.
All right, let's turn now to Geraldo Rivera, News Nation correspondent at large, contributor. Geraldo, great to have you on the show. I know you've come out very publicly, somewhat controversially, in the last couple of weeks against former President Trump. Got to get your take on what we're seeing so far tonight.
Well, I'm cautiously pessimistic, Elizabeth. It seems to me as if Kamala Harris has not succeeded in, I was hoping against hope that Georgia and or North Carolina would fall into her category. It did not happen.
Well, we don't know yet. It hasn't been called for sure. So.
All right. I stand corrected. Absolutely. It's not called yet. I take all my information from Chris Stirewalt, so let's blame him. But that decision desk, it's so impressive. It's so very impressive. It seemed, I thought that Trump's obnoxious rhetoric toward migrants and the insult fest at the Madison Square Garden event would be definitive, and that in my dreams, the Puerto Ricans of Allentown and North Philadelphia were or are going to save the republic. It just seems to me that it looks like Trump is doing better than he did last cycle, and it looks to me at these early stages, and you're absolutely right, way too close. Everything is too close to call. But unless Pennsylvania saves her, it seems as if the vice president is going down. Strictly my subjective opinion that Trump will prevail.
All right. Well, it's too soon for that. I know that you have your own particular hopes for what happens tonight. We don't know yet who's going to win. It is still early, and it is still close in many states. But I want to ask you, because there are some disturbing trends that you've just pointed out. Trump doing better, outperforming than how he did in 2020, the last time he ran. If Kamala Harris does not win this tonight, what do you think that will be a factor due to what? In other words.
Well, again, that would be better. Those experts who probe the numbers and parse the numbers will be the people who inform us as to what happened. But I think Trump is a very, for all his faults, he's a charismatic, tireless campaigner. He is relentless, and his populist message, hammered by everyone from Megyn Kelly to Joe Rogan, is something that really resonates among a substantial portion of the population, particularly white guys. The whole bro thing. I think that the bros really stood up for Trump, and they may have prevailed. Again, I say I'm pessimistic, but I'm cautiously pessimistic. Maybe she'll pull it out. Maybe the eastern Pennsylvania, Latino, Puerto Rican areas will carry the day. But it just I'm not getting that vibe, Elizabeth. I'm not, and I don't Go ahead. Sorry.
You know, I just want to ask you this, because I think you picked up on this concept, especially right after the Madison Square Garden rally, about Puerto Ricans and about Hispanics. Osceola County, Florida, is more than half Hispanic. 33% of Osceola County, that's just south of Orlando, identifies as Puerto Rican or is Puerto Rican. More than half Hispanic. In 2020, Joe Biden won that county by 14%. And with 95+% of the vote in, Donald Trump is winning Osceola County. Don't Democrats need to figure out why that is happening other than people like Donald Trump's populism? Isn't there something more there?
There is something else going on. You know, Puerto Rico is having its own election, the governor's election. And there's a phenomenon where the Independence Party, the Bro Party of Puerto Rico, seems to be doing far better than any third party candidate has ever done. You know, so I don't know, Leland, why people don't see Mr. President Trump as I see him. You know, it is when I may have told this story before. When my dad came here, one of 17 children in 1940, he wanted to be like, he didn't want to be identified in an ethnic way. He wanted to be an American. He wanted to be that immigrant dream. He wanted to assimilate. Maybe that the Orlando Puerto Ricans, or if that is in fact true, that the Puerto Ricans broke for Trump. It could be macho. It could be you know, who knows? I don't know, but I know that Trump is a phenomenon, and he's not like an ordinary politician. You know, he survived 2 assassination attempts. You know, he called his rival a bitch. You know, he has broken all of the rules of good manners.
Going back to 2015, he's broken all the rules. All right, Geraldo, thank you. Start diving into the...
Okay.
Yeah, we'll start diving into the data now, Chris.
So here's the thing. Geraldo leads with his heart, right? And he's upset because he didn't want Trump to win. The Democrats are not overperforming in places where they were thought to be weak. We don't know the full complexity of the story yet. So you got to wait and let the data go. Again, and you can say that this is a shallow assumption or it's not what really matters. I was very worried about 2 things tonight. One, that there would be a ton of false accusations about the process. To this point, no. Even the Russia-sourced bomb threats, allegedly, from the FBI.
There was another one in Arizona just now in La Paz County.
A bomb threat.
A bomb threat. It's going to delay things in Arizona.
But no actual event.
No
just
actual event, no.
So the consistency is that, and you can, I don't believe it was Russia, whatever. Doesn't matter. Certainly not to me. But there hasn't been drama. That's good.
Yeah.
You could say it's too low a bar, not based on where we were, not based on where we were coming out of the last election. Now, we have a while to go. To be fair, Donald Trump and co. have not had much reason to complain yet tonight. So we'll see what happens here. But there is something that is worth noting in this moment, which is there is a consistent confusion in the media and on a lot of the left of our political dialogue that mistakes people who are deciding to vote for Trump with people voting for Trump being like Donald Trump. This is a very powerful disconnect, and the Democrats have misplayed this consistently. What you're seeing is that people care more about their pocketbook, more about their kids, more about their families than they do about Trump. And he happens to match up with the same things that they're more worried about than him. And you're seeing that. If it were a popularity contest to Bill O'Reilly saying, who would you rather be, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? I think person for person, she'd do okay in the analysis. But in terms of what side of the grievance ledger do you want to be on, people in this country are pissed off about a lot of things that actually matter to them. Will that change? We'll see within the hour. We'll get more data.
Yeah, we have the DDHQ polling on Trump favorability shows he's deeply unpopular.
Yes.
Unfavorable ratings of 53%. He's underwater by quite a bit.
I would point out, this was Donald Trump's election to lose because of just the metrics on the economy, on immigration, on crime, whatever. But at the same time, there was absolutely, and I'll say piggyback on what you said. There was absolutely no effort by Democrats and by Kamala Harris, even after they dumped Joe Biden, to reach across the aisle on any meaningful issue. Okay, when it comes to immigration, we'll deport anybody who's convicted of a felony. Okay, on the issue of boys and girls sports, we're going to end that at the Department of Education level. We get it. Beating Donald Trump is more important. The Democrats consistently wanted to beat Donald Trump without attracting any of Donald Trump's supporters.
That's because there's a big part of that party that doesn't want either of the things you just said.
I don't disagree with you, but if stopping Donald Trump was the only thing that mattered, and if 3 or 4 hours from now Donald Trump wins, there's going to be a lot of questions about, was it better to have Donald Trump, or would it have been better for Kamala Harris to compromise on immigration, or compromise on transports, or compromise on pardoning Donald Trump?
Which means that what that party will need to do is say, do you want to listen to the many or the few?
Well, that is the reckoning that comes in.
If they get there, we'll see. Because again, within an hour, we'll know.
Lord knows there's going to be a reckoning on the Republicans if Donald Trump loses, right? I mean, that would be.
By the way, could still happen. We're getting
we'll know within an hour a big bunch of data that we need.
Look, okay, but Donald Trump only ever won one election, and that was 2016. 2018, Republicans got shellacked. 2020, Republicans got shellacked. The 2020 Georgia Senate races, Trump got shellacked in the special elections. 2022, all of Trump's hand-picked candidates lost in the red wave that was not. Yeah. So if he wins today, this is an outlier, not the normal. Chris Stirewalt is with us. I guess, Chris, that may be where we begin, right? If Donald Trump wins in 2024, after the recitation of losses I went through, what will have happened in the electorate?
Oh, Lord, I wish I knew. If I knew, we wouldn't have to stay here till 4 in the morning, Leland. Here's what we need to look at right now. The United States Senate. We're cooking with gas here. Okay, so big question for Republicans with the presidential race, tragically for my sleep patterns, tracking with the polls and coming down to a crunch, right? Again, as we talked about before, Republicans doing what they're supposed to do. Democrats still can do what they need to do because we're still waiting for all of the urban precincts to come in. We're in a little bit of the red mirage phase of the evening right now. Though that's muted, that's changed by the fact that Republicans really got it in gear on voting early and absentee this year after sitting out in protest last time. So it's a little muted this time, but the effect is still there. Now, let's look at the United States Senate race in the great state of Ohio. So Sherrod Brown, who is the incumbent there, that had been consistently running ahead of his challenger, Bernie Moreno, again and again and again and again in poll after poll. And guess what? Sherrod Brown is running ahead of Kamala Harris in the great state of Ohio. But ever since the numbers started coming in, by 2 points. And that is not going to feed the bulldog in a state that he is on that Donald Trump is on his way to winning by double digits. So if you're a Republican and you want to start celebrating tonight, it's way too soon to talk about the presidency. But if you're a Republican and you want to start celebrating tonight, you look at that Senate map, and I'll get you. So you already got West Virginia. So there you go. You got it to a tie. Is that 51 that I see right there? Is it 52 out in Montana? Do they catch another stray in maybe Nevada? Dare I say Kerry Lake in Arizona? If Donald Trump continues to do well in the places that he needs to do, Republicans could be looking at a big night in the United States Senate. Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania, he's not doing what he needed to do so far. Now, that could change. He's not outperforming Trump in Pennsylvania, and it looks like to feel very confident about a win he'd need to. But if you're a Republican, best news of the night so far, clearest news of the night so far, Senate is coming your way.
Wow, that's good. That's big. I mean, good for the Republicans and...
Well, look,
it's
it's
nice
also
to know
what
something.
The American
exactly. I'm just so happy we know something. We've been going, well, what if, and who cares? Yeah.
Well, but I'll tell you what. Again, for me, as long as it's drama-free, then we're in a good place.
Preach.
And the American people like divided governance.
Yeah, and to that end, Chris Stirewalt, I mean, I know we're not going to know for the House for eons, but might we have a double flip?
It is certainly possible. The House, unfortunately, now, for prognosticating purposes, there are so few competitive House races, and they turn into mini Senate races because everybody spends $1 quadrillion in these individual House races.
Right.
You want to think about the House this way? You got 435 seats. 400 of them aren't really competitive. So you come down to those next 35 seats.
There's 43 that we've been watching out of 400.
There's 43.
Yeah.
There's 43, and all things are possible. Yes, yes, yes. But when we get right down to it, in the key battleground races, the parties and the super PACs and the campaigns pump millions of dollars into these individual House races. So they start to decouple a little bit from the presidential race because they start to stand on their own. Long way of saying whoever has the majority in the House will not probably have a very large majority in the House. Could Republicans add a couple seats? If what we're seeing in these Republican precincts in Georgia, North Carolina, and other places, if that's true, could Republicans actually add a couple of seats to their thin majority? Sure. Could Democrats, on the by the dint of districts in California and New York, could they flip it around? Sure.
Okay, Leland.
All right, our first big race call of the evening. Decision Desk HQ now projecting that Donald Trump has won North Carolina. That is 16 electoral votes. That is the first of the major swing states that goes to North Carolina. 7 swing states. Trump gets North Carolina. If he gets Georgia, where he is also leading, that certainly closes doors for Kamala Harris and open doors for Donald Trump. Probably worth it at this time just to take a pause. This was a place that Kamala Harris spent a lot of time. This was a real hope.
And Vance. They
Trump
had
and
14
Vance,
events in 14 days.
Everybody spent a lot of time, but Kamala Harris, they thought they had a chance here. The fact that this did not work out makes it much harder for her. Not impossible by any stretch, but it certainly makes it harder. Connell's here as well. So this is now the electoral count. 210 Donald Trump, 95 Kamala Harris. Always we have an early red wave, if you will, red mirage, whatever you want to call it. We'll know later what it was.
Right.
But typically the Republican is out to an early start on election night. Connell is with us. Take us through North Carolina and quickly to Georgia, where it's still out.
It is. There's still some Democratic counties that we're waiting to come in that could make up the difference, so we haven't called it. On your point about North Carolina, it's interesting because we'll dig into the state here. You see it in red, and you're going to see the check mark next to Donald Trump's name after we've made the call that Trump got it done there. A lot of people thought coming in that maybe North Carolina was the better shot for Harris versus Georgia. Didn't prove to be the case. Just didn't get the margins that she needed to. She needed to really run up the score in the big Democratic areas like a Mecklenburg County, which is Charlotte. See, a little bit short. See Biden 2020, 66.9, Harris 64.2. Raleigh, Wake County, another big Democratic area. She actually did okay there. We've been looking at some of the red counties that are also in that area. I know Chris has brought up Nash County a lot. That's a good performance there, more working class area. So Nash County, so Raleigh's here in Wake. This is a highly educated area, highly Democratic area.
Research triangle.
Yep, and right next door, you got a little more working class area with Nash County that Starwell talked about a bunch of times. It's a very nice performance for Trump there. Now, you mentioned, let's back it out and look where we're at in Georgia. Okay, so going in statewide in Georgia, the win probability for Trump's actually come down a little bit. We're up about 80 before. We're at 72. So it's like a 70-30 chance as we see it at DDHQ right now for Trump to win the state. I'll back up here and go votes remaining. This is what I was talking about, Leland, that, you know, Gwinnett County, certainly a place Harris hopes to do well, and DeKalb County at the bottom there, another place where Harris hopes to do well. I think DeKalb, Chris was saying earlier, that was one of the places they had to extend the voting hours, right? So we'll see how it goes. But here's the thing, as we come to the full map, this will be the final point. Again, you don't want to overemphasize it, but if the trends stay, you know, Kamala Harris isn't out of this by any means. She still has the blue wall to rebuild. We've got real votes coming in Pennsylvania now. I can give you guys a few, just an early look with all the obvious caveats if you're only at 25% of the state, right? So Harris is tracking at 56-43, but I think it's more interesting to go counties, right? So we can go out in the western part of the state in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County's coming in. I'll historically compare it to the past, and there, where are we in Allegheny? Almost half the vote. She's tracking ahead of Biden in Allegheny County, which is obviously good news. And then we've got to go over here and go Philly suburbs. This is Chester County in gray. That means nothing's in. There are other Philly suburbs that are coming in. Bucks County, bring up Bucks County right around Philadelphia. These are good numbers for Harris, but it's very low vote totals. Okay, so she's tracking ahead of where Biden was. That's the most conservative of the
It's also a little bit of a reflection of what they had said about turnout.
That's right.
Because both sides were saying different things. Remember, Bill O'Reilly came on and said they told him it was low around Philadelphia. The Democrats are saying they actually did very well. The early vote numbers show that it's certainly not underperforming. They're ahead of where they were 4 years ago. Quick on North Carolina.
Yep.
They are not within the margin of less than 1% protest margin, right? North Carolina, the person who loses by less than 1% can file. She's not within that range, though, right?
No. So Donald Trump's now with 54% of the vote in, and I know, I guess was it O'Reilly was saying earlier they thought they win by 3, but 51 to about 48 right now.
So the margin would have to be under 1% for Harris to be able to protest. She's nowhere near that.
Yeah, Trump's well clear.
Can you go back to Pennsylvania really quick? Because
Absolutely.
we were just talking about the vote turnout around Philadelphia. It was she really needed to bank a lot of votes.
Yeah, we have some Philly votes, like Philadelphia County itself, like inner city Philadelphia coming in, that I can bring up for you just to see where we're at in terms of.
Mostly just to explain to our audience, to offset a lot of the red rural parts of Pennsylvania that you're seeing in that map of the
James
state.
Carville famously described as Alabama between Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
I mean, her numbers, like Chris said, her numbers are good in Pennsylvania. I mean, so far, it's early, but those numbers are good. I mean, you're tracking ahead of there, and it's like in the Pittsburgh area, even when we go out there to these red counties, it's like, where's Trump's numbers going to be in a place like, we talked Westmoreland earlier, and so far he's a little below, right? So if Trump's a little below his numbers in the red and Harris is above her numbers in the blue, that's the night she's going to want to have. Now, I said obvious caveats at the beginning, for the reason that it's early. It's 25% of the votes in. A lot of this could be early vote. Weird part about Pennsylvania is they're county by county. So sometimes you don't. Some counties will come election day first. Some others will come early votes first. So it's a little confusing that way.
It's a MASH state. Some of them have an order to them. For instance, New York State, which I can hazard a guess about, the upstate comes in first. Then the population centers south in the state come in. Pennsylvania's a little different. Counties
in many ways
have different. Yes, counties have different efficiencies. So you can't say.
Harris wins Colorado, no surprise there. That was 10 Electoral College votes.
But it will be interesting to look at the numbers there and see how well she did within the state, because that's part of the untold story. We're seeing Trump, when he wins, is performing and then some.
Right.
We'll take a look when we get the numbers in Colorado, see how well she performed in there in terms of relative strength.
Look, and Colorado does not necessarily reflect Nevada and Arizona, but it is informative to your point, especially when it comes to Latino vote. And if, depending on how this wall shakes out and the map shakes out, if we're doing this till Friday night and into Saturday, waiting for Nevada and waiting for Arizona, those little indications will tell us a lot.
All right. You had just called moments ago North Carolina. Senior national correspondent Brian Enton is live in Cary, North Carolina at the GOP watch party. Brian, I imagine folks there are pretty happy and celebrating.
I don't think they know yet, Elizabeth. That's kind of the interesting thing.
They don't have
NewsNation because they're watching Fox.
So, yeah,
of course
I know. They need to put it.
Canary in a coal mine.
They need to put NewsNation on, and they would know that we've called it for North Carolina. I think we're the only ones right now who have called it. So hopefully they're gonna start paying attention to NewsNation in a second, and they'll get the headline here.
It's a big deal.
I think they're going to be excited. I think they were optimistic. Talking to people here. Hey, you guys. NewsNation called it for North Carolina. You guys see? Yeah?
Huh?
You guys got North Carolina.
Trump won. Not called it for North Carolina.
I'm sorry, Trump won.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry about that.
It's a way to bury the lead, Brian. Way to bury the lead.
Yeah.
We got to work on that.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes here. But yeah, I think they're going to get excited here in a little bit when word starts to spread around. I think they were optimistic. You know, Trump has been here every day leading up to the election, which is interesting. He had 3 rallies in North Carolina over the weekend. He had a big rally yesterday in Raleigh that I was at.
Rally in Raleigh.
So I think people felt good about it. Yeah, it's been like a tongue twister for the last couple of days, a rally in Raleigh. But so I think people are optimistic, but certainly they're going to be very excited here soon when word starts to spread around.
Yeah, you know, between Trump and Vance, for the last 14 days, they had 14 events in North Carolina. It was a sign. I mean, both campaigns spent an enormous amount of time in that state because they both recognized its importance, particularly Trump. Harris still has a shot at winning if she wins the entire blue wall, those 3 states. But Trump winning both North Carolina and Georgia, if that happens to also be called in his favor, is a big deal for his campaign.
Absolutely. I remember he won North Carolina in 2016 and 2020. It's the only swing state he won both times there. It was about a percentage point, though, when it all came out. And I was looking at the numbers that we have so far. I know that they could still change a bit, but it looks like he may have done better this time so far. And again, he put the work in at the end. I mean, he was here nonstop. I think people were surprised that he was having rallies day after day in North Carolina. The polls were showing he's doing well here, but he just kept coming back.
I think the Trump campaign knew it was important for their path to victory. All right, Brian Enton, let us know once you break the news to the folks behind you what DDHQ just called in their favor. Thanks so much. And we are going to take a quick break. We will be right back. Don't go away. More results, more vote tallies coming in. Welcome back to News Nation's live coverage of the 2024 presidential election. I'm Elizabeth Vargas, and we are covering all the results as they come in. We've just called, DDHQ has just called North Carolina, and the Trump column, former President Trump wins North Carolina. We are waiting on the state of Georgia. That should be coming any moment now. They've been counting vote very, very efficiently, a record turnout in the state of Georgia. If former President Trump wins Georgia in addition to North Carolina, he has a much easier path to winning the presidency for the second time, the only second president in the history of our country to win 2 non-consecutive terms in the White House. I'm joined right now by Congressman Richie Torres, Democrat from New York. Congressman, great to have you on the set with us. Not looking great right now. I know early votes tend to skew Republican. The blue wall is still out there, and we are still waiting for results. Tell me how you're feeling, what you're seeing when you see these poll numbers come in.
Look, the polling has long shown that Vice President Harris has more strength in the Rust Belt than in the Sun Belt, and the blue wall for now remains intact. But the results so far confirm what we've long known, that the path to 270 runs through Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania will likely determine the outcome of the election.
And what do you think we're going to see? I mean, she has spent an enormous amount of time in Pennsylvania trying to win over, and there are many different constituencies there. She really went very hard for the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania, spent a lot of time in the Puerto Rican community there. There's a huge population of Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania. You have them in your district as well here in New York.
Yeah, Donald Trump is overperforming among voters of color, particularly Latinos. But at the same time, Vice President Harris could be overperforming among white voters who have historically voted for Republicans. And so the results of the election are defying the conventional wisdom about the relationship between demographics and voting behavior. I feel like race is becoming less predictive of voting behavior, and we're seeing the emergence of a gender gap and a diploma divide, Not a college-educated woman are overwhelmingly voting for Kamala Harris. Non-college educated men are overwhelmingly voting for Donald Trump.
Why are we seeing such a strong performance by Trump within people of color, voters of color?
Look, if we win the election, Team Harris, it will be largely because of abortion. But if we lose, it will be because of inflation and immigration. And I imagine young men of color were the hardest hit, or among the hardest hit, by the crushing cost of gasoline and groceries. The inflation was largely the result of supply chain disruptions during COVID, but the incumbent party is blamed for whatever happens, and I suspect that will be the principal cause.
You, as a congressman representing a very diverse district, have also been unabashedly supportive of Israel.
Yeah.
Very, very publicly.
We're wearing a hostage necklace right now.
Yep.
Right, right. Do you think that will turn out to be a factor at all, especially when we start looking at the Rust Belt, particularly Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan, where we have a large Arab population?
Look, it's hard to know for sure, but even losses at the margins can have massive consequences. But in addition to the Arab vote in Michigan, there's also a Jewish vote in Michigan, and a Jewish vote in Pennsylvania, and Georgia, and Arizona. And if the party had gone too far away from a pro-Israel direction, you run the risk of alienating Jewish voters from the Democratic Party. So I was actually campaigning for Vice President Harris among Jewish swing voters, just driving home the message that the Democratic Party remains home to the pro-Israel community.
And do you think she's going to get them? Because we're actually seeing in some early vote counts, I think, Leland, you might have that, she was underperforming in Jewish voters.
Yeah.
There's reporting on that. There's 400,000 Jewish voters in Pennsylvania. I guess the flip side to what you're saying, and we've talked a lot on my show about your support for Israel, and your more importantly, I think, unabashedly calling out the anti-Semitic, anti-Israel parts of the Democratic Party. Do you worry that in some way Kamala Harris didn't go far enough? And if 400,000 Jews in Pennsylvania don't vote for her, that may be a reason why?
Look, for me, the issue is not Vice President Harris, who is strongly pro-Israel. The issue is the anti-Israel fanaticism of the far left, which has had the effect of alienating many members of the Jewish community from the progressive movement and from the Democratic Party.
A lot of people, to be honest.
Yes. And so that's why I've been so forceful and vocal.
You and Senator Fetterman have been
yes.
leaders in the Democratic Party in denouncing that.
And I feel like
at real political cost to yourselves, for sure.
Although I've been reelected to a third term. So.
Congratulations.
Congratulations there. Pennsylvania is one thing we have yet to call Georgia. Yet Erikson, radio talk show host in Atlanta, worked on George Bush's reelection and election campaign. There are a few people who know Georgia better than Erikson does. Eric, help us understand what you're seeing there, where the vote is still out, and what trends we can pick up from.
We're seeing problems with the vote counting machines in Gwinnett County. The Secretary of State's office says Gwinnett County is going to go Democrat. The question is how much. That's one of the reasons that the prognosticators are struggling calling the state. We're seeing suburban areas of Georgia drift towards Harris, but a really dominant performance in rural areas of the state going for Donald Trump. And then in, for example, Baldwin County, Georgia, probably the swingiest county in the state, Trump has won that county. So it definitely looks like the state is trending towards Donald Trump, but suburban women in Georgia and suburban upper income men still don't like him, and they haven't liked him since 2016.
Is suburban women specifically moving away more than rural working class? The congressman just called it the diploma divide, moving towards Donald Trump?
Particularly among single women. Married women, it's still close. Married women, particularly white married women, still voting majority Republican. But overall, yeah, there is a divide. The suburban upper-income women in Georgia do tend to be more liberal. They like Brian Kemp Republicans. They don't like Donald Trump Republicans.
What are we seeing in terms of, Brad Raffensperger, Secretary of State, talked to Elizabeth, was talking about how quickly the vote was getting counted in Georgia. Now we've hit this wall. Is this going to be Georgia 2020 all over again, but from Democrats?
Look, you've got Republicans out there in the state of Georgia whose brains rotted in 2020, still screaming stolen election about this. You may have some Democrats, but by and large, the Secretary of State's office has done a very good job explaining preemptively what's going on, what the problem is. They do have a paper ballot backup in the system. If for some reason something has happened to the machines, they've had the issues today with the bomb threats and others. So some of these areas have been kind of stressed and overwhelmed, but I think we'll still by midnight have a pretty good sense of who's won the state.
All right, so this is Gwinnett County, still about 365,000 votes out. And then we'll put up the total there in terms of Georgia. There's still a couple of 100,000 votes, more than that now, as we look, for Kamala Harris to make up. Is there a surprise yet to look at in Georgia? You think about it, this is where Kamala Harris came. for her big concert when she first launched her campaign. What is not materialized for Kamala Harris? If Kamala Harris loses, what will not have materialized in Georgia that was necessary?
The exact same story we're seeing across the country that we're picking up in the exit polling is younger black men. They're not identifying as a racial demographic. They're identifying as a working class demographic with Hispanic voters and white men as well. And I think if Kamala Harris loses Georgia, if she loses the election, or just a place like Georgia, Democrats really, instead of going to blame men, need to understand why they lost them. And a lot of it really is, as Congressman Torres would say, it's an economic message. They've fallen further behind than women in the state of Georgia, and they don't feel like anyone in Washington's paying attention to them except Donald Trump.
Yeah, that is exactly what Congressman Torres was just saying, Eric, that's the reason why so many minority men are gravitating toward Trump. It is the economic message, also the border he mentioned, but mainly that economic message that it's Trump that they feel has been speaking to them and their concerns on that.
You know, it goes very much...
and therefore the question being, is that a failure by Harris somehow?
Yeah, I think it is. And honestly, I just as a student of politics, take the partisanship out of it, I feel kind of bad for her. 107 days airdropped into a campaign, and she can't distance herself from Joe Biden because she's the Harris of the Biden-Harris administration. She needed to find a way to do that and couldn't. At the same time, there's a danger here for Republicans. These voters don't like Donald Trump. They just think he's going to improve their lives more than the Democrats. If the Republicans do win tonight, if Trump wins, they're setting themselves up for a bloodbath in 2026 in the midterms if they don't pay attention to the fact that these voters want them to improve their lives, and they're still dubious as to whether or not they'll actually like the Republicans.
Yeah, should be interesting. All right, Erikson, always great and fascinating to talk to you. Thanks so much for breaking it down for us. All right.
So let's bring in Chris Stirewalt, and let's start talking about some of the narratives that are emerging. And here's one that I haven't heard getting a lot of attention, but I think it will probably wind up being a big deal in like 1 or 2 months now. Chris Stirewalt, someone that we both listen to from time to time, Professor Scott Galloway. He has been articulating this, and he has been a prophet of this message, that Democrats need to start speaking to young men. Specifically young white men, sure, but young men of any race or creed or color, because they are falling behind, there's cultural dislocation, and they are hungry for connection. And that Donald Trump, for all of his foibles or shortcomings, identifies as an alpha male. And the left has tried to reduce the image of maleness, and there is an opportunity in this, and that is part of the story of this election and this country. What do you make of that narrative?
Well, in an election that ended up with Donald Trump riding in a garbage truck and wearing an orange penny, and Kamala Harris supporters doing a girls rule, boys rule kind of ad about gals whispering to each other about the not doing what their husbands told them to do when they vote. We certainly live down to the final expectation on gender war. If Kamala Harris loses, it will be because of this. And I want to look at Westmoreland County and Allegheny County in Pennsylvania. You got a Trump county in Westmoreland County, and you've got a very Democratic county in Allegheny County. Westmoreland County, Donald Trump's running 3 points ahead. Now, there is a ton of vote out. I want everybody to remember, we got a ton of vote out. There's only about a third of the vote in Westmoreland County, but Donald Trump's running 3 points ahead of where he was finished up 4 years ago. Now let's toggle over to Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, Yinzers. Joe Biden won Allegheny County by 20 points. Kamala Harris is winning Allegheny County by 17 points now. Now, it's, as we talked about before, it's harder to count in the dense urban areas. And there's still tons and tons of vote out from the city of Pittsburgh proper. You're going to get suburban vote, which is going to be more Republican sooner. And then you're going to have to unpack that dense vote in the center. But that represents a 3-point shift both in Westmoreland County, Trump country, and in Allegheny County, which is Democratic country. If we're seeing a 3-point shift in Pennsylvania, that is big trouble for Democrats in a state that they won by not 3 points, right? They don't have 3 points to give up in Allegheny County. So, or in the state of Pennsylvania. So to your point, if Kamala Harris loses, what will we say? What will everybody say?
Right.
She underperformed with the voters she needed to do well with in Allegheny County, and a lot of those will be dudes.
So it's a choice between trend is your friend or a win is a win. And we don't know which one of those winds up being the dispositive narrative yet, right? Which is she's underperforming, that's the trend, she loses, or a win is a win. The margins aren't what they wanted to. You saw a lot of strength, as you referred earlier. Red is redder, blue is bluer, but maybe red is redder, blue isn't as blue, but it's enough to get it done. We don't know which of those is true yet, but we do know that this narrative of picking types as your electorate and alienating the others is really not working. And we see them fighting and fighting over a shrinking slice of the electorate that is undecided, and makes you wonder which one will figure out first to reach out.
I love partisanship. I love positive partisanship. I love it when the parties make a case for why they're good and that they have the better solution for the country and that they think they're great. Their sparkly elephant pins and their Democrat donkey hats, and they do all that stuff. Beautiful, baby. It's great. Knock yourselves out. What's corroding the country is negative partisanship, and all of the people who made a closing argument in this election that if the other side won, it's the end of America. It's a bunch of hogwash, and it just makes me crazy because America is stronger than its politics and its people are better than its politics. And yes, we have two parties who have figured out a way to race to the bottom, right? To win in the narrowest way possible instead of growing and attracting. But I got to tell you, that's unworthy of a country this great.
100%.
Starwell, quickly, if we go back to those counties, one of the Harris path to victory was overperforming among white college-educated women. These would be like the country club Republican women that would, for one reason or another, say, perhaps mostly on the issue of abortion, but also on the issue of mean tweets, I'm not voting for Donald Trump or not voting for Republicans. And in 2022, there was this group of especially single women who showed up in massive numbers. Can we look at these counties and can we look at what's happening in Georgia yet and get to a viewpoint on suburban women?
I don't think they'd say it was mean tweets. I don't think the Republicans' problems were principally that Donald Trump was impolite on Twitter. I think January 6th, I think the attempt to steal a second term, I think all of the chaos, the madness, right, that swirled around the results of the previous election harmed Republicans enormously, right? It was such a terrible blemish on their brand. And that was not just with female voters. That was with voters of all kinds, right? These were people who couldn't abide what was happening in the Republican Party. But now, and we see this when we look at the polls, people's perceptions of the Trump presidency have softened. They've forgotten about that stuff, and they focus more on gas was cheaper, inflation was lower. They don't associate Trump with the pandemic and the riots and the chaos. They associate him with the first part of his presidency.
Our friends at GDHQ now projecting that Kamala Harris wins Delaware.
Give them the percentage. Did Paige give you the?
So yeah, no, this is the next point. Starwell, as you were on, 98% chance now that Republicans get the Senate. Still waiting to call the Ohio Senate race. But the question, ... would be, if Republicans end up 52, 53, 54 in the Senate, how does that change things even if it is either a Harris presidency or a Trump presidency?
Well, if it's a Harris presidency and the Trump and the Republicans have a big majority in the Senate, and again, we're talking about in modern terms, 53 is not a big Senate majority, but it's big for the recent history of evenly divided government. If that's the case, then she's forced to the negotiating table from the first second that she comes into office. On every appointment for the courts, on everything that she wants to do, she's got to negotiate with whoever Mitch McConnell's replacement is going to be in the United States Senate, whether that's John Thune or John Cornyn or somebody else. So that's what that means. If it's a Trump presidency, and he ends up with the Republican 53-54 kind of Senate, things are going to get wild. They're going to get wild in Washington, D.C., because that means that they can shuck off a couple of squishies, right? They can say to Susan Collins, and they can say to Lisa Murkowski, well, you don't have to come with us. We can still get to 51, right? We can still get to 51 without you. So that gives Trump a little cushion, and that lets him get more kinds of appointments in that he otherwise wouldn't. So the volume, Republican majority looks, what did you say, 99.8%?
98% that they have control of the Senate. My question becomes, you know, part of the drama here is, hey, you know, Kamala Harris said she would get rid of the filibuster. Now, she was being contextually specific about which cases to do it. But if they have control, do you think the filibuster winds up being relevant on the GOP side of getting rid of it and somehow blaming the Democrats for it?
Well, fortunately for fans of divided government and separation of powers, the Republicans have, when Donald Trump was president, Republicans started to get a little shaky on the filibuster. They say, well, you know, Donald Trump doesn't like the filibuster because we're not giving him what he wants. But as soon as Kamala Harris said that she wanted to get rid of the filibuster, at least on abortion stuff, Republicans have flocked back over. They've herded back over the other way to say, we love the filibuster. So I think it's highly unlikely that there would be 51 votes, even if we get to a 53, 54-seat Republican Senate, that we're going to end up with Republicans doing away with the filibuster. I don't think.
I like your optimism, by the way. I do.
What else we got, brother?
I like your optimism, but, you know, the three most loaded words in the business, we will see. We will see. All right, we're coming up near the top of the hour. That means we're going to do a reset on what's going on, and we're going to have more data coming in. This is the hour, okay? You will have a better understanding of this race an hour from now than you do right now. To this point, story of the night is Trump overperforming. Will Harris now match that momentum? You don't think he's overperforming?
Not yet. You can't say that yet. I mean, he's in Virginia. Like, he's overperforming in certain areas.
Right.
But I don't think you can.
Has he underperformed in any areas?
No.
Okay.
Kamala Harris
I'll stick with my statement. Trump overperforming to this point. We'll see if Harris can match the energy. It's now 10 p.m., almost 20 seconds away, and then we will start with more calls as the data is now being counted. It's not just about polls closing. It's about the counting of votes and being able to have trustable data. So let's get after it. Yeah, time is upon us here on the East Coast. Welcome to our viewers at News Nation and, of course, at the CW. The polls just closed in 3 states, including, very important, Nevada. We are ready to make a few projections, and for that, we go to Leland.
All right, 16 electoral college votes up for grabs this hour in the presidential race. DDHQ not ready to make a projection for Nevada, and it could be an awfully long time till we get Nevada. In the state of Montana, 4 electoral college votes up for grabs. DDHQ now projecting Donald Trump will win the state of Montana. In the state of Utah, 6 electoral college votes up for grabs. DDHQ projecting that Donald Trump wins Utah. We do not have Scott Traynor, the head of data science at Decision Desk HQ. What we do have is the vote totals right now in the state of Georgia, and that is what's missing right now. And there is a narrative coming from Team Harris that she is doing better in Georgia than Joe Biden did. And that would be the area. Based on some of the exurban and suburban Atlanta counties and doing better specifically with women.
But would that be enough to turn the tide and pull out a win?
That's the big question. And Georgia supposedly, you know, has newfangled, unbelievable Jedi technology to count votes that ran into some problems in 2 of the most populous counties, which Connell's with us on that.
We were talking about Gwinnett earlier in that regard. You know, whether she has enough to pull it off, we'll see. I mean, probably not, but we haven't called it yet. And the odds of Trump winning in Georgia are still much higher than Harris, a little under 70-30, but that's come down from earlier in the evening. To Leland's point, we could look and kind of analyze some of the counties in and around Atlanta where all those Democratic votes are and see how Harris is tracking versus the numbers in the past. So
well, when you have the outstanding votes, you're looking at a place where she's got to win about 57, 58% of the remaining outgoing votes to take over, right?
Right. So if you look at, like, at Fulton, if we go back to votes remaining, like in Fulton County right now, what are we, 83% in? So she's about where Biden was. Trump's about a point ahead of where he was. And then how many votes are still out there? 95,000, right? Mm-hmm. So, you know, about 100,000 votes, and she's going like 70-30 on that. If you go statewide in Georgia, this is what Leland was saying earlier. So Gwinnett and DeKalb, you still have a lot of votes out in both of those. Those are a lot of Democratic votes. So if we go back to our live results and just look at those particular counties, like I can go to Gwinnett County first just to see where we are in terms of numbers. See, that's so low right now, right? So, yeah. So Gwinnett's up here, by the way, just a little bit northeast of Atlanta, but the number I'm saying is so low. It's like 17% on the estimate.
How does that
right there.
compare to 2020?
Reporting. So if you go historical and compare it to 2020, just in Gwinnett County, the Harris. So, but it's tough to.
Well, yeah, with just that.
There's still 350 plus, 365,000.
Yeah, I was going to say that we're looking at 2020 numbers.
That's why we haven't called.
Let's go to a couple of other counties here. Do me a favor. Look at Rockdale. That is southeast of Atlanta, in Georgia. That's what it is. As I'm seeing, 100% of the vote in. It is a smaller county. It's ex-urban Atlanta.
Right.
This is where people moved after the pandemic. And move to, so it'd be the blue county. There you go. Compare that historically.
Okay, so Rockdale County, you're right outside of Atlanta. First of all, we got all the votes in just about there. Mm-hmm. So Biden was 70, just a little under 30, and you're 73-26. So those are good numbers, right, for Harris?
Right, and I think if you go over to Douglas, you're seeing the same thing.
You're seeing similar numbers tracking. So Douglas is just a little west. Right. And you're 65.
So in both those counties, she's overperforming.
She's overperforming in both of those counties. Now, you asked where's Donald Trump underperforming. Is it yet to say he's underperforming there? But he's not outperforming in the Georgia counties, I think, in the way that you'd go, oh, wow. Right. And I think as Steyerwalt pointed out rightly at the top of the last hour, that we're returning to what is supposed to happen, at least right now, which is Republicans win the Sun Belt, and now the Rust Belt is up for grabs. He pointed out 2 counties in Pennsylvania where Donald Trump's outperforming, but that's by like 2 or 3 points right now. What we saw in Georgia was meaningful.
Yeah, and that's why, it explains, it tells you why we haven't called it. I mean, this just shows you sometimes you look at these probability meters during the night. I mean, I always say it's like you're watching you're watching a baseball game in the 9th inning. You guys, they're down 2 runs. Guy gets up and hits a 3-run homer. All of a sudden, the probability of, you're down 90%. Right. You're going to lose, and it can switch in a hurry. Right. Same way, like if she starts pulling ahead in Pennsylvania, you're going to see those numbers move.
Well, a lot of this is a word that's become, very familiar in the American dialogue. It's algorithms. It's what methodology you're using to project. And, DDHQ is the only major outfit to have called North Carolina for somebody. Yeah. Is there controversy that comes with that? Yeah, sure. And if they wind up being right, it'll be another feather in their cap. And their methodology has been spot on for us here at News Nation, which is why we have such a close partnership.
Almost half in, by the way, in PA now, in Pennsylvania. So
and now, how did
half the vote is in?
Yeah, how did the latest batch change the numbers?
So let's see. So we're at very close here with Trump having pulled ahead a little bit. So this did change. This is just since I came up to talk to you guys, I just punched it up. So we went 54-46 win probability, where Harris was a little bit ahead. Let's check margins. So we can go back to the conversation we were having with Steyerwalt. Right next to Pittsburgh out west is Westmoreland County, and Trump there looks like he's expanding a little bit on his numbers here. So if Trump's able to run up the score in these red counties, the question then will be, so you say 65-34 versus 64-35. Biden was a little higher. So it's actually pretty similar there in Westmoreland County if Harris can make up for it. Now, we looked at Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, and this is the thing. This is going to be so close. I mean, Allegheny County was, Hillary was plus 17, and then Biden was plus 20. You see Harris here is running 62-37. This is going to be really close, guys. I mean,
Biden won it by 80,000 votes. So
one state, right. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, the collar counties will be the last thing if you guys want to look.
Yeah,
around.
I was just say, can we do Bucks or Cumberland?
Yeah, I mean, Bucks was coming in. I was looking earlier at Bucks.
There wasn't much in.
No, there was more now. So let's go. So Bucks County is over here. The most conservative, they say, of the 4 collar counties around Philadelphia. So Harris is tracking there at 56-43. Biden was 52. Trump was higher than 47. Those are good numbers for Harris in Bucks, right? And then the other ones, real quick, if we just take the trip around the Philadelphia city in those 4 collar counties, Montgomery's where Shapiro's from, the governor. That's really Chester and Montgomery are the 2 highest income and highest education level counties in Pennsylvania.
Only 27% in.
But only 27%.
So you got to factor that in. If she's 2 to 3. With that margin, that's going to be something that you got to watch.
You're right. And then Chester's even lower, by the way. Chester's, sorry, I just stopped in your shot, Chris. Chester's even lower, 11%.
Do we have anything for Erie and Northampton counties, both of which?
Well, Northampton we did. She's doing well in So Northampton's interesting that you mentioned that because there was the long lines.
But just I just want to make clear to the audience, these are 2 counties that both went for Obama both times. Then went for Trump, and then went for Biden. So I'm just curious where they are tonight.
Yeah, so we have Northampton, but nothing was in an Erie last time I looked. I'll bring it up in a second. So,
wow.
All right, so Northampton here, this is actually probably what changed. We got more votes in Northampton County, and it tightened up a lot, actually. Harris had a bigger lead, last time before this particular dump of votes. So this tightened up a lot to 49-7, 49-4. Before her lead was significant. I think 4 or 5 points more than that. So that's one of the places that it came in. Let me go back. We have nothing in Erie yet. So Erie hasn't come in yet, but it would be interesting because some people thought either Northampton County or right next door in Lehigh County that's where you would see, in addition to Philly, you would see the Puerto Rico story kind of
play out
a little bit.
It's worth noting, and especially if we look at Bucks County, Montgomery, Chester as well, where you have a large part of the vote out. The count, it's not like all the ballots come into the county and are dumped into one huge box, and then they pull them out and they count them. They count precinct by precinct. So you'll have a batch that comes in from a relatively conservative part of one of these counties. You'll have a batch that comes in from a relatively liberal part or Democratic part of one of these counties. So that's where when there's so little, when there's 27% or 17% of the vote left, for DDHQ, they can go precinct by precinct and see where those votes are actually coming from, which precincts are more conservative. That's why they may have called North Carolina, is they're actually, it's not like, well, Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte, is out, so therefore she's going to, it's not necessarily predictive that Kamala Harris gets 55% of the rest of these 300,000 votes.
Right.
It could be that the more conservative parts, the flip side could be true in other counties that are going for Trump. But it's worth pointing out for you at home following along with the math, it's not a linear tabulation.
And there's a lot of vote out. And there's a lot of vote out in the collar communities around Philadelphia that the Harris campaign put a lot of effort on the ground. We were listening earlier to Amisha Cross, Democratic strategist, and I've heard this echoed from other members of the team, that they were getting 3, 4, and 5 touches on people, meaning they were going back to people in those communities 3, 4, and 5 times trying to get their votes up until yesterday. So we'll have to see what the yield is on that. They're pretty high on Pennsylvania. But then again, if you're going to watch one state, if Pennsylvania goes Harris, okay, we keep the conversation going. Exactly. If it doesn't, the conversation gets real short real fast.
Yeah, it's worth, I think, talking to Steigerwald and others who are then talking out to the campaigns and talking to operatives. At least for me, and Steigerwald can speak to this as well, but I'm hearing from a lot of Republicans who are real happy right now and who have lots of stories to tell about data and maps and turnout models and everything else. And all of my Democratic sources, even the ones who earlier today were quite excited about, for example, in Michigan, have gone totally dark. Now, is that because they're, going out to buy more champagne? Possibly. But it's not necessarily,
Congressman Torres said as much when he sat down.
The view right now from Democrats is it's not looking great. Chris, are you hearing the same thing?
Well, I mean, we're telling them. So if that's how they feel, it's because we told them. Because right now it isn't looking like the kind of election that Democrats had in 2020. Right? In 2020, this is something that we tend to forget. We focus on how close some of the states were in 2020, but Democrats don't have to win any of those southern states, right? They don't have to win any southern states. They just have to win those northern states. They just have to win Nevada and the blue wall states, and they can do it from there. So when we think about how close 2020 was, it wasn't that close. So I think if you're a Democrat, you're despairing right now, you can feel free to despair because you may have wanted a bigger margin. But this is, as we were saying before, this is the map. This is the map. Am I allowed to talk to a Democrat right now? Can I summon a Democrat as if in the ether? Can I talk to Michael Meehan, a Democratic strategist, a pollster, a friend of mine, a guy who is hanging out on the West Coast? And if anybody knows what the vibe in the Democratic Party is it, Michael, my friend, is it panic? Is it despair? What's the vibe?
Well, you know, the nauseously optimistic is teetering right now with my friend. But I completely concur that since 1988, he or she who wins Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan will be the next president. And you're absolutely right. There was high hopes that we had North Carolina, which you've already called, given that the gubernatorial candidate won by double digits there. Might be a place where there's ability to breathe, but at the end of the day, it's 270.
And in the moment where Democrats were starting to feel like, oh, it's happening, the late break is coming. Ann Selzer's poll in Iowa was a big part of why Democrats thought that maybe it was going to be good. And now we have a call from Decision Desk HQ that says that Donald Trump's going to win Iowa. He's ahead in the raw vote count and should cruise to victory. If that 2 or 3 point shift to the right in red places has occurred that we saw before, does the result in Iowa mean anything, or does it just mean that the poll was an outlier?
Well, probably a better chance to think about that after we have a chance to collect our thoughts here. If Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin perform like they did in 2020, Kamala Harris is our next president. Iowa's gravy, Georgia's gravy, North Carolina's gravy. But the trick is the 6% of the people who didn't make their minds up until the last 10 days, now we're trying to slice which way did they break. And did they break slightly Harris's way? But there's still so much vote to be counted. 75,000 votes determined the last presidency in 3 states out of 140 or 50 million cast. So.
And it seems like that's what we're headed for this time, another ping pong back and forth. We can use the services of my friend Connell McShane, who will bring up for us, because I want to get into talking about exactly that, where the vote is at. Let's go back to Pennsylvania, if Connell McShane will oblige me, and let's talk about, let's get in those Philadelphia collar counties. And this time, let's not look at Bucks County on the Jersey side. Let's go south. Let's go south and west, and let's talk about Chester County. How much of the vote is still out in Chester County? Can you show us the expected vote to come in Chester County? If we could see that, that would tell us something good. Connell McShane, can you show us the expected vote?
There's like 300,000 votes remaining out. It's at the top of that screen. It's in small letters. You barely see it, though, or small numbers. 11% in. That's in Chester County, and Harris at 55.5, Trump 43.3.
And Connell, those are the voters Michael Meehan is talking about, right? Michael, this is true that those are those places where you see those big chunks of vote out in those urban areas. Those are the voters that Democrats have spent $1 quadrillion to try to mobilize in the past 6 weeks. They have done everything, right?
Oh, like 4 or 5 touches, knock on your door, dragging, kicking, and screaming to the polls, yes.
So we're not looking at a vibes election right now. We're looking at grinding it out on the ground. Does it make you feel more optimistic as a Democrat if this is an election that ends up being decided by ground game, that Democrats pretty clearly have the superior ground game operation?
Well, I do think that they've invested. I bet on the Democrats versus Elon Musk, that's for sure. But because we actually know how to win in these places. The Democratic governor in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan know how to get people to come and vote, right? Republicans run up and down the ballot in Georgia. They're used to voting for Republicans. That would be gravy for Harris. But it's these 3 states that will hold the key to the White House.
If Josh Shapiro had been Kamala Harris's running mate, would Pennsylvania be closer? Or would it be less close? Would she be winning?
I don't know. Too many votes to be counted so far.
Michael Meehan gives up no secrets from the West Coast. There's too much vote out in Chester County for Michael Meehan. Michael, what else? Anything else you want us to be looking for tonight? What's the Michael Meehan key to victory county?
Well, for Philadelphia, right? If the Philadelphia margin is 500,000 votes, it's going to offset anything else. But in this initial read of these counties from Harrisburg to Pittsburgh, Harris right now is 1 or 2 points ahead of the Biden number, and Biden won the state. If that remains true for the remaining votes, then she's going to have more of a cushion than it looks like that she has now.
Well, someone who can answer that question is Scott Tranter from our partners at Decision Desk HQ. And Scott Tranter is out there, and he will answer Michael Meehan's question of what kind of margin could Kamala Harris walk out of Philadelphia County with? What's the word?
Ooh. My best guess in Philadelphia County margin right now, probably 4, maybe 5. We'll see where it ends up. It's a little bit early. Pennsylvania, in the completed counties that we do have, which is mostly out west, Donald Trump is hitting his vote goals. I got to see a whole lot more out of Philadelphia County, Delco, Lancaster, Montgomery. Pennsylvania is too close.
Now, I'm observing in the raw vote about a 3-point shift from 2016 to 2020. Now, as Michael Meehan was talking about, there's tons and tons and tons, and as you are reinforcing, and we should continue to reinforce, there's tons and tons of vote out in mostly Democratic places in Pennsylvania. But in the votes that we do have, I'm seeing a consistent 3-point shift in Pennsylvania. Is that reasonable or unreasonable?
That's exactly reasonable, and you did the math for me. That's what we're seeing as well. Look, and as you pointed out, we just don't have good insight into what that turnout is in that urban area. In Georgia tonight, we've seen increased turnout, probably higher than 2020 levels. North Carolina looks probably not as high as 2020, but certainly high. I don't have an opinion yet on Pennsylvania. If it is super high, that's why Harris still has a shot.
If I'm reading it correctly, both bases are turning out, right? That it wasn't which sides low propensity voters were going to turn out. It wasn't which sides unlikely voters were going to turn out. Both sides unlikely voters seem to have turned out. Is that about the size of it?
That is also correct. I mean, look, right before polls closed, we were looking at about 155 to 160 million total turnout nationwide. We may revise that up even a little bit higher as we start getting some votes in Arizona and Nevada.
Okay, so when we think about a time that we're going to know in Georgia, you upset many Democrats tonight with when you guys dropped the call on North Carolina, but it aligns with everything that I see. I have confidence in your call. But is what makes Georgia more difficult to call just the fact that 60% or so of the votes are going to be in Atlanta Metro, and that's slower counting? Does that explain why North Carolina could come in before Georgia?
That is exactly right. You hit it. And I'd point out, look, we've called Virginia for Harris too, because Donald Trump is just not hitting his vote goals out in the rural counties, and we're seeing quite a bit of votes left in some of the Democratic-leaning areas. Look, the data is the data. We call it when we see it, and that's where North Carolina ended up.
Scott, you know, my favorite thing about this interview is that every question that I've asked you, you've told me that I'm exactly right. And this makes you, by far, my favorite guest of the evening. Okay, so help viewers out. We've talked about, we see how things are shaping up in Pennsylvania. It's cooking up. It's going to be close, right? So far, everything tells us Pennsylvania's going to be close. What's the next thing that you're already thinking about? Because I know where you are. I've been where you are. What's the next state that we should be? What are the questions I should be cooking up for you after Pennsylvania? Is it Wisconsin? Is it Michigan? Where should we be looking after Pennsylvania?
Wisconsin and Michigan for sure. Pennsylvania, it's a little bit early, so ask me again in 20 or 30 minutes. But Pennsylvania right now is projecting to be so close, we might not be able to call it tonight. Again, early. That opinion could change in the next 20 or 30 minutes. But if Pennsylvania is too close to call, what happens in Wisconsin? Now, Wisconsin, we understand the city of Milwaukee is going to take a little bit longer to tabulate some votes tonight. They may release them late in the evening. They may release them in the morning. And obviously, those votes are expected to be good for Harris. So that may hold back a Wisconsin call that normally is able to come on election night. We'll see. And then Michigan, Wayne County, Oakland County, those are the backbones for Harris. In Michigan, those tend to report late. So what you should be asking me is, Scott, do we think this is midnight, or do you think this is 5 a.m., or do we think this is a little bit longer? Answer to that question is I just don't know yet. It could be any of those.
Is this Thanksgiving in Harrisburg? Is what I'm really wondering. But Scott, if you can hang with me for just a second, I don't know if Connell can bring up Milwaukee and the collar counties around it right now. I would love to see on the big board a little bit of the cheesehead state right now. And if he's out there, because I think the important thing that it's going to come down to, and Scott, feel free to violently agree with me, is that when we look at Milwaukee, on the north side, the WOW counties, the north suburbs of Milwaukee, and if we can go in on Ozaukee County to the due north, if you go in on Ozaukee County, the difference in 2020 to from 2016 to 2020, this shows now versus 2020. But the story of Donald Trump losing in 2020 was that in places like Ozaukee County that are solidly Republican, historically Republican, traditionally Republican, that he underperformed. Now we've got some data from tonight that looks at a lot of places that are like Ozaukee County, right? High educational attainment, affluent, predominantly white counties, Republican bastions of the past. They're acting more like they did in the Romney era, in the Bush era, than they did in the Trump era. Is that what you're seeing? Do we see that tracking?
I get your point on Ozaukee. I should have looked at this one before I came over. It was probably getting a little caffeine. Ask me again in 30 minutes, because I'd like to go see Loudoun in Virginia, because that's another one that's like that. Yeah. I'm going to defer to you on that one, Chris, because you've had a little bit more time to look at it. But I think that's right, especially when we look at places like Mecklenburg County, outside of Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, that holds up.
The period of violent agreement was really good. The last question, I don't know, but Scott, you're doing a great job for us tonight, and we are grateful to you and everybody in the Nerdquarium over there. Keep up the good work, and please keep us posted.
Tranter, it's Vittert. Will do. Thank you. Steigerwald, stay with us. Tranter, stay with us for a second too. Some things that in the Nerdquarium, I'm sure you guys are too busy to look at, but is happening in the rest of the world. The betting markets. Polymarket now has Donald Trump all but assured to be the winner. Dow futures up almost 600 points, conceivably because there's pricing in now the idea that Donald Trump is going to win. Bitcoin up to 74,000. Huge record that it blew through in the past a couple of hours. What are they seeing, perhaps, that you're not ready to call, but they're picking up on?
So I think what they're seeing is, look, we have not called publicly Georgia yet, but the votes we're seeing coming in look good for Donald Trump. We're not ready to call it publicly. There's still a chance for Harris to come back, especially in some of those more urban areas. But I think what you're seeing these betting markets do is they know what we all know, because this is public information. All the forecasts out there, if Donald Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia,
he's got about an 85% chance to win because, and I'll make a poker analogy, he's got more outs. He can win Pennsylvania and claim the presidency. He could win a combination of Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona. So he's just got a lot more opportunity, and betting markets like to get ahead of the odds, so to speak. I don't know that I'd put that much money on it, but it looks good, and I think that's what you're seeing there.
All right, Decision Desk HQ, the man himself, Scott Tranter, with us, projecting Ted Cruz wins the Texas U.S. Senate election. That is the continued march towards Republicans taking control of the U.S. Senate. Scott, what would have to happen if we look at this in reverse? Because there's an awful lot of data and narrative out there, and this happened in 2020. There were so many Republicans who were giddy, talking about how Trump was going to win re-election, and then we all know what happened. What would change? How does the arc of Donald Trump seeming to take Georgia, take North Carolina, pick up one of the blue wall states and call it an early night, how does that change in all the betting markets? The Dow futures are wrong.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, Pennsylvania is too close to call. I think they're assuming Pennsylvania is going to go that way, and they're assuming that Pennsylvania is going to correlate with Wisconsin or Michigan. Look, it's a reasonable bet. I don't know that I would bet 99% like you're saying in the betting markets, and I apologize. I'm not looking at them live. I'm looking at actual real votes here tonight, but
it's 90% right now in the betting markets.
A lot of votes left to go.
No, I guess what I'm trying to say is,
Okay.
what trends are going to change? I mean, if we've gone county by county, we've talked about this, but who is it? Is it suburban women that all of a sudden in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Grand Rapids, Michigan, is it that blacks end up with day of voting that's counted in the middle of the night sometimes, that is what pushes Kamala Harris over? What trend has to change to break for Kamala Harris?
We have to see record turnout in the urban areas. Just like I mentioned, we've seen some record turnout in Georgia, and we're looking at high turnout in North Carolina. It's the Democrats' opportunity to have record turnout in some of the urban areas that we're talking about in Philadelphia and Milwaukee. Now, I don't know if they will in Detroit. I don't know if they will, but that would be the story that would reverse that 90%, as you're telling me, in the betting markets.
All right.
You know, we still got a lot of vote to count, and I have no inside information on what the turnout is there, but, you know, we could see it there, and that would be how the trend reverses.
All right, Tranter's only job tonight is not just to talk to us. He has a job in the DDHQ war room. We're going to let you get back to that because it is about 10:30 now, and we're starting to get more vote in from Georgia and from Pennsylvania. Scott, go ahead back to the Nerd Aquarium, as they call it, and grab a Mountain Dew. We'll talk to you in a little while. Boy, I'm having a deja vu to 2020 right now because I was in Washington covering this, and Republicans were as giddy and as happy then as they are now.
Right.
And the betting markets were going wild for Donald Trump. It looked like he was going to win re-election, and then boom.
But it was on his watch, and it was coming off the pandemic. Everything was his fault. And people wanted, in a spirit of grievance, change. And Biden was everything that he wasn't. It's a very different dynamic. I like the betting lines. And
why?
I'll tell you why. Because I understand how narrow they are, okay? Who is betting online? Do you think that there's a lot of women who worried about reproductive rights? No.
No.
It is skewed male. It's skewed white male. It's skewed
rich male, I think.
Young white male. Well, it depends on how much money they're putting up, right? You don't have to put up a lot of it. So we'll talk about it more, but we have a call to make.
Interrupt you guys for 1 second. We do have a major race call to announce. Decision Desk HQ. This is what we have been waiting for. Can now project that former President Donald Trump will win Georgia. That is the second of the 7 battleground states for Donald Trump. Donald Trump wins Georgia, and Georgia's Electoral College votes that put him one step closer. And so we understand it. 16 Electoral College votes in Georgia, 16 in North Carolina. It would be worth bringing Connell out. Donald Trump at 242, Kamala Harris at 108. We talked about this all night, guys. The paths now for Donald Trump to win the presidency are many. There are many forks in the road for Donald Trump.
As are the odds, which have now just jumped to 86%.
Yeah, the odds now are strongly in Donald Trump's favor. It's 72%. So that's saying that some of the vote right now in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan says something that makes us pause, and understandably so. But Connell's up here, and I think once you have this filled in, now we look at what happens if Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, if Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania. What are the different routes to 270?
Yep. All right, so let's we'll use our predictions map to do that right now. So we've called North Carolina, right? So that's the 16 that went. We've called just moments ago Georgia. That's the 16 that went. So Trump goes up with that math to 251, 270 needed to win. We leave Arizona and Nevada for what they are, which is later in the night. The math is what it always was. The math was the math at the beginning of the night. This was the best path for Kamala Harris before we started, and the best path for Donald Trump before we started. What do we mean? Why is it 85%? Well, if Georgia and North Carolina both go red, 251 plus 19, even Leland knows that that is exactly 270, right? So that's Trump, right? He would get to 270. But if Pennsylvania stays undecided as it is now, or if Harris runs the table, this is her option right now. The only way you think about it this way, if she wins Pennsylvania, which has now become a must-win for Harris, it probably was anyway, she goes to 245. Michigan has 15. That's always been a must-win. All the other swing states run right of Michigan. That's 260. So then, math-wise, you're 10 in Wisconsin. If you don't win there, the only thing for Harris you can replace that with is 11 in Arizona, right? So Nevada, you know, it could be close, but it wouldn't really matter in that case. So it could all come down in this scenario to those two states at the end. Harris probably has the better shot right in Wisconsin, and we remember 2016 when Trump became president. That was a Wisconsin call at like 2:30 in the morning. One thing I'll say about the blue wall, you guys know this, but they almost always go the same way, right? Once you win two, you usually win the third. The last
They've
time
gone the same way since 1992.
yeah,
I think.
well, I think it was 88. George H.W. Bush did not win Wisconsin. He won 2 out of 3 and didn't win Wisconsin. But most of the time, they go the same way. So that's the hope for Harris right now. Is Trump favored? Yes, that's what all the odds are telling us. But that's the hope for Harris.
This is where their team thought they were going to be, but they did not think that the margins would be where they are. It's still very close. It's not as close as they thought it would be in some of the areas.
When you say they, you're saying
the Walz-Harris team and people who were running their field operations thought that they would be more in the game in Georgia, but it's not like they got blown out in Georgia. But they believed it was going to come down to this. And the agonizing part for them is waiting, right? Because, you know, to Leland's point, look, there's very little penalty for being wrong in politics, right? So you celebrate when you can, and then you cry when you have to, right? So the idea that you're happy right now, yeah, it makes sense. They're on the doorstep. Harris has to run the table.
No margin now.
And they have believed that, though. This is the theory of how they win for them. Let's see if they can put it into practice.
All right.
Yeah, well, and again, the flip side of this, and we'll get Chris Steyerwald on here as well, now that Georgia and North Carolina has been called, if Harris wins Pennsylvania and then Trump takes Michigan and Wisconsin, it's also over.
Yeah.
Chris, when we talk about these percentage chances, how much is this interconnected? I know you made the point earlier. Donald Trump was supposed to win the Sun Belt. Okay, he's won Georgia, North Carolina. Does that inform our thinking at all about how he's going to perform or outperform or underperform in Pennsylvania?
Well, I guess I would say that in 2020, the red mirage effect was extraordinarily big because of how people were voting in the pandemic, right? So it was an exaggerated red mirage because Democrats were overwhelmingly voting by mail and early and absentee. So early in the night, right? We remember when Donald Trump declared victory. He went to the podium at the White House and said, "I have won." And I said, "No, you have not." But the mail-in vote was huge partisan skew. So it created the impression that Republicans were way ahead, right, early in the evening. And it's still, I'm sorry to report to sleepy people across this great nation, it's still early in the evening on election night. So early in the evening, it looks Republican. And then later in the evening, it looks Democratic. So right now, Republicans are very enthusiastic. Their time to be anxious will be about midnight. We'll see you at about midnight when the Republicans will get real anxious, because now the game is simple. Arizona, if Arizona comports with what's happening in other red states, and we see Donald Trump the Republicans retake the southern tier of the United States, which has been their domain since 1972 and 1968, if they take back what is part of their real estate, this is an election, as it has always been, about the three upper Midwest states, the I-70 corridor out west, up into Michigan, and out into Wisconsin. That's what this is going to be about. And we are in for a car crash tonight because it's close. Trump is doing better in these places than he did in 2020, but so far, not as well as he did in 2016. So this thing is, as they said a long time ago, hotter than the devil's anvil, and that's what's going to happen.
The hillbilly wisdom's coming out.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
So if you're a Democrat, and you're bummed out right now, you get your chance to send mean text to your Republican friends in about an hour when you start getting a bunch of vote dumping in from urban centers. If you're a Republican, enjoy the gloating now, because the next hour is going to try your soul.
Yeah, I think it's sooner than that. I think everything you just said is spot on, and I'm no Scott Tranter. I've heard you say a lot of stuff that makes no sense.
I know exactly.
They're going to have, within 30 minutes, we're going to have a better picture of whether or not they're within striking range. And look, that's what it's about, managing expectations. But, you know, you and I both know this is when the booze starts to flow in those rooms, is when people are trying to manage their emotions, when they're no longer in control of the outcome. Even though Harris's campaign is still sending me like an email every 5 seconds for money. What would they use the money for? Exactly. What are they asking?
They don't need it. They just
to
want
buy booze. To buy the booze.
Now that you've voted, both campaigns, I got to tell you, though, Harris asks for money more than Trump does, which is not my personal experience in terms of being around the guy. But I've never had a campaign ask for money more than the Harris-Walz. I'm on both lists. It's not even close. Not even close. So we'll be watching it. We have somebody at the campaign headquarters in Georgia, right?
Right, Elizabeth Pran.
Elizabeth Pran is there?
Headquarters.
Great. So do they know that they won, by the way? Do they know they won the state?
Yes. Yeah, yes, they know that they won. Yes, what you can't see is that there are screens behind me that are broadcasting Fox News. We have told them they should be broadcasting News Nation, neither here nor there. The crowd did erupt. They were chanting USA, USA. The chairman took the stage. You know, he talked about how there was no surprise that this is a red state, but really for us, we were sort of wondering if it would, because the state has been red for years and years. Then we saw it in 1992 with Bill Clinton, and we saw it again with Joe Biden in 2020. And we've talked about, we've been breaking apart those early votes. You can hear the cheers behind me. People are elated. But when we look at those 4 million early votes, we would talk about the fact that there was the majority of voters between the ages of 60 and 64, and we saw an uptick in some of those rural counties. But, Chris, we have seen both candidates canvassing the state of Georgia for weeks. They visited a combined 49 times, them or their surrogates. They spent well over $318 million on ads in the state of Georgia. For all intents and purposes, it certainly was a purple state, and we were watching it up until the moment, because usually that the metro Atlanta area, which spans about 9 counties, takes up about 60% of the vote. We were waiting for that to unfold tonight, and Chris, as you know, the state is red this evening.
The state is red because DDHQ projects it as such, and you should tell those people, make your witness. They are watching people who are behind, canary in a coal mine. We will check back with you in a little bit. There's only one outfit that is called Georgia and North Carolina, and it's DDHQ, not whatever they're using there at the top of a cereal box. Thank you very much.
It is, I think, important to point out to our viewers, and this is a good time to do it, because this is the couple of hours where when races are called starts to matter. You're hearing from the Harris campaign. I'm hearing from the Trump campaign.
I'm hearing from my mom.
I was going to say, any other campaign you're hearing from, not so helpful.
But this is the point in time where the campaigns start to try to influence the calls, because they want to hold out hope. Yeah. They want to be able to preserve the idea that this isn't over yet, because if they want to have challenges in other places. And Washington, D.C., Kamala Harris's headquarters right there. It is important to note that DDHQ is making their calls separate from News Nation. So
this is not us.
This is independent. Our executives, unlike the other cable networks, do not have any influence over when the calls are made or if they are made. So we have entrusted them and their algorithms, because they've proven over time to be so good and to have a different way of looking at these races, that in a much more precise way, that they're the ones who are making the calls. And it's important, I think, to point out the difference in how that's done.
Yeah. No, it is important, especially because there is a differential in how the different networks are calling, on who they're relying upon to give them that data on when to call and how to call these races. And obviously, in the next few hours, this is going to be very crucial, because we're heading up north into the blue wall, the Rust Belt states,
and they're
Pennsylvania,
big
Wisconsin,
populations.
Yeah,
big populations. They're going to come in phases. It's more of a piecemeal thing. You're going to, Connell and Leland will have to start working the map much more aggressively in terms of where remaining votes are in the counties and how they come in. But look, there's also another reality of this. Success has many fathers. Failure has one. You get a call wrong, you can explain it any way you want. It's on your watch. So we take the job very seriously, and there's a lot of responsibility involved. So let's take a break. When we come back, as the data comes in, we will continue to fill in the picture of how America moves forward. Stay with us. All right, here we are at the NewsNation's headquarters in New York, watching the results come in. For Harris and Walz, it is waiting on the blue wall. Can they hold? Or we know what the alternative is. Sean Spicer, NewsNation political contributor. As you watch this election, how does it compare and contrast with 2020 and 2016 for you?
Great question. In 2016, we felt good, but everyone told us we were going to lose. We looked at the New York Times, everyone else, they said, you can't pull this out. So we felt exuberant when we ultimately won, but it was a mix of feelings. The juxtaposition going into today was the data looked really good coming out of the early vote, but we kept hearing that, she was surging and Trump wasn't doing as well. So it was almost a flip of the dynamic. But as we continue to see the results come in, Chris, I feel amazing. The folks that I'm talking to at Trump headquarters down in Mar-a-Lago feel great. Everybody's still a little cautious, but everything's headed in the right direction.
But how compared to 2020, Sean, when in 2020 you guys were all celebrating at this time too, and then a couple of hours later.
No, actually, that's not. No. So the thing about 2020 is when I was checking in with the team at that time, people were sort of buying time. Hey, we're down, but this is what's still out. And that's a very different dynamic. There was a sense of, we could still pull this out. We feel good about what's not here. So it was a sense of buying time because they didn't like what they were seeing so far. Very different from what we saw in 2016. The initial view when we saw results both in Broward County and North Carolina.
Yeah.
In 2016, we were overperforming and Hillary Clinton was underperforming. In 2020, there was this sense of that we don't like where we are, but we can still pull it out. That's not a good vibe.
Hey, Sean, I want to get your reaction to the fact that, even in the state, we were just talking about this during the commercial break, in Virginia, which Trump will not win, but he's overperforming by 10 points from how he did in that state last time around. And we just heard in New York City, big Democratic stronghold, Harris only got 68% of the vote in New York City, which is astounding when you think of all the people who didn't vote for her in New York City.
Yeah, I'll do you one better. In Rhode Island, where I grew up, very blue, Kamala Harris, 53%. That had been a 60% state. In New Jersey, well underperforming. We're seeing this over and over again. The trend is not good for them. There's no bright spot for them. That's a problem, right? You look, New Jersey, Rhode Island, you pointed out New York City, Virginia, Loudoun County, up in that top part of Virginia, just north of where I live.
Right.
That should be massive massive turnout for her. Biden got 61%. She got 56. Way underperforming there. You think about the federal workers that are there, all of the activists that live there. This should have been a huge, huge run up the score county for her in Virginia. Not so much at all. This is a big problem. And the bigger issue is that the trend, whether it's North Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, Rhode Island, your New Jersey, New York City, they're not seeing a bright spot. In the exit polls out of Atlanta, Georgia, we're seeing them underperform in a lot of these key constituencies that were critical to any kind of winning coalition. There's really nothing positive they can point to today.
So, well, if you think about it, Sean, there may not be anything positive Team Harris can point to.
Right now.
Right now. Although Ian Sams, the spokesperson for Harris, has put out that there's a couple of the collar counties around suburban Atlanta, exurban Atlanta, where Harris is doing better than Joe Biden. These would have been counties that you would have had a population move into after 2020 because of COVID. But that notwithstanding, you're right. And we pointed this out, that Donald Trump is way overperforming in Virginia. He's not really way overperforming in Georgia or in North Carolina, the two swing states. It's very hard to find on the map counties that he is overperforming, by whatever metric you want to use, in Pennsylvania. Still very, very close. There's a couple counties he's doing a point or two better. There's a couple of counties Kamala Harris is doing a point or two better than 2020. So I hear you. I understand why Republicans are excited. You'd rather be Donald Trump right now than Kamala Harris. That said, I remember 2020, about this time of the night, when the needle was moving towards the Republicans, there were a lot of Republicans who were quite excited.
Well, yeah, but you look at where Trump was in 2020, he lost Georgia by 11,000 votes. So the idea that he's up the way he is right now by over 200,000, he is overperforming. It depends on whether your metric, your baseline is 2016 or 2020. But clearly a huge course correction from 2020. You're down 11,000 votes, now up 200,000. And these are places
Sean,
where I think
I'm going to interrupt you because you're going to want to hear this. Decision to SHU with a race call in the state of Ohio. Bernie Moreno wins the Ohio U.S. Senate general election. So you now have a pickup in West Virginia and in Ohio. And Ted Cruz held in Texas. It's still too early to formally call the U.S. Senate for the Republicans, but we're at 98, 99% chance once we get votes in from Montana, double-check Nebraska. Sean, this means what?
Well, this means there's no question in my mind. Obviously, I don't have the same journalistic standard, but you think about it, Democrats had 3 seats that they were thinking that they could potentially pick up: Nebraska, Florida, and Texas. Rick Scott called early the winner there. Ted Cruz called the winner. We'll still see Nebraska. Obviously, that's the one possibility that's still out there. We have that pickup, Republican pickup, +1 in West Virginia, +1 in Ohio. I think we'll get the other +1 in Montana. That gives us a net of 3 if we hold all 3 of those Democratic ones that they were looking at. And then you still have Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan. I mean, to me, even if you pick up 2, you're talking about a Senate majority of 53, 54. This is going to be a big, big night for Republicans in the Senate. Again, generally speaking, Leland, when things start to break among late deciders, there's somewhat of a trend, 60-40, 70-30, somewhere in there, because they all tend to kind of coalesce around the same type of issues. It's not a homogenous group, but you tend to see it in the late breaker, undecided folks going into Election Day. I don't see, how this is going to be anything other than a good night for Republicans up and down the ticket.
Well, right. You definitely see it on the Congress side. The House we're going to have to wait for. And then, of course, it all becomes about the top of the ticket. And we're going to know within the next 30 minutes or so whether the blue wall is something that is worth watching or whether or not it just follows the underperformance trend we've seen the rest of the night. Sean Spicer, thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us tonight here at NewsNation.
For what it's worth, Eric Hovde in Wisconsin is ahead. As is Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania, the 2 Republicans that were thought to run behind Trump. The polling had them 2 or 3 points below Trump, and now they are performing almost identically to Trump in Wisconsin and in Pennsylvania.
Right. Now, what I'll give the Democrats is, again, except for the margins, and I say again because if you're not watching us the whole night, certain of these points will get repeated. But this is where they thought they would be. They did not expect to win Georgia or North Carolina. Did they expect the margins to be what we're seeing? Well, we're still within the polling, right? They're close races. But the suggestion for me is they are underperforming their numbers where they thought they would be. And now it comes down to the blue wall, which is what they expected, but they are under more pressure than they expected to be at this point. Now, we're a few minutes away from a reset at the top of the hour where we'll start getting data in. In this hour, you're going to know at least about one of the critical swing states in what was called the Democratic blue wall. And it only takes one at this point. If one goes the wrong way, the Democrats are done for the night.
Not quite.
Well, the math gets so complicated.
No, just to be fair, if she loses Pennsylvania,
yes,
we're done. Donald Trump wins the presidency.
Right.
If Trump wins Pennsylvania.
But we're not going to know Pennsylvania for a long time, right?
We're gonna know 60 or 70% of it within the next hour.
We're going to have an idea of where things are and be able to get a very good idea of where things are going. Is callable? Right. I don't know. But if Trump wins Michigan and Wisconsin, it is also over. That you get to 270. True. You get to 270 as well. So she can afford to lose Michigan right now. She can afford to lose Michigan or Wisconsin.
If she wins
Pennsylvania,
Arizona, Nevada.
And Arizona or Nevada. So again, she has to do well where they're supposed to do well, and it has to start right now. In terms of, if you want to reminisce, reminds me of 2016 watching Hillary Clinton.
Right.
And at 10, 11 o'clock at night, we all started to have a collective realization that she's not winning any of the places she needs to win.
Right.
That's where we are now. Let's see if it's a different story for Harris.
You know what? One thing we haven't mentioned in the past, I mean, I've been on the air for 5 hours, hard to imagine.
Yeah.
The popular vote.
That's true. Well, we don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. And
it doesn't matter.
Should it? Probably.
Well,
but
the big question will be if he does win Trump, does he win the popular vote for the first time? Because he did not.
It's much more competitive right now. But again, now we're hitting into these big population centers.
Let me ask you guys, how much do we read into how well Republicans are doing in all these Senate races, especially in a race like the one where Bernie Moreno has just been, called as the winner, correct? We just call him?
Yeah, in Ohio.
Right.
The projection is that he'll beat Sherrod Brown.
Right. So defeating a senator who was seen as a long-time good servant.
It's an upset.
And a relatively moderate.
By Bernie Moreno, who has got a lot of baggage.
Checked baggage, for sure.
Upset, but Ohio is getting redder all the time. Trump did very well.
Is that a pure, it's because it's getting redder, or is there something we can read in that, vis-a-vis Trump and support for the...
redder areas are getting redder, right?
So this is just a matter, Sherrod Brown, you're a Democrat, even though you've done a good job serving me, you're out.
You're gone. And I think you're seeing red states get redder, and you're seeing blue states get bluer. Florida is getting redder sort of by the election. Trump is doing way better than he did in 2020 in Florida. To me, the fascinating place is Wisconsin and Pennsylvania for the Senate. Alyssa Slotkin losing would be, I think, pretty rare. I think Mike Rogers picking up Michigan would be a real reach tonight. But Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, if those two long-time sitting U.S. senators lose, that's big.
Right.
Yeah.
And also, you don't have complete connection to the top of the ticket, but Ohio, it's a fair read. Sherrod Brown, longtime guy there, but times are changing.
But it's not like Arizona, where you were seeing yard signs that said Donald Trump and Ruben Gallego, because there was so much antipathy toward Kerry Lake there.
Yes. And that was a risky move, but we'll see if it pays off for them. But
I don't know who put the signs up.
Wasn't me. All right, so here we are. We're coming towards the top of the hour, 27 seconds away and counting from the next set of poll closings. So we're going to give you a reset here at the top of the hour, or as close to it as we get here, because we want to keep you on time with the information in real time. All right, it is now 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Welcome to our News Nation viewers and those of you, of course, joining us on the CW. It's good to have you, fam. Polls just closed in 4 more states. Leland, what is the state of play?
All right, 78 Electoral College votes up for grabs. This race in the presidential race, although there's still a lot of undecided Electoral College votes. In the state of California, 54 Electoral College votes. Decision Desk HQ projecting Kamala Harris will win her home state of California. Idaho, there are 4 Electoral College votes up for grabs. DDHQ now projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Idaho. No surprise there. We will put up the electoral count. And important to point out to our viewers at home, Donald Trump's electoral count right now at 246 to 162 includes North Carolina and Georgia. Decision Desk HQ is the only organization that is projecting now Donald Trump winning North Carolina and winning Georgia. That means Kamala Harris must hold the blue wall fully. If she loses Pennsylvania or if she loses Michigan and Wisconsin, that is the ball game. And to be fair, for all of the discussion of how late things were going to go, the fact that we got North Carolina, we got Georgia, they went the same way early in the night. Bernie Moreno winning in Ohio early in the night. Ted Cruz winning in Texas early in the night. That says that Republicans, if you had to say who's having a better night so far, Republicans are definitely having a better night.
They're definitely overperforming. Now, you could have had a very different story if California, which we just brushed by, you could have seen a very big incursion there. Yeah, they haven't won since George H.W. Bush beat Dukakis in 1988. First presidential election I ever voted in. And that state, there's a story emerging there about how blue it is and the changing populations and the changing regions within the state. We'll have to look at the raw numbers there as they come in. We're showing it now there. Those numbers don't make any sense to me. But once they start to make sense within that state, we'll start to get more of an emerging picture.
What doesn't make sense?
It's not California.
I think they counted Orange County.
Yeah,
that was it.
It's not, it's not California. Is why it doesn't make sense. If I want California numbers and I'm looking up and it's 47 million and 42 million, it's probably not the right place. There you go.
There you go.
We don't have any California numbers. They've
Still not very helpful. But the point is, if this were a tectonic type plate shifting movement in this election, you'd start seeing changes in all the big population centers. What we're seeing emerge in the picture tonight is the polls have been basically on within their margin of error, but with each one of those outcomes, you outperform a little bit within that margin, you start racking up wins. And that's what we're seeing for Trump in terms of how he's performing in each of these areas. Again, not to be repetitive, but it all comes down to this time in the night when Harris has to start winning the big states because she can really only make one more mistake in terms of losing a state and still winning this election.
I was looking at Wisconsin right now. Just as we started to your point, we're starting to get real numbers in now and get a sense of how they're going. And her margin of error is pretty much zilch. And the early numbers, or the numbers we have now, show that Harris still has some ground to make up. Like Milwaukee suburbs, for example. I'll take you inside. We'll come back and swing it around to the map and look at Wisconsin for a moment. And a couple things have happened here. So we've gone like 60-40 or a little bit more on our win probability towards Trump, and it looks like one of the reasons for that. The question with Wisconsin always is Dane County, which is Madison, where the University of Wisconsin is, and Milwaukee County, which is obviously Milwaukee. A lot of times they come in late, and then whether the Democrats can make up the ground there becomes the story. Now, these WOW counties that are around Milwaukee, WOW, and the first one there we'll bring up is Waukesha County. So, all right, so Waukesha is right to the west there of Milwaukee. You see where some of the numbers are here, but better to show where they were then, 2020. And Trump at 58.3, 59.8. Harris actually just came up a little bit in the last, actually, they just went to 90%. This was a little bit of an improvement just in the last 5 minutes, literally, for Harris and Waukesha County. So let me check the second of those WOW counties, and that would be Ozaukee, which you guys talked about earlier, this Trump is still outpacing here. They're only at 60% and 56.5, 55.4, and the third one is Washington. And Washington, Trump's outpacing 70-68. So I'm 2 out of 3 on that. I was about to tell you guys that Trump was ahead of his previous numbers on all 3. It's 2 out of 3 now, and it shows you how things can quickly change as the numbers come in. And I might as well, just while I'm at it, show you guys Pennsylvania to see if there's any. The one thing we noticed in Pennsylvania just a minute ago we thought was interesting, see it's about 60-40 Trump, was a county we don't talk about a lot, but we're talking about all these long lines at colleges. Remember earlier I mentioned Lafayette College, there was UPenn in Philly. Center County is Penn State, right? And this is so far at least, a very good night there, 74% in for Donald Trump. Look at this, 52 Biden, 47 Trump, 53 Trump, 46 Harris. So that's an underperformance for Harris on the map in Pennsylvania. And then real quick, she looked like she was making her numbers now, for the most part, out in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the same, right? 2020 versus 2024. But all these red areas, all red around the blue of Allegheny County, looked good last time I checked for Trump. Yep, Westmoreland. Okay, Westmoreland.
It's getting better for Donald Trump there.
Yep, a lot of them are. That's another smaller one, Armstrong. But of course, everybody knows Butler for obvious reasons. After the assassination attempt, he pretty much got his number there. So a lot of those red counties are in and around. Washington County, another example, 62 versus 61. Just a little bit, but better margins for Trump. I guess statewide, we're what? I have to go to live results to see our odds. Yeah, about 60-40. But
I got to tell you, is it starting to feel to you at the rate that the vote is coming in that we will not know tonight?
Probably. I mean, not if we don't have enough to call. I mean, yeah, because what are the odds we're going to have enough to call Pennsylvania? I don't know. I mean, there was some math going in that if Harris was within, I think it was maybe 3% at 3 or 4 in the morning, she'd still have a chance. And I think it's worth talking about those patterns. That's what happened last time, right? Is that Biden went ahead very early, then Trump goes ahead, and then we're all up in the middle of the night. I was in Pennsylvania last time in Bucks County on election night, and you remember watching the results come in, and it was creeping up slowly but surely. Then you get a few hours sleep, wake up the next morning.
I don't think we'll know until at least early in the morning.
Well, to that end, we have a letter from the campaign chairman, Jen O'Malley Dillon, to the campaign staff, subject matter, what we're seeing so far. She says, we've known all along our clearest path to 270 lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good with what we're seeing. In Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia. We don't expect, we're seeing a higher turnout in Philadelphia than in 2020. But she goes on to say, we've been saying for weeks this race is going to be tight, and we don't expect to have it called tonight. Tells everybody to be patient.
Did she say why? Just Pennsylvania or why?
No, Michigan, we're still awaiting. Wisconsin, we know there's a significant amount of vote remaining still to be closed. Polls just closed, Nevada and Arizona. She sounds very optimistic about Pennsylvania. In Michigan, just says we're awaiting a significant amount of votes to come in.
What's that
These are
old
all
line?
votes. All these counties, they're all Democratic votes.
Right.
I mean, these are all Democratic votes.
Isn't that old line when you're explaining?
You're losing.
And that.
I'm sorry, say that again.
When you're explaining, you're losing.
Yeah.
And the Trump campaign is not explaining; they're just happy. And
well, I think she's telling everybody to keep your powder dry, get some sleep, and it's not going to be settled tonight.
Well, but also they shot their shot. Okay, to use another expression, Trump has done what he needed to do. Now the question is, can the Democrats do what they need to do? And it's going to take longer to find out.
Something interesting.
They're bigger, more complicated states.
Go down to North Carolina, and this probably was not on your bingo card, and it wasn't on mine either, so I don't even know how to pronounce it. But Sin County.
Sure.
See, Connell has this. Boom. He was there.
It's alphabet. There's a list. I mean,
oh, there's a list alphabetical.
It's an alphabetical
I thought you were finding it on the map. Okay, you shouldn't have told me. Donald Trump won Anson County. It is and you can see there, Biden won it. Donald Trump is only the second Republican since Reconstruction.
What?
To win Anson County.
Why is that?
It's very small.
Democratic?
It's very small. It's very poor. It is rural North Carolina. Okay, and it is 45% African American.
He did that in Baldwin County in Georgia, which was another one, which we did have on our card, which is a really similar story. It was first, not since Reconstruction, but it was the first Republican since 2004, and a lot of people were looking at that.
Yeah, in Anson, 72, it went Republican. But other than that, it had been Democratic since Reconstruction. So Baldwin County here now, This is rural Georgia as well, away from Macon. Yeah.
But look, the major difference that we're seeing very obviously between this and 2020 is, again, the dominant theme is what? Who's more pissed off? The difference is it was on Trump's watch last time. And this time, even though Harris had to get swapped in, it's on her watch. And the metric remains the same. We're just watching it play out in micro fashion, which is, were more people going to walk away from how angry they are, how frustrated they are, how disaffected they are because of Trump?
Right.
Or are they going to walk away from Harris because of the status quo in favor of the grievance? And
it's interesting,
that's what will decide it.
I'm seeing reporting that in the states, because the other, the economy, inflation, that's what's driving a lot of the anger. People feel like they don't have enough money, they can't afford.
The anger thing is real, but I'll give you a difference in who they're angry at, is who's more angry right now. And if you think about in 2016, it was rural, traditional America that was angry. And in 2020, it was more, people were angry at Donald Trump, and it was more liberal, progressive America that hated Donald Trump in the cities. And now you're seeing, if this holds as a theme, it is rural America and traditional America, which means it doesn't have to do with race, doesn't have as much to do with gender. It has to do with education, sort of class status in terms of education, where you live, and value system.
Well, but what I was in the middle of something, and what I was going to finish up saying is that there's reporting that in the states where there are abortion measures on the ballot, the whole reproductive freedom issue for women has felt much more urgent, as opposed to states that have managed to pass measures already protecting reproductive freedoms. Women have felt far less urgency, according to data that I'm seeing.
Although we were both surprised about Florida. I thought that was going to pass.
Well, it did pass. It didn't pass by enough.
Right, 60% it needed.
Right, and constitutional amendment.
57% they got, or something like that.
Close to 50%.
Which would be big in such a divided environment, but it reflects somewhat of the natural.
Kamala Harris wins Connecticut. A shocking turn of events.
Shocking.
There we go. So I don't know what that does.
The other thing that's interesting, go back, and I don't know what this says about the Republican Party, but those WOW counties, I was talking about Milwaukee suburbs, if it plays out for the whole night, those are kind of lean Republican counties to begin with, but they're not MAGA areas, right? So is Trump there was a big narrative going in that Trump was going to lose kind of the Nikki Haley voter, and there'd be a lot of crossover Republicans. Those would be the type of people that would have crossed over to Harris. And so far, it's almost like maybe one of the surprises of the night that Trump is bringing home or consolidating kind of the traditional Republicans a little bit more than we thought.
Remember, you got a 1/3, 2/3 split on the right. You have 1/3 that are Trump followers, devotees, whatever you want to call them, not to be derisive, but they're all in for Trump.
Right.
You have 2/3 of the votes that he's getting tonight that are Trump neutral or despite Trump. And that, again, is a very big mistake that Democrats have been making, which is the assumption that we'll treat everybody who wants to vote for Trump as if he or she is like Trump.
Yeah.
And it's a mistake. And we'll see how it plays out tonight.
We have actually Kelly Meyer, NewsNation's Kelly Meyer, has been standing by all night monitoring the mood at the big rally for Kamala Harris in Washington, D.C. Kelly, I'm curious what the mood is there. We just read a letter from the campaign chairman telling everybody we're not going to know tonight. Chill out, be patient. We think our key to victory, obviously it is, in the Rust Belt states, the blue wall. Tell me what you're seeing out there and what you're hearing.
His mail-in ballots were posted at 11:55. Yeah, and we're watching for the vice president's movements at this hour. We know that they lifted what they call the lid after her dinner that she had with her family, that tradition that she said. So we're watching to see what she may do next. We know they were testing the mic out here. They moved the crowd behind me closer into the stage, so they filled in that area. So we're watching to see whether or not she comes out to speak to her supporters, even though, as you mentioned, in that message from the campaign chair to all of the staff, saying that we won't know know the answer until tomorrow and to, quote, get some sleep and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. But I will say the mood has shifted significantly from when we started here earlier tonight, Elizabeth, with the music bumping. People were dancing. They had people on stage from Howard University dancing as well. And now it's just quiet. You could probably hear just a TV going behind me. They are glued to the TV, and it is just silent. And you could feel kind of this anxiety in the air. But that's a significant change from earlier into now, and they're just waiting to see if they might hear from Vice President Harris tonight. Elizabeth.
All right, Kelly Meyer reporting live from Harris Campaign Central tonight. Let us know if you see any signs that Kamala Harris may in fact be about to take the stage. We will obviously go to you as soon as that happens. Thank you.
Yeah, you would imagine tonight from the Harris campaign, it's something along the lines of what Jen O'Malley Dillon said, which is, let's wait and see. You got to count every vote and the like. Kelly, thank you very much. With that, a update on the key races of the night. Decision Desk HQ projecting that Donald Trump will win Georgia's 16 electoral college votes. That is huge. That was one of 2 states in the Sun Belt that Trump needed to start having a good night. Donald Trump, DDHQ projecting Donald Trump will also win North Carolina's 16 electoral college votes. And now we go through the Rust Belt, the Blue Wall, the Upper Midwest, whatever you want to call it. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral college votes. Again, too close to call. Right now, Donald Trump leading, but still an enormous amount of vote out, to use the nerd term, in the big population centers that favor Kamala Harris. Michigan, 15 electoral college votes to call. Michigan is now too close to call. 34% of the vote in. This is still a very early night in Michigan. Wisconsin, 10 electoral college votes. Too close to call in Wisconsin, 66% in. So, all that matters tonight, the race to 270. Trump, 246, Kamala Harris, 162, 169 now. The easiest way for Donald Trump to get to 270 is winning Pennsylvania. Yep. And that is where, at least right now, you're seeing just this enormous focus. And there's counties, a few counties, as Connell pointed out, Donald Trump is outperforming. He's not outperforming to the point that you go, oh, wow, this is a seismic shift. And to your point, the shifts in the swing states now are so much smaller.
Yeah.
If, let's say, she wins Pennsylvania, okay? If he wins Michigan or Wisconsin, again, it is all but over because she would have to win Nevada and Arizona. Nevada and Arizona. So is that possible? Yes, but it starts to go against the probabilities that we're seeing play out within the electorate.
Yeah, no,
So it's state by state right now, and it's one and done, essentially, for Harris. So if she loses Pennsylvania, it's basically done. You got to play it out.
If she loses Pennsylvania,
right,
it's done.
Can't make out the numbers.
He's at 270.
But so which of those 3 blue wall states is she strongest and which is she most vulnerable?
We don't know enough of the votes, but Wisconsin is the biggest question mark.
Okay.
Because what we have seen is not blow away over performance, right? But again, there's a big question mark there. Michigan, she seems to be on course, but again, we don't know a lot of the vote. Pennsylvania, she seems to be on course. We know more of the vote, but not enough of the vote.
Right.
So you put the biggest question mark, but each one has a question.
The timing here, I think, is pretty important, right? So it's 11:15 at night. Not everyone who's watching are political junkies who are going to stay up till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. People got to go to work tomorrow morning. If you're the Harris campaign, you've got this huge crowd. You've got a lot of TV eyeballs right now, a lot of suspense, and still things are looking.
I think that's why Kelly's reporting she might be about to speak.
That's why you come out and you speak now, and you speak first.
Right.
And you set the tone. No one can declare victory tonight. The vote, there's too much vote out there. We think that there's enough vote in these areas. You lay out your argument.
Do you think she'll go that far to preempt Trump from doing what he did in 2020, which was prematurely declare victory when he hadn't won the race?
Why wouldn't she?
I don't know.
You know, if you want to try to buy, if you want.
Listen, she spent the last several days of her campaign not even saying his name. You know, in a race between two people, she refused to name her opponent.
Or her running mate, for that matter, or the guy who's in the Oval Office.
Well, only one of the two would get any pressure to concede, and it's not him. Nobody says anything to him in that party unless spoken to. Harris will get pressure on her because the Democrats have tied themselves to the integrity of democracy as an issue.
Yeah. You think? I think. Look, there was at some point in the night we were going to have this conversation, depending on how it went. Are they really going to get that pressure? And here's the question: how do you, Kamala Harris, come out and say Donald Trump, who I called a fascist, and I compared to Hitler, and I compared his followers to Nazis, has won? And we're all supposed to get behind him? What does she say?
You say we are all Americans, and America has spoken, democracy has spoken. It is our duty as Americans now to unite. You speak to the country and do your best to try and stitch together two very, very divided segments of this population, which we must do. We cannot continue to stagger along like this.
Yeah, look, I think you make a great point, and that is Democrats have tied themselves to this mantle of democracy. Maybe that's why she comes out early. Because if you come out...
she's not going to come out to concede. She's going to come out to say, you know...
Right, but you come out early when there is no pressure yet to concede. Because
I don't think there's any pressure on her to concede.
No, but there wouldn't be any reason to concede. This is ridiculous.
If at 5 a.m. we've called a couple of states and puts her over 270, and other news organizations have, then there is pressure. But if you already have come out and said...
Put him over 270.
Right. If they put him over 270 at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, you haven't spoken, then there's a lot of pressure.
She won't speak at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's too early.
Right, so you speak now.
No. She speaks at some point tomorrow.
No, you speak now and you say there's way too much vote out.
Oh, yes.
You speak now, there's way too much vote out.
I'm fine with that.
We got to wait till tomorrow morning.
They won't back off their criticisms of Trump because they believe them to be the truth. What is not true, in my opinion, is the division. I think it is highly manufactured.
I hope you're right. I do.
I have such a freaky disconnect when I travel around this country, of people ask me the same things all the time. One, you're much taller than I thought you were when you're sitting next to Elizabeth, because you've been cheating my height
look tall.
going on 20 years. But I'll let it alone. It's not something I would ever discuss on TV, like I just did. The second thing I get asked is, what's going on? What's going on? I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on in the news. I don't understand why these things matter to you guys. Who are these people? Who are these people who you're saying I'm a part of? If I'm a Democrat or a Republican, I don't get it. I don't get it. So the division is manufactured.
No surprise there. I'd be interested in terms of, I think there's a protective pool with Donald Trump. We don't think he's left Mar-a-Lago yet. Robert Sherman's at Trump headquarters.
Where reportedly the mood is jubilant.
Where would he go?
Quote unquote.
He's at Mar-a-Lago right now for sort of a private party. You've got about 700 people there. Looks lavish. I've gotten a lot of pictures. Then he would move to the convention center, which is the rally and watch party. I think it's worth
where he would speak.
Where he would speak. And look, I think there's also a possibility that if it's too early, he speaks at Mar-a-Lago.
At Mar-a-Lago,
and they do something like that. You just don't know. You don't know how this goes. I think
if I were Susie Wiles, I'd be saying, wait and give your big speech at the convention center. Like, let's just not even.
Well, look, in Trump land, you come out and say you won. And try and close off any possibility that you don't. Hopefully he's learned something from the last almost 10 years, and he tries in some way to conform to decency, because I got to tell you something. He has the opposite problem. I believe that last time he knew he was going to lose, and the time before that he thought he was going to lose and he was wrong, right? If there is 5% of the man that is in what his people tell me the good news is, which is if he wins, he's in legacy mode. He's not going to be the person you knew. If 5% of that is true, we'll see by how he exercises his discretion tonight. All right? I'll leave you with that food for thought while we go to break.
That's deep.
And look, we're going through the permutations because that's the job, right? As we get data, we start to look at what it means, what it could mean, and looking forward. We got a long way to go. The states that matter most, we don't know anything about yet. So
there's some new data coming in from Pennsylvania on the other side of the break.
I like the tease. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Hope he's not making it up. No.
Welcome back to News Nation's coverage of the 2024 presidential election as the vote tallies are rolling in. We are at the time of night when we're starting to see some real results. We've already had two big states go to Trump, Georgia and North Carolina, two of the swing states. We are waiting on the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and of course the Sun Belt states, Arizona and Nevada. Hello, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Vargas here with Chris Cuomo and Leland Vittert. We're going to go right now to Robert Sherman, who is our News Nation correspondent down at the Trump Convention Center, where the Trump campaign is going to hold its big rally tonight. We're hearing reports, Robert, that there's jubilation at Mar-a-Lago right now. What are you seeing there among Trump supporters?
Yeah, they just threw some of the returns up from the battleground states, and this whole crowd consisting of supporters who are wearing coats and ties or garbage man reflector vests or biker jackets all stood up and started to cheer very loudly just a few moments ago, really illustrating the broad coalition that has been assembled here and the amount of optimism that is in this room. Who is not in this room right now is the former president, who is watching all of these returns come in very intently at Mar-a-Lago right now. And those close to him are feeling very good about how the night is going. But the focus is shifting near exclusively to the state of Pennsylvania, which they believe is ultimately going to determine who wins this race. And I can tell you this, Elizabeth, as well, is that while the buffet did open here, the biggest hit of the night has been the coffee bar as people caffeinate up and prepare for what they think is going to be a long night. Elizabeth?
Yeah, it's going to be a long night, Robert. As you said, Pennsylvania will probably determine the winner, even though Trump has been doing well thus far. Thanks, Robert. We'll be checking back in with you. Even though Trump has been doing well thus far, if he loses Pennsylvania and she goes on to win Michigan and Wisconsin, she's the president. So,
lady, that's why we're here.
I know.
This is what it's. I feel like my
where's
kids.
our coffee bar?
I feel. Who needs it? This is naturally.
Who needs it when you have excitement?
I mean,
and adrenaline.
Look, this is great. We have gone now. I don't know when we started, but it's 11:30 Eastern p.m. Right? I haven't had to report, Elizabeth, Leland. We haven't had to go deep on disturbance of any kind. Knock on wood. Closest thing to wood is my head. Yes, we've had threats and we've had delays and we've had that, but nothing like what was anticipated.
You know why?
Why?
Because you always worry about the wrong thing.
What should I have worried about?
I don't know, but it wasn't that. You always worry about the wrong thing.
20 hindsight is 2020.
You know what? I can't wait for you to become a parent. And you will understand that what you do is worry about everything all the time, and eventually you'll be right.
Eventually you'll get it right.
Democracy,
sadly,
you know, cliche, trite, but true. Democracy is having a good night. I'm sure there are many of you that won't like the outcome, but the process is working. And think about how much bashing the process had been getting. And by the way, we already have yielded a really significant outcome that is absolutely going to change your and my reality going forward. Let's bring in Frank Luntz right now, legendary pollster and political analyst, to discuss what we already know has changed. Frank, I like it. Very Twilight Zone. Let me ask you, the Senate going red, what are the implications now?
No, the Supreme Court, with the Senate going red and with Trump at this point more likely than not to be elected, still not a sure thing. But if he's elected, then he gets the appointment. And with the Senate going Republican, whomever he wants is going to end up on the Supreme Court. That is about as big an impact as you can have this election evening, because there are a couple justices that probably will be retiring in the next year or two. That's number one. Number two is on tariffs. Because if he has the Senate, it becomes easier for him to put forward his economic policies, and some of it doesn't even require a vote of Congress. But if he's looking for that, that tariff policy is more likely than not to come into play. And finally, let's see what happens to the civil service. Let's see what happens to the government employees, because that's something that the Democrats have warned the public about. Should we be taking civil servants who aren't really necessarily accountable and politicizing them? We've looked at this nationwide in polling that we've done, and the public wants to leave them as they are. As much as they want them to be accountable to the president, what they want even more is to take partisanship out of the civil service. And that's something, if the Trump administration tries to move forward on that, it's something they will get a backlash from the American people.
How do you cross-index, though, with the general desire to have government smaller?
It's an issue of priority. They want it smaller, but they want more resources for the border. They want it smaller, but they want to make sure that that the food is safe and the drugs actually work, and that the promises that the government makes is going to be kept. Make no mistake, and Chris, this is something where you and I might disagree. The elections seem to have turned out okay, but I will tell you that the process, that the language, that how people treated each, not just in the presidential race, but the Senate races and the House races, was abysmal. And we're teaching our kids, because they're watching this, we're teaching them that they can say anything they want, they can do anything they want, and they can still win. So I am concerned that in terms of civility, decency, and respect, we're a step further away than we should be tonight.
Yes, but, and I'll get Leland in a second, where you teach at West Point, you see the opposite of that reality all the time. And what we are suffering from is the social media co-opting of our dialogue, where the few now dictate to the many. You know that our parties are catering to the fringe. You see the disconnect all the time in your work, Frank, where people are boggled by what they're hearing discussed in the halls of power and in the media. They don't identify with it. That is proof that social media and what's echoed there in the larger media is not reality, but it is working in our politics.
We agree with that. And what I'm waiting for is for someone to get elected to stand up and say, enough, all caps, 2 exclamation points, enough.
Well, look, I talked about it today, the idea of a reckoning, right? If Democrats or Republicans,
I'm hoping that the next
whoever loses has a reckoning. I think we're having a little bit of a problem with Frank's signal. Frank, 2 things to pick up on what you said. One is that you can say whatever you want and still win. I think you have to apply that to both parties in terms of where the rhetoric is and the real vitriol and hatred that both sides and disdain sort of have for each other. I just want to draw our viewers' attention to the fact that we have called North Carolina and Georgia for Donald Trump. We're the first network by many hours.
AP
has just called North Carolina. We're still the only one to do both. But if I look at the data in both North Carolina and in Georgia, the move is not, as far as we can tell, based on race or gender. It's based on rural versus urban. And it's based, and you sort of extrapolate that out to traditional versus progressive values. And Frank, I'm wondering if this election is sort of the result of the real divide that started happening during COVID, and that Democrats were just fine with. We lost Frank.
Well, it's okay.
Frank froze.
Washington goes to Harris.
Yep.
So Oregon and Washington have been in the last few minutes, both on his watch. That's not what matters, though. We got to watch the blue wall. Go ahead.
I'm just thinking about what Frank said. I actually found that very interesting. I mean, because we're all sort of caught up in the vote tally for tonight, and is it going to be a President Trump or is it going to be a President Harris? Frank brought up some good points. This could have a profound implication on the Supreme Court. You know, these appointments, there is a very real possibility Donald Trump could appoint 5 Supreme Court justices.
Right.
If he's in office for another 4 years. We've got 2 justices who are nearing retirement age who might choose to step down so that they can be replaced by Republican.
Thomas and Alito.
Big job for the media, by the way. Big job for the media. The next time there is a confirmation, advise and consent for Supreme Court nominees. The media has to go crazy that they change the vetting rules and end the culture of acquiescence. Ever since Robert Bork, Google it, ever since Bork, the two sides have agreed tacitly that they don't ask the other side's nominees any questions other than that first round about their politics, because Bork was honest. And Bork told the truth about where his decisions came from, and he got dinged.
And he got
So now you have people sitting on the court that are part of activist political organizations and religious organizations.
Well, I'm sorry.
They should have to disclose it in the vetting. That rule should change, and it's on the media to push it.
Well, it was Kamala Harris who went after Brett Kavanaugh in a way that was pretty wild. I don't think you can say senators have been handcuffed in how they question.
Again, I'll say it again.
She's most infamous for asking him, is there any single piece of legislation that gives the United States government control over a man's body? I think that's a very legitimate question.
And they went after him personally. I lived the whole thing. He was a few years ahead of me at Yale. I did all the reporting. I know it very well. And I understand why people didn't like it. Different point. I'm saying, you want to be a Supreme Court justice? You tell me what your political positions are. The time for transparency has come. The time for having men and women say, oh, I'd have to see the case, Elizabeth. Sorry, I don't. And that's stare decisis, which is Latin, so that's really impressive.
Right.
And nobody gets that it's stare decisis until you say otherwise. That's what your job is. The transparency, the time has come. Tell me what you are. Tell me what you're about. Don't make me find out on the bench.
Continuing on what Frank was saying, it's not just the Supreme Court, but he brings up a good point. Civil servants. Trump is pledging to throw out thousands and thousands.
It's also
of
cabinet appointments,
Yeah.
because our good friend Chris Dial made a good point that Republicans are on their way to 52, 53, 54. You look about what's happening right now in Pennsylvania. Dave McCormick is currently ahead of Bob Casey. This was sort of unthinkable. This was a couple of weeks ago. McCormick was 5 points behind and was trailing Trump significantly. Now he's caught up to Donald Trump. Will put those numbers up. But if all of a sudden Republicans have a few vote cushion, they can afford to lose Susan Collins. They can afford to lose Lisa Murkowski.
Both two senators,
two very moderate senators who have bucked Donald Trump. Dave McCormick, I'm sure. An honorable man in many ways, is not going to buck Donald Trump.
No.
Okay, nor is Eric Hovde in Michigan, in Wisconsin if he wins. I think McCormick's coming out at some point.
Maybe different this time if Trump wins, because he'll be lame duck as soon as he gets in. So he doesn't have the same teeth to punish you in primaries.
But he still owns MAGA, and he's still going to appoint whatever the next.
What does that mean for RFK Jr. as Secretary of Health and Human Services?
It means that if Trump wants to ram somebody through, it's going to be very difficult for any Republicans that's not Susan Collins or Lisa Murkowski to stop that.
Wow.
And that's
unless they filibuster, and then
not on cabinet appointments.
Not on cabinet appointments.
They're not allowed to do it.
There's no filibuster. And look, we all said this all along. Any traditionalist and institutionalist said, once you break the filibuster for one thing, it's going to just end up being eroded all the way down. Kamala Harris said she'd break it for Roe and other issues, so there you go. But what we're seeing now, 11:41 p.m. Eastern Time, we've been at this now, I think, for 5 hours and 40 minutes, if I have my math right, that the American public's starting to go to bed. People have to get up tomorrow morning and go to work. And therefore, who speaks first in these races to come out and say, look, there's a lot of vote still out. We're going to wait until tomorrow morning. And that sort of preempts whether it's Bob Casey from coming out, if Dave McCormick speaks first, if it's Kamala Harris who comes out and speaks first. It preempts Donald Trump or whoever is currently in a better position but cannot declare victory from really coming out until tomorrow.
Yeah.
It sort of hits the pause button. I think you're going to see a lot of campaigns try to do that.
By the way, we're getting reports that people are now leaving the Harris rally. So I don't know if she's going to speak, but reports are that folks are heading to the exits. It is nearly midnight on the East Coast. Still a big crowd there, but...
All right, Decision Desk HQ projecting Harris wins New Jersey. No big surprise there, but you guys were talking about about New York City.
We should look at the numbers.
Right now, 50. Wait, okay, so 81% reporting in New Jersey, 51-46. I'm not from up here. Your mouth is wide open.
Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised by that margin, I gotta say. I was shocked by the New York City vote margin. I really did find that.
It's interesting that
what was the New York City number? She won
68% of the
That's
vote.
the lowest since '88. And what's fascinating right now to watch, that's New Jersey, only a 5-point margin. If we can back up Pennsylvania or Michigan, is that Donald Trump is doing a lot better in non-swing states relative to his 2020 performance, Florida, Virginia, than he's doing in the swing states relative to his 2020
So what are we to
performance.
make
Biden was 57-41 in Jersey for point of comparison.
So what's that?
Okay.
That's
10
making
point.
up 10 points.
Yeah.
Okay, but he's not making up 10 points in Pennsylvania.
No.
He's not making up 10 points in Michigan. He's making up 2 points in Georgia.
Yeah.
So
But
there's
I mean, what does that data point mean for our audience?
I think it's a fascinating question, and you never know in the fog of war what it means, but it means something about the electorate in the swing states that's different than in some of these other states, the New Jerseys, the Virginia.
And how much attention
Florida.
they got, what the pitch was. You know,
the get out the vote machine.
Right. To the point of overperformance, here's an interesting metric, okay? Michigan, Detroit, okay? Democrat stronghold, all right? Hillary Clinton gets 90%, 93%, loses. Biden
Loses Michigan or loses?
Loses both.
Yeah, the race at Michigan.
Biden, 95%, wins. So the margins can be very tight. And that's why the polling being close is fine, and it seems to be fairly accurate to this point. But those little differences, that's why the theory of the case, which I don't believe is unfair. Harris, even though an incumbent, in quotes, right, because it's a little fugazi, right, because it was Biden and then she took over. Even though the incumbent usually wins a second term, comma, unless. And in this situation, Harris has a tougher job. She is against a grievance movement of the status quo and a man who is a charismatic figure with a cultish following.
Hold on.
It's a tough thing to do.
Kamala Harris came in not having to go through a primary with a blank slate. Everyone said she had to introduce herself. Nobody gets the opportunity to introduce themselves with a month of the most fawning media coverage in the world, okay, 4 months out from an election in any way they want. She got to choose who she created herself to be, and the media was ready to accept whatever she was. She created that.
I don't say that media writ large. We didn't do that.
No, I'm not saying we didn't writ large, but
We're not media writ large. We're media writ small.
Okay, well, whatever we are, we're part of the media.
There was
factions of the media.
There was an enormous amount of fawning over Kamala Harris when she took over. Fine, but the main one goes to Kamala Harris. And we got main 2 goes to Donald Trump. There we go. No surprise there. But I think I don't think she had nearly the difficult job people said she did. She just was unable to connect to voters. She was unable to get people in rural America or traditional America to think that she cared about people like them and she understood people like them.
Well, we don't know the outcome of these states, right?
No.
And this will determine the race.
So
however, I'm saying the feelings about America within the electorate have been consistently upside down for the duration of this election, okay? That is a strike against the incumbent.
Sure.
The reason for that is not that we are involved in a foreign conflict and that it seems to have posed a domestic disturbance. 1976, Carter. You got the Iran hostages and you have the resulting OPEC squeeze, so you have the gas crisis at home, both on his watch. Similarly here, everything that's going on has had a finger pointed at Biden and Harris. She is against somebody who is the ultimate disruptor and the head of the grievance movement. That's why I say she has a tough task. And that's why when you look at the polling, it's so tough that even with Trump at the front of it, sure, he's got his 30% built in, but you've got 70% of his vote that holds its nose. And they want to admit it, they don't want to admit it.
70-50.
She has a tough task on her hands tonight. We'll see what she can do.
You know, you do have to, regardless, you have to, after January 6th, people wrote him off. Nobody would take his call. He went down to Mar-a-Lago, and nobody went. I heard somebody would say he was radioactive at that point.
McCarthy went down. Kissed that ring as soon as he could.
I had this written down.
Megyn Kelly went down there, kissed that ring. He had power. He just, the players were hopeful. Go ahead. What's up?
No, I had this written down. Trump prosecutions. You know? Trump prosecutions. And
you only have one card?
I have many cards. Yeah. But the idea that Donald Trump's resurgence, if he ends up winning, it started with the raid at Mar-a-Lago.
Do you think?
Absolutely. And you can see it in the poll numbers.
I think it started earlier than that.
It was the first time that he started catching fire and Ron DeSantis started going
I think people calling it a raid helped him.
Well, no question. But so people may be leaving Harris. I just want to go through the numbers real quick. We've called Georgia. We've called North Carolina. Right now, Trump is up by by well over 100,000 votes in Georgia and well over 200,000 votes in North Carolina. So, you remember Biden won Georgia by 11,000 votes. These are not close margins in either Georgia or North Carolina. That speaks to something.
Those are good, solid
Those are
victories.
solid wins.
Relative overperformance.
Yeah.
Those are solid wins. That's not, and look, it's within the margin of error of the polls, but those are sort of at the far end of the margin of error. Now we get to Pennsylvania. We're getting to where more of the votes come in. I think it'd be worth it at some point to get Connell out here and go through where the vote is still out in Pennsylvania and where the vote is still out in Wisconsin, because we're getting into 75–80% of the vote in. Michigan still, we're a long way from getting anything.
Let's get a Democrat take on the state of play. See if where we are in the optimism-pessimism spectrum, according to Hank Sheinkopf, legend in Democratic strategy. Good to see you, Hank. So far, I am told, we didn't think we were going to win Georgia. We didn't think we were going to win North Carolina. We got to hold the blue wall. This is where we thought we would be. Is that your take as well as a Democrat?
It never changed in one moment. I think that holding the blue wall is going to be a tough job. It's kind of crazy when you look at Pennsylvania and you see that Allentown, with lots of Latinos, voted for Donald Trump. And this will come down to places that people around the world have never thought about, where the most powerful person in the universe, who heads the richest country in the history of the world, and the largest military ever assembled, will be elected by people from places called Delaware County, Montgomery County, and Allentown, Pennsylvania. Very crazy.
Very crazy because?
Because it's not the way it was supposed to be. The Democrats, we've talked about this before, Chris, I think, on your program. The Democrats are no longer the party of the working class. They're the party of, we don't know
Hank, hold on a second. Trump wins Nebraska 3. Remember, Nebraska and Maine apportion the delegates, so we'll hear the second part of the Nebraska one. They'll come out soon, I'm sure. Maine split between Harris and Trump. Go ahead, Hank.
The Democrats have lost their way. They are no longer the party of the working class in this country. $1 billion was spent here by the Harris campaign. The Democratic operatives should really be ashamed. When I did this stuff and I was on the road, my partner and I at the time, Jerry Austin, people thought we were out of our minds because all we did was fight. The Democrats don't fight. The Republicans do, and that's why these numbers are what they are tonight. Now, the Democrats are likely to lose this election. Why? Because it shouldn't be so close. That's the difference here, Chris.
It shouldn't be so close. Why?
If they're the party of the working class, can you tell me why Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are even close?
Well, who says they're the party of the working class?
Then that's my point. They're not anymore. Where's the union vote, the things that kept the Democratic Party in power and gave it discipline? $1 billion. They spent $1 billion on what?
Elon Musk also spent an awful lot of time in Pennsylvania. He's lived there for the past month. He was giving away $1 million a day. Hank, just
several checks worth.
$1 million a day. I think this is interesting. I'm just looking at sort of where the vote is moving in Pennsylvania. Sure. It is moving towards Donald Trump. He is outperforming 2020 everywhere. He's Philadelphia even, Pittsburgh even, all rural counties moving dominantly towards Donald Trump outperforming. The only place he is doing worse than he did in 2020, the only place that Harris is doing better than Biden is by 0.9 points in Cumberland County, near the capital of Harrisburg.
Yep.
As we look back on this, you say it's the working class. Is that another word for traditional values and rural Americans?
It's traditional values, rural Americans, and people who get calluses on their hands by working every day. The Democrat Party has become the party of the elites. It's the party of Los Angeles, New York, and Washington. It's the party of all kinds of people who don't speak the language of the people who vote. It's a party where you have chaos. You know, generally, if you look at American political history and presidential history, and you know it well, if you go back to Nixon, he was the one because we had riots on our streets. Reagan, he was the one because we had the chaos in Iran. And on and on. Clinton was the one because we had chaos in the economy. The kids who demonstrated against Israel and had violence in the streets, the so-called supporters of who knows what, helped elect Donald Trump should that come to pass. No one wants the chaos. They don't want to pay the prices for bread. They don't want to pay the prices for gasoline. And it all adds up. And if you look at the people that are voting for Trump in some cases, they are the new immigrants who've created that place for themselves. And they're not happy.
I'll tell you something. I've had people who are not in this country legally tell me if they could, they would vote for Trump.
Me too.
And I'm like, do you know what happens to you if he wins? They say, well, I'm here now. I don't know that he's going to do that. He likes to talk a lot, but, you know, I didn't come across the way they did. Anyway, how much of this is the Democrats giving? For instance, like the American flag. It seems the Democrats allowed the Republicans to take it as a party symbol. You guys capitulate to the idea that Trump represents traditional values. That is not a phrase I would put within 3 miles of the man. What do you believe are traditional values that don't include what Democrats want?
I don't think that's true. Chris, I have to disagree with you. I don't think this is about traditional values at all. I think this is about Trump values. It's about a populism that
no, but
we've
I'm
not
saying
seen.
when Leland was discerning what this split is, he said, is that another way of saying traditional values? What does that mean?
No, it's not. It's not traditional values because we've lost traditional values. We were once the most religious country in the world. We're no longer that at all. Tocqueville said in 1835, it's changed. We were the most civic culture country in the world. We're not anymore. The civic institutions have disappeared. Masons, Kiwanans, VFW, Knights of Columbus, all of those things that helped organize us, that gave us this almost nonpartisan communal sense are gone. So what's happened? We are now a party of social class and people who resent the fact that a significant portion of the country can no longer trace their roots to Europe. They don't know what to do with the future, and they're afraid. And when people are afraid, they seek comfort in those that will stop the fear and those who will stop the chaos. That's why that's why, you know, we lost the Senate tonight, the Democrats did, and that's why Trump is likely to be the president today, at this moment. Why? Because after $1 billion, and with some lousy campaign, by the way, it's not a surprise. It just isn't. If she loses, and it would be terrible. Why? Because the symbolism of having a woman of color as the president of the United States would be an extraordinary thing and might even bring us up to standard with much of the rest of the world.
Or it would have created if it were to happen, she's going to have to lead in a way that she can avoid repeating the past dynamic of reaction formation to Obama. Because anybody who believes you get Donald Trump if you didn't have Barack Obama didn't live it. All right, there was reaction to that. There was white fright that was developed as an ethos, as a divisive tool. So, do you believe you lose the House, the Senate, and the White House tonight?
I think the House is yet to be talked about. I mean, the popular vote in some states may protect that. The Senate is gone. You and I talked about this, I think, on this program some weeks ago, by the way. The White House is still too close to call. But it will get down to Pennsylvania, and it will be about that cultural battle we just discussed. But it's not about, it's about who represents those who work, who make the country work, and who represents the values that they have. And it's not about black or white. You know, you look at black numbers, my bet Trump did better than people think. Ditto with Latinos. It's about something else. This populism that is striking America in its heart, where we're either going to have to make decisions about who we are again, or we're going to be lost.
Hank Sheinkopf, not a rosy picture, but a fair one. Thank you very much, and I look forward to processing it all with you in the days ahead.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, before we go really super quick, let's check in just really quickly, 30 seconds each, with News Nation correspondent Mills Hayes, who's live in Detroit, Michigan, as the state's Democratic headquarters there, where they're counting where they're waiting for some results. What's the mood there, Mills? Really quick.
Hey, Elizabeth. Well, it was definitely a lot more excited a couple of hours ago. It's definitely died down a little bit as people are starting to watch those results coming in. I can tell people are getting nervous. I spoke with some people just a few moments ago who tell me that they are nervous because they do feel like that people here in Michigan are really struggling with grocery prices, and that may be why they may have voted for Trump instead of Harris. So you can tell people are starting to get a little nervous now, but they are still holding the hope. We have seen people kind of leave, but there's going to be here until the results start to come in, and the Michigan Secretary of State says we might not get results until tomorrow. Now, we're still getting some from Detroit. They haven't even reported about 30% yet, but they are saying that they should have them in by midnight, but that's about 2 minutes from now, so might not be in by then.
Yep. All right, Mills. Thank you. Keep us posted. And Nick Smith is live in Milwaukee. Nick, give us the update there.
Elizabeth, I'll make this very quick. We are keeping our eyes on the machine because election officials have told us about a mistake that they discovered earlier. It looks like one of the doors was open, one of the seals was there, had come loose, but they did not believe the machine was compromised. However, they chose to recount all of the ballots that they had started to count earlier in the day. So, Elizabeth, right now I can tell you that more than 108,000 ballots have been received. They are in the process of counting those, and because of that delay, it will take us early until tomorrow morning to find out exactly how Wisconsin will settle out. Back to you.
All right, Nick, thank you so much. Things are a little bit of bumps in Wisconsin. Hopefully it won't set things back too much.
Hey, knowing that you had a problem, correcting the problem, that gives confidence to the process.
Yeah.
All right? All right, we are about to come into tomorrow. And we are still going here at News Nation because there is still a lot left to learn. So what do you say? Let's get after it. It is now just after midnight on the East Coast. Welcome, viewers of News Nation and, of course, the CW. We start this hour with a major announcement. This election has changed the state of play in America. Decision Desk HQ projects the GOP has won a majority of seats in the next Senate. Big implication. Why? Supreme Court. Why else? Legislative agenda. This is going to be a big deal, and it is a reflection of how America decided to choose in 2024. So we don't know if the number is going to be 53, 54, but we do know this. This is the race that we're looking at right now.
Wow. This is the Nebraska Senate race. Deb Fischer, the idea of a Republican being in trouble in Nebraska is unthinkable. And Deb Fischer, the longtime incumbent senator, this was a boring race, had a challenger, Dan Osborne, who ran as an independent and got this close. This is stunning.
Now,
and if you want to think about a repudiation of the establishment,
there you go.
That's it.
So, and look, people can dicker with this all they want later on, but being an independent made a difference for Osborne. It resonated, and he had no business being close, but it shows the appetite that people have for something better than left versus right, something that approaches reasonable. So we see right now it's 51 plus for the Republicans. We'll see how it looks. But we also saw in Ohio, Sherrod Brown, longtime Democrat, losing in an insurgent race there. And that is the story of the night. Underperformance in places where we thought Harris wouldn't do well, sure, but down ballot. The balance of power has changed.
It's going to make a huge difference.
No matter who wins the presidency, they will have to deal with a Republican Senate.
Yeah. With a margin, nice margin.
If we can put up the Michigan numbers, there's only 40% of Michigans vote in, which the idea that you only have 40% counted at midnight is atrocious in and of itself.
Although they did tell us to expect that.
Well, just because I tell you to expect bad customer service doesn't make it okay. That said, 49%, and I just heard from a very, very senior Democrat, longtime elected official in Denver, in Michigan. I'm getting tired. But this is somebody who knows Michigan politics inside and out, whose name's synonymous with Michigan. I asked him, what in golf, for a golf shot, is it like for Kamala Harris to win Michigan? This morning he told me it was an 8-foot putt, which is 50-50. He just told me that it's now a 30-foot putt.
Wow.
For Kamala Harris to win Michigan.
Now,
and this is a guy.
If she doesn't, what is the math?
If she does not win Michigan, she can still win Pennsylvania, but then she has to win Nevada and Arizona. Both. So it gets very, very, very thin for her to do that. This is from the same source. It's tough. Michigan looks more doable than Pennsylvania. And if Kamala Harris loses Pennsylvania, Donald Trump's at 270, we all go home. Steyerwalt's with us. Chris, do you agree with the 30-foot putt assessment for Kamala Harris in Michigan at this point?
Oh, I would on a 30-foot putt. You'd have to give it to me. I wouldn't even try. Actually, you know what I'd do if I was playing golf with you? I'd say just give me 2 from here, and we'll call it good. The Pennsylvania is where it's at, and we're getting a ton of vote in Pennsylvania now, and we're starting to see the numbers. And basically, America, the way you can think about it right now is Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Detroit, and Milwaukee are what stand between Donald Trump and being the first person since Grover Cleveland to return to the White House in non-consecutive terms. Her position is, I would not currently describe it as dire, but she needs to exceed probably the kinds of volume that Joe Biden did in those cities. And so this remains a very nerve-wracking moment for Democrats, because when we look at Philadelphia County, when we look at Allegheny County, when we look at Wayne County, when we look at Milwaukee County, we don't know. We can't know the answer yet, but that is exactly what it is. And every minute that goes by, you're getting more vote in, you're counting more vote, and we get closer and closer to the answer. So this looks to be a very eventful time of our evening.
Let's go to what we do know and see if we can explain it. Why did the GOP take control of the Senate?
Well, they had a fantastic map. They had a really, really good map to begin with. That's number one. Number two, they avoided picking weirdos, or mostly avoided picking weirdos. The Republicans had been knocking on the door. Think about Mitch McConnell and the decade-long battle he fought with his party to pick saleable nominees for winnable seats. And we know the story of 2022. The Republicans couldn't get their act together, and they picked weird candidates in Georgia, in Pennsylvania. They couldn't act right. This time, even the candidates who are weird candidates or had weird backgrounds talk like normies, right? They spoke, people like Carrie Lake. I had Carrie Lake on my Sunday show. She sounded like National Republican Senatorial Committee talking points. If she'd have run like that for governor, she'd be governor of Arizona today. So part of it is good map. Part of it is candidate quality and discipline, having them not be running wild and free. And that's part of it. But then the other part of it is this. If the country nudged 3 points or 2.5 points to the right from 2020, that's going to bring a bunch of stuff in. Are we talking about 53? Are we talking about 54? What are we talking about here? And that's where, if you're a Democrat, it becomes extraordinarily important that California comes through for your party and delivers a House majority, because Donald Trump, if he does win the presidency, if the big cities of the industrial Midwest don't deliver for Harris, who's got Hawaii now, we see that Kamala Harris has won Hawaii. Congratulations, Hawaiians. But if Kamala Harris doesn't get the big cities of the upper Midwest, and New Mexico, that was a state that Donald Trump had wanted to play in.
That rally where he said, I think I'm going to win New Mexico.
Didn't he say I would have won New Mexico in 2020 if it had been fair or something?
He said he won it.
Given Donald Trump's improvement, and he did not. But given his improvement with Hispanic voters, particularly men, and this is something that I'm very curious about, and we'll need a long time with the data to figure out. why do we figure that these African-American men and Hispanic men moved away from Democrats to the degree they did? And we've talked about a lot of it, right? We've talked about inflation. We've talked about immigration. We've talked about wokeism. We've talked about all of that stuff. But there's also this. If we think back to the debate over gay marriage in this country at the beginning of this century and into the first decade, the second decade of this century, it was very often minority communities. It was very often black voters, particularly black men. It was very often Hispanic communities. We can think back to Proposition 8 in California, other referenda on the ballot across the country, where you would see minorities form a coalition with Republicans, evangelical Christian Republicans, to forbid gay marriage. And I wonder if the long strain of cultural conservatism in some of those communities makes it harder for them to vote for a woman to be president. I'm not blaming sexism, because Kamala Harris obviously got a bunch of votes because she is a woman. But I wonder if in those communities particularly, we're seeing the cultural conservative traditionalism assert itself.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll obviously know a lot more. And I'll be really curious when we do break down the Hispanic vote in all these different states, because as we've been saying all night long, it's not a monolith. You know, different communities vote differently. I'll be really curious what the data shows, especially in those western states of Arizona and Nevada, where you have huge Hispanic communities. In Nevada, you have more working class, fewer college-educated people overall as a population, whereas in Arizona, more highly educated. We've talked about the diploma divide, as Erikson called it, which I thought was a really apt term for it. But digging into all this data will be interesting. Still, no matter how you slice it, that is a sizable, very comfortable majority for the Republican Party now in the Senate. And no matter who's in the White House, it's really something.
It's funny to think about how we think of sizable majorities. We used to think about, in the United States, a sizable majority in the United States Senate was, would it be filibuster proof or not? Would they get to 60 or not? Now, 53 sounds like a big majority. Yeah. It sounds like a big majority if you don't have to have your vice president come in to cast the deciding vote. So we are a narrowly divided country politically, and the Republicans did a good job in terms of getting the right candidates or getting the wrong candidates to act right.
And just keeping in mind, I mean, again, reminding our audience, for people who might just be tuning in yet again before they go to bed, you know, the Senate has the job of confirming the cabinet, all those positions. The Senate has the job of confirming Supreme Court justices. It's a lot of really important.
None of those require a filibuster-proof majority.
Precisely.
And it's easy. It's
simple
easy
majority vote.
Yeah, it's very easy, Chris, to not have to deal with the filibuster if you just eliminate it, which the Senate keeps trying to do. When we think about the difference, and I think this is an interesting point that you brought up about how women are voting. In 2022, we saw this big outperformance by Democrats because women showed up in numbers that were not predicted on the issue of abortion. It
was right after.
It was right after. Now, I think, Chris, and you can weigh in on this, we're seeing other issues other than just abortion play into the discussion in America. It's immigration, it's crime, it's the economy.
Well, there is, we should remember that people who are ideologues or people who are partisans are going to infer their own reasons into any victory or any defeat, right? So if you believe that America should get rid of daylight savings time, which it obviously should, which any decent person understands that it should be abolished. So if you're on a hobby horse about eliminating daylight savings time, what do you say? Well, if Kamala Harris is struggling, if Kamala Harris doesn't win, it's because she didn't go against daylight savings time, because she refused to go against daylight savings time. This is post facto reasoning that people will use. Whoever wins, whatever happens in this race, everybody's getting their talking points ready tomorrow to come out and say, well, it was because of this, well, it was because of that. Here's what we have to remember. If Joe Biden, just do one counterfactual for me. If Joe Biden hadn't run for a second term, let's just imagine the world in which Joe Biden says, you know what, I'm too old, I came to be a caretaker. That's what I'm doing. And after the 2022 midterms had stepped aside, imagine politics in America today and what we'd be talking about tonight. I think it would be substantially different.
Yeah, we would have had
Who do you think the Democratic ticket would have been?
Would have nominated, yeah.
It would have had time to figure it out. I think Kamala Harris has done an exceptionally good job in appealing to the middle, trying to moderate with a strong message. She has done it, right? She has done everything that she could possibly do, I believe, to try to make the case to the electorate that she was not the person we met in 2019, but that she was, in fact, a very moderate, very stable, very normal person who was going to do that stuff and was not beholden to the progressive left of her party. She did it all. But she had to do it in a very short period of time, and she didn't get to get her sea legs under it, and she didn't do all that
Right,
stuff.
which
I
a
think it would have
primary
been
process
much better.
would have, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, and you would have had time
I
to.
think. And see, was it a Gretchen Whitmer? Was it whoever?
Josh
and they'd have had a chance
Shapiro.
to fight it
Yeah,
out. Yes,
yeah.
they'd have had a chance to fight it out and figure out who they were.
Hey, so we were talking about the Republican-controlled Senate. DDHQ now says there's a 62% chance that Democrats will control the House. Divided government.
Yeah. Americans love divided government in cycle after cycle. And if Donald Trump does win this election, the mandate under these circumstances, the mandate from the American people would be just as clear as it was in 2020, which is not too much, right?
Yeah.
Not too much. Don't get in and try to do it all. One of the reasons that Kamala Harris is struggling tonight is that Democrats misinterpreted their mandate in 2020. Their mandate was to not be Donald Trump. Their mandate was to act normally. But they didn't. They thought that they had a mandate for progressive reform and big change and do all of this stuff, and it blew up on them. And the message that voters send cycle after cycle in these United States is they like divided government and they want people to try to work together.
One last quick thing, then I want to go to the wall with Colin. What is the message from the results in New York City if the progressive agenda was something that was to be seen as desirable, with her getting the lowest number we've seen since 1988?
So if we look at all of the things, it's not one thing, it's a million things, right? But if we're thinking about what are the big reasons, Donald Trump, if he does win this election, should send a big old wet kiss over to Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, who innovated the idea of dumping migrants into New York City and Chicago and big cities all over the country, and he made it a problem for those other people. Instead of it being localized in Texas, he made sure to spread the pain around to other places. And who is afflicted most by those kinds of problems, those quality of life problems? Working class people in New York City. And working class people in New York City are not a bunch of white working class folks. They're a bunch of working class folks from all over the world and of all races and ethnicities.
Hey, listen, as a New York City resident, I'll be the first to tell you it's every citizen of New York City has been impacted by the migrant crisis. It is bad, which is why you've seen Mayor Eric Adams be really combative toward the Biden administration and up there demanding more help and more money, because you can't expect us to, we're a finite island here, with
and now
all
he's
these,
combative for his political
and
life.
now he's fighting for his
under
life.
an indictment and a trial coming up.
Yeah.
Colin, what do you see at the wall?
It's a margin problem right now for Harris developing. She actually has a better shot. We were just looking at the numbers in Arizona than she does in either Wisconsin or in Pennsylvania right now by the odds. So you see a 71% win probability in Pennsylvania, which we've already identified as the most important state on the map. You say, where are the votes out? Because it's not out of the question for a Democrat to catch up after being behind. We've seen it before, certainly. We saw it last time. Bucks County, Philadelphia, those are going to be Democratic votes. Maybe not so much in York. Montgomery County should be a lot of Democratic votes as well. But if we go back to the live results and just look at the map, you see something seems a little out of whack around Philly, is that it's not all blue here. There's a couple counties here you would expect to be blue that are not. And, the first one is Bucks County. It's 56% of the vote in. Just to go back, and Harris may very well still win in Bucks County, but you see how she's tracking below what she would normally do there. Right up above it in the Lehigh Valley is Northampton County. which was an early lead for Harris. And look at this, Trump's pulled ahead. They have 88% in. So they have 88% in Northampton, and Trump's up to 52-47. That's a really good number for him there. That's one of the two counties that went twice for Obama, then went for Trump, and then Biden got it back. The other one is Erie, where Harris does have the lead right now, but she's just simply not making her numbers, guys. The same thing is really true in Wisconsin, at least so far. And what we're seeing in Wisconsin right now, let's see where we are. We're almost 80% win probability for Trump. And in Wisconsin, we talk like they have this acronym about WOW counties around Milwaukee, and they're not the only ones. If you look at some of the red counties around Milwaukee, Waukesha is one of them. This is about, I think, what it was last time. Yeah, give or take. Trump's actually a little bit below. Racine, though, I thought was interesting, right below that. See, Trump's way ahead. They're 62 to his 51. So margin problems for Harris.
Have we looked at Michigan at all?
Yeah, well, I mean, we will, but I got Dave Bossy on the phone. I don't want to lose him because Trumpland may be making an adjustment here. Dave Bossy, deputy campaign manager for Trump's 2016 campaign, obviously an intimate and close circle around the former president. Dave, what is the state of play there within the campaign? Is the former president going to speak anytime soon? What are you thinking?
Well, Chris, it just looks like it's inevitable that Donald Trump's going to be the 47th president of the United States. And so, yes, all of the guests from Mar-a-Lago are now moving over to the convention center for an expected speech by now President-elect, again, Trump.
Is it true that he's going to call in here to News Nation and give us a little preview of what he's going to say? Have I heard correctly on that?
Yeah, you know what? That would be awesome if he did that. Maybe he'll do it from the motorcade on the way in.
So do you guys have reason to believe that Pennsylvania goes your way, or is this about cautious optimism and leaving it to tomorrow? Where's your head?
You know, Chris, we've been watching these counties, county by county across the state of Pennsylvania, and including Michigan and Wisconsin. So it looks like President Trump is outperforming in many of those counties by small margins, but margins nonetheless, more than the 2020. And then Harris is underperforming Biden's numbers from 2020 in multiple counties that are very key. So we look at this, that she does not have a path to victory. And so we don't, obviously we're cautiously optimistic, but it looks like he doesn't need to win all of them. He just needs to win one. And that's where we are. And what an amazing job President Trump did in carrying massively the United States Senate. And so he's going to be going back to the White House with a mandate.
What is the mandate, David?
Well, clearly, this is a change election. Okay, so Leland, it is going to be where President Trump's policies on the economy, President Trump's policies on the border, President Trump's policies on immigration, President Trump's So President Trump is going to have policy after policy after policy, and that's what the House and Senate are going to have to deal with now.
How big a deal is it, David, that not only do you feel like former President Trump is on track to be President-elect Donald Trump, but that the Senate is so solidly Republican? You've picked up several seats there and will have a nice majority.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Several seats are still yet to be called. I don't know. You guys probably know more than me how many Senate seats we are plus right now. But it looks like it's a big night in the United States Senate.
It's looking like 53 or 54 for you.
Yeah, that's an amazing number. And we're going to.
Well, Dave, it's all what you do with it, Dave. So let me ask you this: what are we going to hear from the president tonight, and what can you tell our audience to let them know that he will be different than what they didn't like about him in the past?
Well, I think this victory reinforces the fact that the American people want change. So, and that they chose his policies over Kamala Harris's policies and Joe Biden's policies. So what you're looking at is President Trump is going to be in a position where he is going to bring his border wall back. He is going to be beefing up the border. He is going to make sure that he closes the border. He's going to start mass deportations. He is going to talk about the economy and getting it started again. And he's going to be talking about getting energy back going again. Look, this is what the American people voted for. Every one of these issues. That's what they voted for tonight, and that's why he's going to be elected president, 47th president of the United States.
All right, let's see how it goes the rest of the night. Thank you, Dave, for passing along the message that former President Trump is going to address the group there. We'll listen to hear what he's going to say, and appreciate you calling in. I'll be checking with you soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Just in terms of how things are playing out for the evening, overwhelming reports, Kelly Meyer among others, that people are leaving the Harris rally.
There's a report on the website here, the New York Times website, that if she doesn't come speak soon, there'll be nobody left to speak to.
Right. So there's that. And then you have that Kamala Harris, as far as I can see, the protective pool of journalists that are with her at the Naval Observatory, they haven't left the Naval Observatory. So, and the campaign and sort of Democratic spin's gone totally dark in terms of sending anything out. I did get this from a very good source in Michigan, a longtime elected Democrat in Michigan who knows it quite well, who said, we're not optimistic. He went from saying, I feel really good this morning and over the weekend, to saying this isn't happening. His answer, and kind of let's see if we can get into Michigan and just sort of go through some of the counties, looks like a surge of suburban and rural pro-Trump voters, good Democratic turnout, just better Trump turnout. And that sort of is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania as well, this sort of massive rural explosion. Same thing we're seeing in Wisconsin, same thing we saw in Georgia and in North Carolina.
So not an underperformance by Harris's supporters, but an overperformance by many of the Trump supporters. You do think
I think it's both. We're going to have to see how it goes through the counties.
There's some places in central, like sort of in very urban Georgia, where Kamala Harris is doing better than Joe Biden did. So there are, in Raleigh.
But there are fewer than.
I know.
Far fewer.
But also, look, two things are going to be true.
Right.
You're going to find some things that are aberrant, and then you're going to see a trend.
Yeah.
And the trend is going to be that she underperformed where she needed to be. To use your phrase, which always makes me smile, she's not making her numbers like she was selling vacuums. Something like that.
In essence, you kind of are.
Right.
Where are we?
You either capture the people's heads and hearts, or you don't. Right. And we'll see what happens here with her, but that's going to be the story of it. Who was more willing to walk away from their own because of their grievance? And if she loses tonight, it's because more people were willing to walk away from her because of what they didn't like. We'll see.
Usually these states go the same. We talked about it earlier. They usually go the same way, right? And that's what happened in 2016. They all went for Trump, and Wisconsin went there at 2:30 in the morning. He became the president. Michigan, as you know, the rest of them run right at Michigan. So if you're a Democrat running and you start Michigan, you got to win there. Otherwise, you're going to have trouble in the other places. And now we got it as about a 50-50 split. The Democratic votes, we'll see where the votes are out and where they're remaining in Michigan right now. Wayne County is Detroit. Macomb County on the outskirts there, famous Reagan Democrats from the 80s is what people talk about with Macomb County. Oakland County would be a place at the bottom of the screen you think Harris would need to overperform as one of those affluent suburbs. So we can take a look at some of those, and maybe I'll just start in Oakland County. I don't think she's going to win there. It's a question about whether or not her margins are where they need to be, a little bit below. Yeah, it looks like Trump went up from 42 to 44, and Harris went down from Biden's 56 to 54. That's one example. You can look in other areas and see if there are similar examples, like in Kent County, which is Grand Rapids. Harris,
this is where Trump closed last night.
That's for the third straight campaign, right? He always closes. It's a superstitious thing or something in Grand Rapids at the end of the night. You're right, but so Harris that doesn't seem to be as much of a problem. It's going to be, how does Wayne County come in? How does Detroit, and is there enough to come back here? And those are not. It's only 32% of the vote in. Some people are talking about Dearborn, if she's got enough there with the Arab American vote. That's you know, a place to look in Wayne County. She's a little bit below where she would like to be. Let's put it that way, whether it's making numbers or however you want to put it. And then just a quick look back at Pennsylvania. Same idea. I talked about this before. I mean, it's literally, I think I should probably be able to find it without even going my alphabetical list. Yeah, center, because it's the center of the state. But, you know, State College was another example. This was a big turnaround from, let's see if it's still where it was. Yeah, so Trump at 51.5. Look where he went up from his 47 to his 51, and Harris underperforming.
Wow.
You know, that's a kind of that's a bigger example. Most of the trends are just a point.
That's rural. That's rural America.
Yeah, but that's a bigger example than what we're seeing in other places.
I would just point out, I mean, and this is the trend we've seen, is Trump running up his numbers in rural Georgia, rural North Carolina, now rural Pennsylvania. That's where he won,
right?
If you will. And we should point out, if we go back to the overall Pennsylvania map, and we get where we're at, Donald Trump right now is up. Overall, if we go, can we zoom out, Connell?
Wait, this is Center County.
Yeah, I was going to zoom.
Oh, my mistake. Yeah, here we go.
Zoom all the way out statewide.
Yep. There you go.
Trump's up, you know, what, more 160,000 votes. The win probability is at 76%, so that's taking into account where the vote is still out. If he wins Pennsylvania, he wins the presidency.
Yeah, it's
over.
That
is.
And I'm sorry, wait, how much of the vote is in at this point? Are we still just talking?
There's 1 million votes remaining out. So you're at what, 60-something%? What is it?
So the overall percentage is
86%.
86.
86% of the vote is in, and
Yeah.
a 76% chance of winning, which means basically the way these algorithms will work, and we get Scott Tranter, I think it'd be worth talking to him about Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin for a minute.
Absolutely.
But the way their algorithms, and it's why we partner with Decision Desk HQ, we can show the nerd aquarium, as it's called, where they're all crunching the numbers. But the win percentage is based off of how she would have to outperform even in the counties that she's currently ahead in. She has to do better than she's been doing to make up that margin. Trump would have to do worse. So that's what they're going through. And we have, and Connell's been great at pointing out
there was something earlier, but like she was, the way it was working earlier, I don't know if this still tracks, it was like, you know, she'd have to, she would have to do about a point or a point and a half better than she was doing in a lot of these counties. I mean, it was about 2.5 points of underperformance, in other words, and she'd have to beat.
And they'll go.
Better.
We go at the, you know, in this map, this is Wisconsin. We go to the county level. For DDHQ, for their analysis, they're going precinct by precinct,
Right.
and they really understand where the vote is
Put up
still out.
Pennsylvania. Let us see where the vote remains at that million that's out.
So
Because if it's not
Pennsylvania-
all right around Philadelphia or Pittsburgh.
A couple of them are. Bucks is obviously in the suburbs. That has not been good numbers. And then Philly and Montgomery, Philadelphia itself, and then Montgomery's also in the Philly suburbs down there. But so 3 out of 4.
And she needs to win about somewhere between 60 and 70% of the vote in each of those places.
Yeah, I mean, she will in Philly, but I think her numbers, her margins, because the last 2 elections, actually, if you look at it, see, these are not, I mean, it looks great, right? So you say you're up 78 to 20, but even the historical comparison, Biden was 81-18, and Hillary was actually better than that. You know, Trump has done a little bit better in Philadelphia.
But it would make sense that Trump outperforms 2020 because 2020 was on his watch. So what people were angry about was largely manifest by him. Now he is heading up that grievance movement where it isn't on his watch. So that's not what's surprising. What's surprising to Democrats is their underperformance, those who walked away from them in these areas they needed.
Yep, I think they thought, especially in the last week, the Puerto Rico story, we talked about that earlier, would resonate more in Philadelphia County and in the Lehigh Valley, and it really hasn't. I mean, it's surprising to see in Northampton, for example, that Trump went ahead again in Northampton County. Yep, 52-47. That was one place. I mean, she's still winning next door in Lehigh County, but not by the margins that she would like to be winning by. And I think that's where they thought the Puerto Rico story would.
The Puerto Rico controversy.
Yeah.
Do we know do we have data on the sizable Puerto Rican population in Pennsylvania, or are you just making
Well, those were the types of places. For example, in Lehigh County, we could look, at the the racial breakdown and say the Hispanic vote in a county like that, or the Hispanic population. This is census data at 27% is higher than in other places. So the thinking was among some Democrats that in a place like that, and next door Northampton County, and also inner city Philadelphia.
But we don't listen. We don't know how the Puerto Ricans in that community yet voted. Is my point.
No, we just know
Interesting
the
to
overall
note
vote.
also that there are two very predominantly counties. This is just Texas, which is far away from Pennsylvania, but still not just predominantly Hispanic, but also right on the border. And you would think, the communities that are right on the border feel the strongest about something needs to be done about the border.
Right.
Both went very heavily for Donald Trump.
Right, and we were talking about the county, Assone County in North Carolina. We were talking about rural, 45% African American. Donald Trump wins it, is the first Republican to win the county since 1972, the second Republican since Reconstruction to win. And this rural-urban divide is getting stronger as we go through, and I thought you were right to point out Center County.
He's getting a lot of votes, though, in populated areas. Yeah. I don't know, you'd have to think about it, and you'd have to really examine the idea of rural versus urban. I don't know. I don't know how much. I mean, so many people are so connected now. There's so many universal concerns. We saw that with immigration. I think part of it is a construction. I think part of it is artifice, the idea that everybody is affected by illegal immigration. I think part of that were the optics of what we talked about earlier with Governor Abbott, sending people into places like New York and Martha's Vineyard that sent a message. But a lot of these issues are universal now. And in politics, one of the things that generally holds true is you have a problem if you're trying to tell people they're wrong for how they feel. Yep. And that is looming large as a narrative. Rural, urban, white, black, male, female.
Or demonize them for how they feel.
Right. When people are saying how they feel in politics, you've got to find a way to make them feel better. Well, telling them they're wrong to feel that way doesn't usually go well.
There's that line, right, that cares about people like me. That is the single biggest determinant in a poll question about who's going to win. Elon Musk.
I feel your pain.
Well,
he didn't say you're wrong to feel the pain.
It's always the thing with the economy. You can throw out every stat you want, and that the IMF says we have the best economy in the world. Well, maybe we do compared to the other economies.
We do, actually.
We got to take a break.
People might not feel it.
We have more data coming in. Give us a chance to process it. We'll have information for you here just after the new day here as we go into Wednesday. Pennsylvania may tell the story of this election. We'll tell you why right after this.
All right, welcome back. Here we go. Harris headquarters, where you might say the mood is slightly more demure than at Donald Trump's headquarters right now. Just to set up everybody for where we're at.
Leland.
Well, it is 12:40 in the morning. We don't want to get anybody too excited. 213 electoral college votes for Kamala Harris, 248 for Donald Trump. Just to set the scene here for where we're at. Kamala Harris has to have a perfect night from here on out, and to use a football analogy, come back in the way the Patriots did in that Super Bowl in the fourth quarter. Right now in Pennsylvania, she is behind. She is behind in Michigan, and she is behind in Wisconsin.
Wow.
She has to hold all three of those states in order to survive effectively. If Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, it is over.
What's the popular vote right now? Can we put it up?
And by the way, we should just say before we move on to the popular vote, Pennsylvania right now, not only is Donald Trump leading, but we have 86% of the vote in. So, a very sizable chunk of the vote is in.
Yep.
She would have to do some dramatic turnaround and finding votes someplace in order to turn that around. And as you pointed out, if he wins Pennsylvania,
if he wins Pennsylvania, you get, so the way the map works is it is the race to 270 electoral college votes, and you are declared the winner. And right now, the path for her to 270 votes is extraordinarily difficult. The path for him right now is pretty apparent.
She has to win 3 states that she is not winning right now. Here is the story that will become the story after we know who wins. If Donald Trump, I don't even know how.
Well, here, we'll put numbers.
I don't know how he could blow this at this point in terms of the popular vote. Look at the numbers of the popular vote right now. We haven't seen a Republican
win the popular vote.
A Democrat
or win the popular vote
like this in a long time.
To be fair, we're waiting for California numbers. There's not a lot of the California vote in.
True.
But Steve
he's
Sheinkopf
up by 4+ million.
Steve Sheinkopf just pointed out, and this is why. In Virginia, he is running 10 points ahead of where he ran in 2020. In New York, Biden was +23, Harris is +11. He's made up 12 points in New York. In New Jersey, that was New York State. In New Jersey, Biden won by 16, Harris is winning by 4 points.
Wow.
There is a massive realignment in America.
Also, we were just talking before the commercial break about the Hispanic vote. Trump right now is winning 45% of the Hispanic vote, larger than Bush, who got 44% in 2004 of the Hispanic vote. Quite remarkable that he is getting that enormous.
There's a chance this is a real rout.
Yeah.
For Republicans, win probability right now.
94%.
94%. So
when he won in
inside
2016, he lost the popular vote by several million.
Sure.
That would be, and you make the right point. We got to add California into it and some of the western states. But if he does that, that is, even though it doesn't matter in terms of our process, right? Because it's about the electoral college.
Somebody come to the podium.
Cedric Richmond, who's a deputy campaign manager for Kamala Harris.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
All right, so Cedric Richmond comes out. Now, we have our first chance to judge tonight other than the votes. I think Harris should have come out and said what you just heard
it was very
from
brief.
Cedric Richmond.
It sounds like hardly anybody was there. It was very muted, the audience response. It was basically the votes aren't all counted yet, but it is not looking good, and they know it.
Right, but
what should she have come out and said that? I mean,
look, there is no should. It's a choice. They chose not to. My opinion, yeah. I think
not,
I think you come out and you say what you feel you need to say to your people at that time based on whatever you think. But, there's one number one, and you're at the top of the ticket, and you lead the team. And I would have expected her to come out and do it. That was a very weak showing, but they're having a weak night.
Very weak.
I don't know how she comes out without it sounding like a concern speech at this point, and they don't want to.
She could have said what he said.
Yeah.
It's not over, and I'm not conceding.
Yeah, Chris, take us back. I mean, the last time Republicans won the popular vote, 2004, I'm remembering John Kerry was something kind of similar to that, except it was John Kerry saying it, right?
I don't see the Republican popular vote victory yet.
Okay.
I mean, anything is possible. We've talked about big shifts, but I wouldn't use words like realignment. and I wouldn't talk about a Republican victory yet in the popular vote. California takes a long time to count, forever to count. We'll be waiting on control of the House, not for days, maybe for more than a week, right?
Really?
As we wait, because in California,
do we have to wait till 1 a.m. every morning?
No. We're going to do this in shifts. We're going to do this in shifts. No, California, you don't even have to be in by Election Day. You just have to be postmarked by Election Day, and then they've got 10 days after that. It takes forever. So this is looking a lot like 2016, right? This isn't looking like, wow, what a big victory. This is looking like, wow, an unexpectedly large victory. If Donald Trump does do what it looks like he's doing, and goes over the top and wins 1 or 2 or 3 of those blue wall states, then you have an outcome like 2016. And something that is really important to remember is we keep having close elections. We keep having close elections. We're in a national deadlock where we don't get clarity, right? We keep not getting clarity. It looks like a big win for Republicans, but that's only by the modern standards. You mentioned 2004. That was considered narrow. What's happened in the 21st century is our politics have gotten really well sorted, and everybody goes on their team and they go into their silos, and then we come out every 4 years and we play this battering ram game between the two parties.
Obama had a big win. He had a blowaway win that was almost 10 million.
Yeah, that was a movement. Yeah.
2008. Now, the secret to get a win like 2008, you have to make sure that the U.S. economy catches on fire and sinks to the bottom of the Marianas Trench in the 1 month before the election. Really helps you do it.
And your opponent, may rest in peace, John McCain, says during the election, I'm the guy to keep you safe. I'm not the economics guy.
Well, and Barack Obama's a once-in-a-generation guy. One interesting thing, Richie Torres, the congressman from New York who was on with us earlier, and you have to give him credit as somebody who's been willing to stand up to the extreme parts of his party in a very vocal way.
He's
in a
very
way,
strong.
in a way no one else has, really.
Well, Senator John Fetterman.
Sorry, John Fetterman, but certainly in the way that, certainly not in a way Kamala Harris has. This is his tweet, the anti-Israel fanaticism of the far left is entirely to blame for the erosion of the Jewish support. You think about New York, Biden versus Harris is a 12-point delta. It's a 12-point delta in New Jersey. The exit poll Richie Torres is quoting Harris 56, Trump 43. That used to be an 80-20 or 60, 75-25 split. You have to think that those 400,000 Jews in Pennsylvania are pretty similar to those in New Jersey and in New York.
And it shows that you can't be a monolith, right? You can't be all one way. There has to be nuance. Richie Torres is openly gay. Okay, he's very progressive. He's very supportive of that. But he also is not in lockstep with that group when it comes to a lot of the disparaging language and, frankly, actions towards the Jewish community in this country.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it raises the point, too, when to Congressman Torres's tweet. What has that far radical left-wing faction of the Democratic Party that is so anti-Israel just bought itself?
Right.
By sabotaging Harris's candidacy.
They
just bought President-elect Trump, potentially, who is incredibly supportive of Benjamin Netanyahu in a way that Biden was not, even his amazing support.
Democrats are going to have to do a lot of soul searching. If the arc continues, there's going to be a reckoning of was all of the progressive orthodoxy worth it, and holding that out in order to get Donald Trump elected. Well, I just want to go through some of Pennsylvania, because if the Pennsylvania is the Keystone State, the Keystone Commonwealth, Pennsylvania goes to Donald Trump wins the presidency. Take us through, if you would, some of the counties where we should need to be looking, what has to happen for it to be called, what has to happen for Kamala Harris to pull through.
Well, it's super easy. It's a lazy man's time for call now. 2 counties, Philadelphia County, Allegheny County. There's still a little vote out in the collar counties and the suburbs. There's a little bit out there, but this is just about the cities, right? This is now about, and we told you about this 6 hours ago, about how this goes. The last places that you get the vote are the places with the most votes in them, the densest place where it takes the longest to count, takes the longest to vote, takes the longest to count. It's more complicated in urban centers. So this is a pretty simple, it's a pretty simple bit of arithmetic here. As soon as there are not enough votes out, because one of the other advantages that they have is that now we have a sense of what the turnout's really like, what the numbers really are all about, and what they can expect is still out in Philadelphia. And we'll certainly know a lot more here in just a few moments, that we can start to know what the real vote need is in those two counties.
Okay, and what do we make? I thought it was interesting when you put up Philadelphia County that Trump is tracking a couple of points ahead of where he was in 2020, Pennsylvania County, in Philadelphia County, and then also in Allegheny County. Donald Trump's doing better, relatively speaking, than he was. Allegheny, not so much, but I think Philadelphia was by 2 or 3 points. How can we go through at least where he is in terms of his lead, and then how much vote we think is out?
Well, I mean, if the story of this election is that it's a 2-point shift, right, then it would be a 2-point shift everywhere. Now, we can highlight individual places. You mentioned New Jersey and other spots like that where you see these bigger numbers, but those are going to be in not contested. Those are going to tend to be in not contested places, in places that are monoparty spots where you can have those bigger swings in turnout and people act in different ways. I would imagine that you're going to see the consistent shift across a battleground state like Pennsylvania. And if that's the case, if those are the numbers that we're talking about, if that's what we're seeing here, the clock is really running down on Kamala Harris at this point. The clock is really, really running down on her.
And is that, if we go Michigan and Wisconsin, the same story?
Well, I mean, Wisconsin has been different. So if Kamala Harris loses Michigan, if she loses Wisconsin, if she replicates Hillary Clinton's map, basically, then what Democrats will say is that they have to retool their party. They have to retool their coalition, because what it will say is that they could win in the middle of a pandemic, they could win in the middle of a recession, they could win in a crisis, and they could win with a sitting president who is super unpopular. This is what people forget. Americans have good views, better views now. Majority of Americans have positive views about the Trump administration because they're thinking about the Biden administration. But if the only way that Democrats can win a relatively narrow victory is to have a massive pandemic and huge recession, if that's the only way that it can happen, then they need to retool. And they need, and the question for Democrats will be, how do they figure out how to put this new coalition together? If they're not going to bring back the working class, can they take enough, can they rebuild the Republican coalition? And do Democrats go moderate and suburban, or do they try to go back to their roots? If the results are pointing to what it looks like they're pointing to right now, the coming civil war in the Democratic Party, the coming struggle between progressives who are going to come out and say, I told you Kamala Harris should not have moderated on fracking, should not have moderated on Israel, should not have moderated on all of these things. They're going to come out and they're going to say, we told you that the future belonged to the Democratic Socialists, it belonged to the hardline progressives. That's where we should have been. And then on the other side, you'll get the moderates will come out and say, no, we were carrying too much baggage from wackadoodles at the beginning of this term and didn't get to make the right case to the people.
What
Yes,
is
sir.
the chance that the far left of the Democratic Party comes away with a win on this? They are absolutely the reason that this is happening right now. There's no question about that. I still understand that party and who's running it well enough to know that the idea that they're going to say, oh, we should have gone more all in terms of progressive or woke or whatever you want to call it, I think there's zero chance that happens.
Isn't the whole Trump candidacy a repudiation of the progressive woke?
That was found more unpalatable than Trump. I mean, just think about that.
Remember Trump's closing biggest ad buy transgender prisoners being, getting free taxpayer-funded sex change operations.
Well, we did a counterfactual on what if Joe Biden had stepped aside and said he wasn't going to run after the 2022 midterms.
Yeah.
Let's do another counterfactual. What if Donald Trump had said, I'm not going to run. I'm stepping aside. I'm not going to do it. Do we really think that Nikki Haley wouldn't have won this election? Do we think that do we think Ron DeSantis wouldn't have won this election by more?
Yeah.
I feel pretty confident that Ron DeSantis would have.
No, we've been talking about this all week, that because of the economy, because of what's going on down on the border, and because overwhelmingly Republicans voters trusted Republicans more, that these were all, in other words, and actually, we're seeing this play out. I remember asking you and others on my show last night, why isn't this a blowout for Trump, given the fact that he's leading on the economy by a little and by a lot when it comes to handling the border?
One word, Donald Trump.
Precisely. If it had been Nikki Haley, which would have been the Republican Party without the personality baggage, I think you would have had maybe even a bigger win. Although I don't know, we're seeing, close to, potentially.
We have two parties that are determined to be minority parties.
Yeah.
Yep. We have two parties that have decided they don't want to be the 60% party, that they want to be the 50.1% party. Because they want to suck up to their primary electorates and they want to take care of that stuff and not make the big play for the middle. When we think back to how George W. Bush won in 2004, how Bill Clinton won in 1996, when we think back to more successful coalitions of the past, instead of these narrow, tippy elections that go 1 point, 2 points this way in 7 states, it is because you take a big risk. You take a swing and you go for the middle.
Yeah.
You go for the middle and you try to steal from the other party. That's what it takes to build a lasting coalition. It takes courage.
Yeah.
It's interesting, though, and I think noteworthy, how you've got Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania, the senator who was running a couple of points behind Trump, now basically pacing with him against Bob Casey. And Eric Hovde, who was I interviewed him, he was 10 points behind in Wisconsin. It was sort of like, why are you spending all of your money to run this silly Senate race? And now it looks like he has a real chance to win in Wisconsin. Chris, does that speak to this sense of anti-establishment? In Nebraska, this independent who worked at the Kellogg's factory nearly beat a sitting Republican senator in Nebraska because of sock it to Washington and out with the establishment, which somehow Trump has been able to capture.
Well, this long-running populist moment that we've had in American politics, in a recent interview, George W. Bush, I think, very correctly traced it to the bank bailouts, the financial sector bailouts that he authorized, and it was a remarkable moment for him to take responsibility for it and say that was when it began. So in 2009, 2008, 2009, we see this momentum going. And so we've been in a cycle of outrage for quite a while now. And the problem is that sooner or later, somebody has to govern, right? Somebody has to say, I want to be the establishment. I want to run things well. I want a country that we feel proud of, that is looking for answers in the middle, that's looking for compromise and a way to have something that lasts. But yes, to your point, the populist momentum continues to burn, and both parties feel like they have the more legitimate claim to it.
All right. Well, it's now 1 a.m. We have no more polls to close, but we do reset at the top of the hour, as they say.
And we have votes to come in and really make the determination. Let's do it.
Here we go.